As you can see from the title, this is a completely free 7.5-hour advanced Amazon KDP course. It's designed to take people who've already started Amazon KDP, had a little bit of a success, but want to really turn it into a full-time business. Because building an Amazon KDP business that makes you $100 per month versus building one that makes thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars a month require two very different strategies. Now, this course that you're watching now focuses on the latter and breaks down every single part of the Amazon KDP process step by step, meaning that by the end of this, you'll have absolutely everything you need to turn Amazon KDP into a full-time business. We'll cover everything from the difference between a $100 a month KDP strategy and a $10,000 a month KDP strategy, how to do niche and keyword research effectively at scale, how to create any type of Amazon KDP book, an entire course in itself on exactly how to advertise your Amazon KDP books, how to optimize your listings to literally double your KDP sales overnight, how to get book reviews, how to systemize at scale and ultimately sell your Amazon KDP business, and so much more. On top of this, you'll also get access to the exact freelancers that I personally use in my Amazon KDP business and in my KDP challenge videos. So yeah, I am literally giving you the blueprint and the team that I have personally used to build 2 six-figure Amazon KDP businesses myself. So you're probably thinking this is a little bit too good to be true and wondering why I'm giving away all this information for free, not gatekeeping it and not upselling you to some other paid course like most free courses do. But in short, and for full transparency, this is actually my Amazon KDP Mastery course, which I've previously charged over $1,000 to have access to, but unfortunately someone actually illegally pirated this course, put it online and is trying to sell it for $30. It's quite a common thing you see with online courses. It's completely illegal, but I don't understand how people actually manage to get away with it. So I just thought, rather than letting some criminals get away with all my hard work and years of Amazon KDP experience, I've decided just to give all of this information out on YouTube completely free so that absolutely everybody wins, apart from these people illegally pirating courses. Now, because I'm giving this away completely free, there are only 2 things that I ask from you. Firstly, there are tools and freelancers that I genuinely recommend that you use, as you'll see during this course. And if you do sign up to these tools or use these freelancers by using my links down below in the description, I will get a commission for that. So if you are going to use any of the tools or freelancers that I mentioned in this video, please do use the links down below. I'm giving away all this information for free, so if you do want to give back, that will massively help me and support me in continuing to make content like this completely for free. Now, secondly, if I'm giving away this to you for free, please do not take it for granted and please put in the work required to genuinely make this a success. But I promise, if you take the information in from this course and put it to work over the next 6 to 12 months, you will be successful with Amazon KDP. So with all of that said, that's what you can expect from the course. And now let's dive into the first module. Hello and welcome to the first video of this Publish for Profit Mastery course. Now, this first video is just going to be a course introduction with me introducing a little bit about what you can expect from the upcoming content, and more specifically touch on the required mindset for KDP success going into this course and also my expectations of you. Now, first things first, do not skip this video. I know you're tempted because you think mindset and this kind of thing is all a bit wishy-washy. Trust me, I wouldn't include this video here if I didn't think it was valuable. Do not skip this video. I'm going to be covering some extremely important points that will set you up correctly to get the most out of this course. So by skipping this video, you're already putting yourself at a disadvantage. Just watch this video. It's not a long one and it will massively help you get as much value as you possibly can out of the upcoming course contents. So firstly, just very quickly introducing myself and why I'm in a position to be teaching you how to build a successful KDP business. I personally have over 5 years of Amazon KDP experience. I've sold over $1 million worth of Amazon KDP books, built 2 successful KDP businesses, and at the time of recording, I'm currently building and documenting my third on my YouTube channel, showing you everything I'm doing along the way and literally building it in front of your very eyes. And in the process of these last 5 years, I've made pretty much every single mistake you can make on Amazon KDP, crucially, so you don't have to. I'm going to waste all that time and go through all that pain that I did. I've made these mistakes so you don't have to. And this course therefore contains everything you actually need to know to build a successful KDP business. Anything not included simply isn't worth knowing. I didn't want this to be a course just full of loads of content just for the sake of having content. I wanted to make this as lean and condensed as possible while still providing as much value as physically possible. So anything not included in this course, in my opinion, just simply isn't worth knowing about KDP. But with that said, there is still an awful lot of content in here to get through. But of course, if I'm teaching you everything you need to know about Amazon KDP, that is going to be the case. So Publish for Profit Mastery, this course you're watching. Now this course, I want to get this across, is not built for beginners. If you want a beginner-friendly course that introduces KDP and shows you how to build one without really investing in the business, then I have my 3.5-hour beginner Amazon KDP course on YouTube. And now this free course is great, but it's tailored to a certain audience, and that is people who aren't really that serious about KDP and just want something that would help them slowly make a bit of side income, maybe $100, $1,000 maybe per month. But how you build a KDP business for just some side income versus how you build one for $10,000 plus per month is completely different. And therefore, this course is not here to show you how to make an extra $100 or $1,000 per month. I'm here to show you with this course how to make $10,000 plus per month and build an asset that can be easily sold for 6 or even 7 figures and ultimately completely change your life. And it's therefore not going to be for everybody. This course is only for people who are genuinely ready to take their KDP seriously and invest in building it as a scalable and automated business, not just as a publisher looking to make a little bit of side income. Like I say, how you build those two different businesses are entirely different. The strategies are completely different. Because ultimately, when you invest in your KDP business and crucially apply the right strategies, not only are the returns significantly higher, but they also come about a lot quicker. So if you want to actually start building this as a long-term business that's genuinely going to change your life, these are the strategies in this course that you need to be following. If you just want a free course that's going to make you a little bit of side income, but not really do anything in your life, then that's what my free course is for. If you really want to take it seriously and genuinely change your life, that's exactly what this course is for. So with that in mind, this course has one goal, just a single goal, and that is to provide you with the exact framework you need to build a lucrative and crucially scalable Amazon KDP business that would generate you income for years to come. The two keywords here, lucrative and scalable. Lucrative, we're talking about all the in-depth technical strategies you actually need to implement in order to start making money on KDP. And then the step after that is how you can apply all of these things you've learned at scale. Just knowing the techniques isn't good enough. You have to be able to understand how to apply them at scale to really make income that's going to change your life. And that's exactly what this course will do. So ultimately, learning all these things will allow you to live entirely on your own terms. And this is the end goal of this entire course. Now, if you're taking this course, we have just made a deal. Yeah, me and you have just made a deal. And my end of the deal is to provide you with the exact framework that I have just mentioned that can genuinely change your life. And your end of the deal is to promise to me and crucially to yourself that you will actually act on all that information and bring the success to life. Because you can have all the information in the world, but if you're not actively applying it yourself and putting in the work, I'm telling you now, you will not be successful. If you're not prepared to put in the work that this takes, honestly, this course is not for you. This is for people, as I've said before, who are genuinely serious about changing their life. There is so much information in here that will allow you to build a thriving KDP business, but it will only do that if you're the one that actually applies it and put that information to work. So the best way to summarize this is I've done all the heavy lifting for you. You now owe it to me and yourself to take this seriously and make it a priority in your life. The only way you will fail is if you don't honor that, which some people might see as a bad thing. And if you do, this course just isn't for you, but it's actually a good thing because it just shows you are in complete control of your success. And this course is built entirely around you. I had absolutely no interest in making this course as long as I possibly could, just so I could justify a higher price. A lot of people think the more course contents you get, the higher the price is. But the truth in reality is most people don't finish courses because there's just way too much needless information. If anyone watching this video has already done a course and you didn't finish it, it's probably because there's just so much information in there that you don't actually really need to know. And now don't get me wrong, there is a lot of information in this course, but every single video is there for a reason. I haven't just put in some filler videos to make this course seem a lot longer. Every single video is in there for a reason and goes into significant depth about everything you need to know. Please do not skip anything, even if you think you know what you're doing. There is a reason why I have structured this course exactly as I have. So I therefore suggest taking your time, taking notes, and fully immersing yourself in the content and the information as much as possible. I cannot stress this enough. This course has been built entirely around you, so please make the most of it. And to summarize all of this course is therefore built to be as streamlined but information heavy as possible. So, are you ready? If so, let's get straight into the course. So this next video in the course is an extremely important one, and in this video I'm going to talk you through how Amazon KDP has changed in recent years and how you can capitalize on this. This is honestly one of the most important videos that you will watch before you start the content, because it will frame everything we're about to learn in the course. So Amazon KDP has changed. Now, up until about 2023, Amazon was a business model for people with no or very little money. Competition was low and you could rank very easily organically. And you could also make fairly poor quality books and still find success. As you can see, here's one of the first ever books I made on Amazon KDP in around 2020 time. As you can see, it is a very basic notebook. This had basically no kind of custom interior. It was just a notebook interior and it looks absolutely awful. But guess what? It still sold units because you could get away with that back in the day because there was just so little competition on Amazon KDP. And at this point, keyword research was what I call the big needle mover. That's the thing that's really going to make the difference in your Amazon KDP during this period, because if you had the right keywords, you could just rank for these organically and you could therefore make sales. And this absolutely terrible book is living proof of that. And the end result of all of this left a business model that attracted a huge number of people looking to build an online business with no money. So moving now into the next period of between 2023 and 2025, competition has risen significantly due to these low barriers to entry that I've just mentioned compared to other business models. You see, with Amazon KDP, you literally need absolutely no upfront investment to get started, so it naturally attracts so many people to the business. And this naturally therefore makes ranking for any keyword so much harder and just forces quality to improve, because the more people publishing books on Amazon KDP, the more competition there is. The more competition there is, the harder it is to rank for books organically, because you're just competing against so many more people who are using the same keywords. But the truth is, the vast majority of people are still extremely lazy, making poor quality books and just using the same strategies as they used before. And this leads to the result of people saying something like Amazon KDP is a scam and it just doesn't work anymore. Now, a lot of people see this as a negative, but actually for people like us who are genuinely serious about building a KDP business, the fact that a lot of people and the vast majority of people have this mentality is absolutely brilliant news for us. And here is why. This is how Amazon KDP has changed and what it is like in the modern day, or as I now call it, the golden era. Amazon KDP, just being truthful, has never been harder for those who have never adapted to the changes, but it's also never been easier for those who have adapted and are prepared to invest in their business. You see, 99% of people are just slogging it out against each other, slashing their prices, increasing their book production, just producing loads of these low quality books, trying to undercut each other, and then just complaining when everyone has very similar products, why they're not making any money. When in fact, it's the top 1% who adapted to the new way of capitalizing on this business model. These people can invest in the business, and these 1% are making literally 99% of the money on Amazon KDP because they've adapted to this new way of doing things on Amazon KDP. This is why I say this course is only for people who are genuinely serious about building an Amazon KDP business. The strategies and everything you're going to learn is to become this top 1% who are making 99% of the money on KDP. We are not interested in competing against all these other people slogging out at the bottom, reducing their prices, because that strategy simply does not work anymore. You need to be using a much more up-to-date and thorough strategy than you've probably been taught ever before. So just summarizing all of this and how Amazon KDP has changed in the last few years, until 2023-ish, it was all about finding the right keywords to get those organic rankings. But now, going into 2025 and onwards, because competition is so high, ranking your book from organic keywords alone is almost impossible. And this is why niche research and Amazon ads are now by far the most important components of Amazon KDP. If you cast your minds back to an earlier slide, I said back in the day, it was all about an organic keyword research. Things have completely changed. This new strategy of doing Amazon KDP in the modern day is all about niche research and Amazon ads. They are by far the most important components of any Amazon KDP business. And I go into depth on that in the next slide. But before I do that, I want to get this point across. In this new era of Amazon KDP, quality beats quantity every single time. You are infinitely better at publishing one high quality book that's well niche researched, has a proper marketing and Amazon ad strategy per month, than you are publishing 10, 15 kind of okay books every single month. It does not matter how many books you're producing. You need to be focusing on quality over quantity, because quality beats quantity every single time. Now, as I mentioned in the previous slide, niche research and ads are now by far the most important part of any Amazon KDP business. And the big, what I call problem people are saying with KDP is that they say something like, there's way too much competition. It just doesn't work anymore. And the reason why this makes niche research so critical is because you want to therefore make sure you're only creating books where the balance between genuine demand and genuine competition is right. And notice how I use the word balance rather than just saying high demand, low competition. That is such a simplistic way of looking at KDP. It's no longer good enough just to search for that. It's nothing to do with high versus low. It's all about this balance. There's two variables at play. You need to be able to adapt to the niche based on the balance of the two. And that's why I've emphasized the word balance here. And I cover all of this in significant detail in the niche section of this course. And it also makes Amazon ads critical because you can rank for whatever search terms you want. And then over time, Amazon will start placing you there organically. So looking at this main, as I call, problem, this is actually very incorrect. That many people say there's way too much competition and it just doesn't work anymore. The way to overcome this competition is to make sure you're only publishing in the right niches, and understanding the right niches is a complete science in itself, which I cover in this course. And then once you've made books in this niche, it's all about being strategic with your marketing and how you place your book in front of the right people. Honestly, if you get these two parts of your KDP business right, it is very, very difficult to go wrong. And with all this said, KDP is therefore no longer a business with people with a scarcity mindset. It's no longer this business that's completely free to start, that attracts loads of these kind of low value people who just want to spam the market with really poor quality books and just undercut each other, and it's a race to the bottom. It is no longer a business for people with a scarcity mindset. You have to understand the importance of investing in your business, because that is literally what is going to instantly separate you from the vast majority of books in KDP, regardless of competition. Because guess what? In the new way of doing Amazon KDP, competition is pretty much irrelevant if you know what you're doing. And no, this isn't me just saying Amazon KDP is now paid to win, where the people who spend the most money on ads are the ones that are successful. In order to be successful, you just need to spend more money than everyone else. That's absolutely not the case. You actually don't even need to spend that much money if you actually know what you're doing. And those are the things that I'm teaching you in this course. And now this slide is hopefully going to give you a little bit more information about everything I've already touched on so far in this video. I'm going to compare the old KDP versus the new KDP. So I've broken down the KDP process into four kind of top line sections: niche research, keyword research, book creation, and advertising. In this course, we actually break these down even further into smaller sections, because it's really important that you do go into detail about everything. But just for the sake of this slide, I've kept it kind of as simple as I possibly can. And for each of these, I'm going to compare the old way of doing KDP and the old way of treating each of these individual steps and the new way of treating it. So let's start with niche research. The old KDP would say, let's look for book niches with super low competition and okay/good enough demand so we can easily rank for them. Low competition here is the main goal for the old way of doing Amazon KDP, because of course there were less people doing it. The main goal was just to find niches with low competition. Well, actually, the new way of doing KDP is, instead of just focusing on finding niches with competition being as low as possible, let's instead flip that on its head and let's just only focus on niches where there is extremely high demand. And even if competition is high, let's find our own unique way into a niche rather than doing what everyone else is doing. So the old way of doing niche research on KDP was low competition was the goal. The new way of doing niche research, and the main metric you need to look for, is high demand. So it's completely flipped on its head. Now let's go into keyword research. The old way of approaching KDP was something of a mentality along the lines of, we need to find as many keywords as we can that have low competition and high demand so we can rank organically. The new way of doing KDP, ranking purely from organic keywords initially is extremely difficult. Instead, let's keep keywords relevant, but rank through, as I call, the back door, initially using ads. Because it's so hard to rank organically for keywords now, if you're using ads, you have complete control of exactly where you're placing your book on Amazon and the sales you get from these ads contribute over time to your organic ranking. And then further down the line, the more sales you get, Amazon will start pushing your book, and then you're just ahead of all of your competition. But in order to get there, you really need to be utilizing Amazon ads. And just as a heads up, don't worry if a lot of this confuses you. I cover absolutely everything you need to know in complete detail in this course. Next, book creation. The old KDP approach was, let's produce as many books as we can in the niches that we found. The more books we make, the more likely one will pick up sales. Completely terrible way of doing KDP these days. The new way of approaching book creation in Amazon KDP is that low quality books get us absolutely nowhere. We need to focus on quality over quantity and ensure our book is built for a specific type of person that we know wants it. Crucially, a specific type of person that we know wants it. That is the whole purpose of niche research. And then on top of that, optimizing our product page is essential. And then finally, advertising. Old KDP saw advertising as a nice to have if you just want an extra boost to your sale. The new way of doing KDP, ads are no longer just a nice to have. Advertising itself is going to allow us to rank first in pretty much any niche. And then over time, as we make more sales, Amazon will start placing us there automatically. So this is a very, very simplistic view of the old KDP versus the new KDP. And the new KDP is everything we are going to learn in this course in as much detail as you could possibly need. And a really good way just to encapsulate all of this is the following statement. People who understand the value of investing in a business have never been in a stronger position on Amazon KDP than right now. If you're one of these people that aren't prepared to invest in their KDP business and you just want to kind of undercut everybody, honestly, you are not going to get anywhere. But if you're genuinely serious about building KDP as a business rather than just as a publisher, trust me, you have never been in a stronger position than you are right now. And the final point I want to make now in this new versus old way of doing KDP is a common question I get is, Sam, what books do I need to make in order to succeed on KDP these days? And the question sometimes looks like, what's better, high content, medium content, or low content? I'm sure you've seen people ask this question all over the internet, and you've got completely conflicting responses. Now, there are benefits to all, but I would generally now stay away from just low content books. So things like journals, habit trackers, that kind of thing, you can literally download using one click from something like Creative Fabrica. I would generally stay away from these because the competition for these honestly is so high, and because they're just downloadable with a click of a button, you just cannot justify a high price for these. So I would say low content books like journals and those kind of things, stay a million miles from. Because ultimately, if you want to scale this business, you need to be able to charge more than something like $5.99 than you would a journal. And even when you're doing that, there's going to be someone that comes along, pretty much just completely copies you with a click of a button, and then puts it at $4.99. And then pretty much nobody is making any money. This is why low content simply doesn't work on Amazon KDP anymore. So that just leaves us with medium content, so things like coloring books and activity books, and also high content books, so fiction and non-fiction, and what you'd call more traditional books. So with that said, which of these two, medium content or high content, is better? And the answer to this is neither of them are necessarily better than the other. You do not need to choose one over the other. You should simply just choose the book that best satisfies the niche or opportunity that you have found from your niche research. And I touch on this in significant detail in the relevant video of this course. But essentially the way of doing KDP is you start with your niche research. You understand that customers, or there's a group of people looking for a certain product in the niche. And then you decide what type of book will best serve that demand. Anyone saying it has to be high content or it has to be medium content, it's just incorrect. You can be successful with both. The only thing you need to focus on is that the book best satisfies the niche opportunity that you have found. If that's medium content, great. If that's high content, great. Really doesn't matter. And like I say, I'll cover this in significant detail in the niche research section of this course. But just for simplicity, let's compare the difference between medium content and high content and explain why there is no obvious choice about which one to go to. So when it comes to the first thing we're going to measure, which is cost to produce, it's much cheaper to produce a medium content book, which might serve a lot of people. Some people might not be prepared to invest in a high content book. So if you're looking at cost, medium content is just much easier to produce. In terms of the time and speed to produce, you've also got medium content coming out here. You can definitely turn around medium content books so much quicker. So you can pivot in niches quite easily because medium content books, you can make a lot quicker than high content books. There's so many more steps involved in producing a high content book. So you're looking at this and you might be thinking, well, it looks like medium content is going to be better than high content, but it's not, because it's so situational and it all depends A, on the individual, and B, in the niche that you're publishing in. Because when it comes to things like ease of replication, because medium content books are cheaper to produce and they're quicker to produce, they're therefore by nature slightly easier for competition to come in and also produce a similar book. So in terms of this, high content comes out on top. And then also in terms of justifying a higher price, high content generally also comes out on top too, because there's a lot more content generally in a high content book, hence the name. And you can also produce ebook versions of this easily. You can produce audiobook versions of these. So again, there's no necessary right or wrong answer between medium content versus high content. It all depends, like I say, on your current situation and also the opportunity that the niche presents. The key thing, I'm going to reiterate it again, it's not about whether you create a medium content book or a high content book. You just want to produce the type of book that best satisfies the niche opportunity that you have found. And this will become so much clearer in that relevant video. So just summarizing this video about how Amazon KDP has changed. KDP has become a lot more saturated as competition and popularity have increased. This presents huge barriers for a lot of people, but crucially, huge opportunities for others. And when I'm referring to others, I'm talking about us. Honestly, the opportunity now in KDP for people like us who take this business seriously, prepared to invest, is huge. And this is encapsulated perfectly by the fact that keyword research is old news. It's now all about niche research and Amazon ads. And you can overcomplicate KDP as much as you want to, but ultimately, if you're making books that people actually want, which is verified by your niche research, and you're getting them directly in front of the people who actually want them, that's where Amazon ads come in, you simply cannot lose. So this video has shown you how Amazon KDP has changed and why this is such a golden opportunity to capitalize on these changes. So in this video, I'm going to take you through some of the what I consider to be essential tools if you are going to build your Amazon KDP into a serious full-time income. Now, so far, I have mentioned how important it is to invest in your Amazon KDP business. If you are going to make it a full-time income and really turn it into a success, it's extremely important, and it's the same as any business on the planet. Now, of course, with Amazon KDP, there are lots of tools and softwares out there, and it can be very overwhelming and confusing, needing to know exactly which ones you actually need to get. But if you have access to the ones I'm about to show you in this video, you will have absolutely everything covered. I'm going to break it down into essential tools and then also nice to have tools. So I would recommend everybody watching this video gets the essential tools, and then you can pick and choose if you want to have the nice to have tools. Obviously, you will be at a more advantage if you do have them, but I wouldn't consider them to be as essential as the other ones. So in this video, I'm just going to go through each of these one by one and explain why they are so important. So let's jump firstly into the essential tools. Now, every single tool that I will show you in this video, I have linked down below in the description, and I've worked a lot to try and get you as much discount as I possibly can off as many of these tools as I possibly can. So all the discount codes and discount links will be down in the description, so you can get it for as cheap as you possibly can. Now, the first tool is actually a free tool. You won't need any discount code for this, and that is DS Amazon Quick View. And why this is important is it's a Chrome extension that allows you to see BSRs or bestseller ranks of any products without clicking into the listing itself. Now, this basically allows you to see how successful a potential niche is in a fraction of the time. I'm going to show you how to do niche research later on in this course, and this tool is going to be at the forefront of that. It's extremely important. It just saves you hundreds of hours on your KDP journey without having to click into every single book listing to see the BSR. You can very quickly scan through Amazon and see exactly how well books are performing. Now, the second tool that I would consider to be essential is Self-Publishing Titans. Now, this is only $15 a month if you go for it yearly, or $20 a month if you sign up for the monthly option. And I do have a discount code below in the description, which gets you even more of a discount off this price. Honestly, this is an extremely important tool because it helps you find profitable book niches and gives you important information on how popular certain keywords are. So in order to be successful with Amazon KDP, you do need to have data behind the decisions that you're making. And a lot of the data, if not all of it, is going to come from self-publishing titans. So combining this data, which gives you loads of information on different keywords, with DS Amazon Quick View is going to be the ultimate combination of tools that you need to get the right books and do the right niche research in the first place. And as I say, if you're going to make this a success, you do need to be using data to make decisions in this business, and the data is going to come from self-publishing titans. And like I say, there's a discount code in the description down below for that. And the final tool, which I consider to be essential, is Book Bounty. Now, again, this is only $15 a month for the yearly plan or $25 a month for the monthly plan. They also have a free trial, so you can use it completely free of charge. And if you don't want to sign up for it full time, you don't have to, but it's definitely worth trying it out at least. Again, this will be linked down below in the description. And why Book Bounty is important is it will allow you to get reviews on your KDP books as soon as they launch. Not only does this help them boost in the algorithm, it also significantly increases conversion rate on your ads. Having reviews is not a nice to have. It definitely was a nice to have maybe 5 or 6 years ago. Now it's an absolute essential. And Book Bounty is the way that you're going to get these reviews. And then over time, they will start coming in organically. But to get those initial reviews, you really do need to have Book Bounty. So those are the 3 essential tools. And combined, if you go for the yearly option, it's going to be around $30 per month. And at absolute most, it's going to be $45 per month, which when you think these are the tools that are literally going to drive your business forward, that really isn't a lot when you think about how much you have to invest in other businesses. $45 a month for everything that you need is actually really not a lot of money at all, especially when you start making way more than that back from the book sales you get off the back of having these tools. And like I say, you can get it even cheaper with the discount codes I have down below. And now this is actually the final tool. I thought I only had 3 in this section, but I forgot I actually added this in as a 4th one, and that is Canva. Again, you can have the free version or the pro version. Again, if you want pro, I think it's going to be better for you, but you by no means have to have the pro version. You can do so much for free. So again, Canva is either free or $15 a month. All you get kind of with the pro version is you get loads of other elements that you can use, on your designs, but free will do pretty much all of the heavy lifting for you anyway. And why it's important is because Canva is really going to bring all of your KDP designs to life. How you decide to run your KDP business will dictate how important Canva is to you, but there will always be times where it comes in useful. So if you're outsourcing loads of stuff, you probably won't need Canva Pro. But if you're trying to do absolutely everything yourself and you're designing your own book covers, you're designing loads of your interiors, and you need some of these cool elements, then at that point, I would recommend getting the Canva Pro. Again, it's $15 a month at the time of recording. But again, it's entirely up to you. The free version can do an awful lot without having to upgrade to the pro version. It's entirely up to you what you want to go for. So those are what I consider to be the absolute essential tools. Now, here are some other tools that I think are definitely useful to have if you can, but I wouldn't say they were essential, but they are going to make your life significantly easier if you have them. The first one is Tangent Templates, and this isn't actually a monthly subscription. It's a one-time lifetime access fee, and it's only $59.99. So you pay that once and you have access to Tangent Templates forever. This was actually the first ever tool that I got on Amazon KDP, and I rely on it so much in my own KDP business. Yes, you can do the same things that you can do in Tangent Templates without it, but it just takes significantly longer. So why Tangent Templates is important is it's a tool that will allow you to find the correct dimensions for any KDP book interior and also provides you with drag and drop templates for those. So you will see me probably using Tangent Templates a lot in this course because it just saves me so much time. So if you're watching those videos and you think you could also do with it, then I would recommend getting it, but I wouldn't necessarily, it's absolutely essential. It's kind of a time saver for those who want it. And it does also have a pricing calculator, so it basically allows you to see how much you will make in one book sale based off a number of variables like the price of your book, the size of it, the number of pages, all those kinds of things. It's really important to know how much margin you're making from a book, and there's a tool within Tangent Templates that basically allows you to do that. And again, you will see me use it throughout this course. And then the final tool, which I consider to be a nice to have if you can, is because it is quite expensive, and that is Helium 10. Now, it is generally the platinum version that you want, and it is generally usually $99 a month, but I've managed to be able to get it for just $79 a month with the discount code that you will see down below. Now, here's why Helium 10 is important. It is one of the most expensive softwares on Amazon KDP, but in my opinion, it is by far the most powerful. It will allow you to get in-depth data for KDP niches, keywords, ad target keywords, and it's going to provide you with so much data that's going to drive your Amazon KDP business forward. If you have this combined with self-publishing titans, you literally cannot lose. If you just have self-publishing titans, you do definitely have enough information there to really get a good start. But if you have Helium 10 as well, it's going to make it so much easier, and that those benefits are going to compound. And again, you're going to see me use Helium 10 in this course and realize just how valuable it is. Again, I haven't put it as absolutely essential just because it is quite expensive. If you're making money from your KDP business and you really want to scale, I would recommend reinvesting that money back into Helium 10. You'll definitely see a big return. But I understand not everyone can afford $79 a month, which is why I've put it in a nice to have. And then finally, not necessarily a tool, but this is an option for those of you, again, who want to take it seriously. I do have my premium school community that runs alongside this course, and that is $99 a month. And in terms of why it's important, this is for those who want to have direct access to both myself and other publishers who are also serious about Amazon KDP. You can ask me questions about your specific problems that you're having in your KDP business, feedback on things like book covers, help with any of your ads, all that kind of stuff. It's for those who really want to get that hands-on work and help from me. Again, this course that you're watching right now should definitely be a paid course. You're getting it completely for free. So if you want to invest some of that money that you would invest into, buying a course like this, which you don't have to anymore, you could potentially invest that in the community, and you actually get direct access to me there. And the fact that it is a paid community, it means two things. Essentially, there will be no time wasters. The big issue with a lot of communities is they're often free, and you get so many time wasters in there who just clog up communities and provide absolutely no value, and then everyone just gets sick of the community. But if people are only having to pay $99 a month, you're only going to get very serious people in there, which is really, really important when it comes to the value of the community. And because obviously I'm benefiting from it financially, it means I can actually dedicate time to this community. I only have so many hours in a day. If a community is free, you're not really going to get the effort that you need from me for it. But when this is actually something that you're paying for, it means I can actually provide a lot more of my time to genuinely provide value and help as many of you possibly can in that community. So if you want to join that, then I'll leave that link down below in the description. So those are the tools that I recommend you get. Again, everything is down in the description along with discount codes if you want them there. As I say, these are the 4 tools I would consider to be essential: DS Amazon Quick View, self-publishing titans, Book Bounty, and then also Canva. I think generally the free one is going to be okay. And then nice to have ones if you can afford them. Tangent templates is going to be really important. Helium 10 is definitely a game changer if you can afford it. Then of course the community is probably going to be by far the most valuable one because you have direct access to me and over 6 years of Amazon KDP experience. But pick and choose of these additional tools, which ones you want. But like I say, I would definitely recommend getting on the essential tools. But now we've got that, let's jump into the next video of this course. So in this video, I'm going to give you a very quick run through of this upcoming module, which is going to be all about creating your book. More specifically, we're going to cover everything you need to know about how to find KDP niches, actually creating your book itself, and also pricing strategy. So I'll go over this in top line detail in this video, and there'll be dedicated videos going into all of this in a lot more detail within this module. So within this module, what we will cover: firstly, niche research, how to effectively conduct niche research in 2025, and why a lot of what you've been told in the past is actually wrong. We then also have book creation, so how to create any kind of book on Amazon KDP, whether that's high content, medium content, coloring book, activity book, whatever it is, and crucially, how to know what book is best for the niche that you have found. And then finally, book pricing, so book pricing strategies to maximize your royalties and stand head and shoulders above your competition. So with all that in mind, by the end of this module, you will know, firstly, how to easily identify niches that are going to make you a lot of money and how to understand the best route into these niches. There's no point having a good niche if you don't know the best way of actually kind of capitalizing on it. So we're going to cover both of those points in this module. You'll also know how to create any kind of book that you want. And you'll also know how to correctly price your KDP book based on the quality of it, the market, and also the niche, which will give you the end result of you'll know exactly how to create a book that you know customers actually want to buy and how to position yourself correctly against all of your competition to make as much money as possible. So with all that said, that's a top line introduction to the module. Let's dive straight into lesson number 1 and start with niche research. So this video is going to be all about mastering Amazon KDP niche research. Now this is going to be quite a content heavy video, so I do recommend you take notes, pause, whatever you want to, because there's going to be a lot of information for you to take in here, but it is honestly going to be the most valuable niche research video you've ever watched. And specifically, we're going to focus on why what a lot of people say about niche research is actually wrong, when you need to use tools within niche research, and how to actually find profitable niches, because at the end of the day, that's the main thing that anybody wants to know, is how to find these profitable KDP niches. So get ready, there's going to be a lot of content here, but let's dive straight in. So we're going to start off with niche research fundamentals. Now I want to get this point across to you and really stress this to you. Breaking everything down super simply, the only goal of niche research is to find opportunities for books to make that we know people will want to buy. This is a really important sentence. You have to keep this in your head, shout it in the mirror, whatever you need to do, get this into your head. The only goal of niche research is to find opportunities for books to make that we know people will want to buy. That is all niche research is for. And for a long time, niche research and keyword research have been considered separate parts of the process. People have broken it down into, you need to do niche research, and then later on down the line, you need to do keyword research. But actually, as KDP has become more competitive, as we've already touched on, these two things are merging, and keyword kind of research and analysis comes into niche research a lot these days. So let's go back to that first sentence that I mentioned, just the one up here, and break it all down. The only goal of niche research is to find opportunities for books to make that we know people will want to buy. Highlighting and emphasizing this part. We know people will want to buy. There is no point creating a KDP book if nobody wants to buy it in the first place. The most critical thing is to ensure you are only making books that you know people will want to buy, and that is what niche research is for. And people overcomplicate this so much. There are only two things you need to look at for when it comes to finding a good niche. People complicate this with so many tools, so many different rules. Ultimately, it comes down to two things that you need to look out for. Number one, are people actively buying books or similar products in a broader niche? So when I say broader niche, I mean kind of like the overall niche that something might sit in. So for example, let's just say you had an idea to make a unicorn color by numbers book. The sub-niche or the specific niche you're publishing in there is unicorn color by numbers, but the broader niche is this unicorn coloring book. Because if someone likes a unicorn coloring book, they're also probably going to have the same demand for a unicorn color by numbers. So that's what I mean by broader niche. And secondly, the question you have to ask yourself is, can you divert that traffic and demand into something new? So again, for that same example, if you saw there was loads of demand for unicorn coloring books and you had the idea of a unicorn color by numbers, are you confident you can convert the demand of people wanting that unicorn coloring book into people wanting a unicorn color by numbers? Those are honestly the only two things you need to focus on when it comes to niche research. I'll say them again. Are people actively buying the books or similar products in a broader niche? That verifies if there is demand. And secondly, can you divert that demand into something completely new? That is the golden rule of KDP niche research. Now, I'm sure you've heard so many people say this sentence to you. The best way to find good KDP niches is to look for niches with high demand and low competition. What they're basically saying here actually is the best way to find good KDP niches is to look for niches where demand is very low, but there is also pretty much no competition. Because of course, in an ideal world, you'd have niches that so many people are kind of searching for products within there, but no one is making books and you have absolutely no competition. Yes, hypothetically, that is going to be the perfect scenario, but that literally just does not exist. So when people say this sentence, what they're basically saying is you need to look for niches where, yes, demand is pretty low, but there's also no competition. The key metric they're looking at is how much competition is there. And again, this is such a scarcity mindset. People are thinking, oh, okay, I don't want too much competition. I want to have this whole niche to myself. I'm happy to kind of, take a hit of there not being too much demand as long as I'm the only one here. I'm not really battling against anyone. This is such a scarcity mindset. We don't want low demand. We want demand to be as high as physically possible. And then we can find our own route into that niche where the competition is extremely low. This is what a lot of people are teaching you about niche research, and so many people get confused, they get stuck because they simply can't find these niches here with high demand and low competition, because guess what? They pretty much don't exist. This is just an idealistic view of what a niche could potentially look like, and it ends up being something like this where there's just such little demand and also low competition, but you're so limited by the amount of demand that you have. You don't want low demand. You want demand to be as high as possible, and then take matters into your own hands of how you can capitalize on all of that demand. This is the difference between people who are making £10,000, £100,000 on Amazon KDP and these people who are making $100 a month or something like that. There is a huge difference between the two, and I'm going to go into this method in so much more detail in this video. So just quickly going back to this slide here, as you can see, there are two things you need to focus on when it comes to finding a good niche. One, are people actively buying books or similar products in the broader niche? And two, can you divert that traffic and demand into something new? And we're going to start by going into more detail with point number one now. So are people buying in the broader niche? How would you actually identify if this is the case? Now, this is stage number one. This is the first thing you need to do. If there is no demand in the niche, then there is no point going any further and trying to sell in there. There needs to be high demand in a niche, especially on KDP in 2025 and beyond. Now, the way to understand how well books are selling is to look at what I call their bestseller ranks, or BSRs. And this is why this DS Amazon Quick View Chrome extension is just so important, because it allows you to see straight away all of the BSRs of books without having to physically click into them. And honestly, it saves you hundreds or even thousands of hours as you make your way through your KDP journey. Now, over time, translating BSRs will become second nature, but here's an example of how the whole BSR system works for people that don't fully understand it. So every single book will have a BSR. So this one, for example, is the 2,239th best-selling book on whatever Amazon store that is. That gives you a rough idea of how many units this book is selling, because you can translate it in your head. But if you don't know how to translate that in your head, because you maybe don't have as much experience as someone like I do, you can use tools. I'm going to show you exactly how this works. So in order to understand what a BSR means in terms of how many sales that book is making, you have to go over to a calculator like the one you can see on screen here. I will leave this linked down below this video for you to go and check it out. There are loads of them on the internet. Just go and find the one you want. But this one, I will leave a link below this video. And there are three things you need to select. You first need to put your BSR number in here. You also need to select your book type. So we're going to go for paperbacks. We're only focusing here on paperbacks at the moment. And then the marketplace of whatever Amazon store. We're going to keep it on Amazon.com for now. And let's just say you had a book with a bestseller rank of 10,000, which is a paperback book on Amazon.com. This 10,000 BSR number translates to 12 book sales per day. If this was something like 2,300, which is what the example I just showed you in the slides was, that is then making 39 book sales per day. So the lower your BSR number is, the more books you're selling every single day. So have a play around with this. If you're someone like me who has a lot of experience in KDP, I can pretty much see straight away from a BSR roughly how many sales it's making, but I'm sure a lot of you aren't quite at that level yet. So just go ahead, use calculators like this, and it's really good to understand how many books, each book you see on Amazon is actually selling just by looking at their BSR. Now, one thing I do really want to mention is BSRs are not consistent across marketplaces. Amazon.com, a 2,300 BSR on this marketplace will sell a lot more than .co.uk, just because there are so many more products on Amazon.com, and therefore having a lower BSR is technically harder. So BSRs do not translate across different marketplaces. So if you have a 2,300 BSR in the UK, you're selling about 5 units per day. But if you have a 2,300 BSR on Amazon.com, you're selling 39 units per day. So there is quite a lot of difference. So when you're doing your niche research and you're assessing just how much demand there is for a certain niche, just bear in mind whether you're looking on Amazon.com and .co.uk, the BSRs will mean two different things, but I will touch on that a little bit later on in this video. So we're back into the slides now, and how can we understand these Amazon BSRs? Now, like I just said to you a second ago, because BSRs translate into different sales amounts across different platforms, it's worth doing niche research on both the US and the UK site, because they are technically two completely different platforms altogether. Yes, they are both Amazon, but there's so many different products on both. I definitely recommend doing your niche research on both of these. There are, of course, other Amazon platforms, but 99.9% of your sales, unless you're from somewhere like Germany or whatever, will come from the US or the UK. So these are the two platforms you want to be doing your niche research on. And it's also worth mentioning, like I say, because you're doing niche research on the US and the UK, there are some niches that will do well in the US, but might not do well in the UK. And that is completely fine. So don't think a good niche has to be one that sells well in the US and the UK. You literally only need one of them. So let's just take Thanksgiving activity books, for example. These do really, really well in the US because people in the US celebrate Thanksgiving. They're not going to sell any units at all, or hardly any in the UK, because it's not a very big celebration over here in the UK. So you might look at Thanksgiving activity book on maybe amazon.co.uk and think, oh, this is a terrible niche. There's no demand, and you're going to be absolutely right. But that doesn't mean there's no demand on the US side. So it's worth checking niches across the US and the UK site before you make your decision. Now, of course, ideally, if a niche is doing well in both markets, that is the best case scenario, but you only need one of them to be doing well in order to find a successful niche. So that's a really important message that I do want to put across. So there is a lot of information we've covered here. Let's quickly check in and just reassess everything that we've covered so far. Firstly, the only goal of niche research is to find opportunities for books to make that we know people will want to buy. That's the only goal of niche research. And in order for us to know that they actually want to buy it, the niche firstly needs to prove that there is existing demand. And we can measure this existing demand by looking at the BSRs of books within the broader niche or the niche that we're looking in. So let's just go all the way back to here. The fact that these two books have super low BSRs means people are buying these books frequently, and therefore there is demand within this niche. That's the first thing. That's a really good sign. And of course, BSRs are platform dependent. So 10,000 BSR in the US will sell a lot more than a 10,000 BSR in the UK. So that's where we're up to at this point. Let's dive straight into the rest of the video. So in summary, we know that there is demand for a niche by looking at the books in that niche, their BSR numbers. But you're probably thinking, if a niche has really high demand, then doesn't that usually mean there's also really high competition? And if that's the case, then how do we actually navigate that issue of there being high demand, yes, but also really high competition? Now, again, going back to this slide, this brings us nicely onto the second point here. So now we know there is active demand for people buying books in this niche. How can we divert that traffic and demand into something new? Again, we're not looking for kind of that scarcity mindset, low demand, low competition. We want high demand and make ourselves low competition if we possibly can. And this comes all down to diverting the traffic from that broader niche. Now, once you have demand, it's all about being strategic and thinking, how can I divert this demand into my own less competitive niche? Now, a book that I recommend everybody watching this video right now reads is Blue Ocean Strategy, because it perfectly encapsulates everything that I'm trying to say here about KDP niche research, and basically talks about how to create uncontested market spaces in quite busy niches on kind of, areas of business and make competition completely irrelevant. Now, I'm going to try and explain this as if I can. I'm going to absolutely butcher it, so I do recommend you go ahead and watch it, but I'm going to try and make as much sense of this as possible and summarize it. Essentially, it says in business, there are two different types of oceans. You have red oceans, which are really high in demand, but also extremely high in competition. And then you also have blue oceans, where you still have decent demand, but you have pretty much no competition. And the vast majority of businesses and people on Amazon KDP, for example, are fighting in red oceans. Let's just take a really busy KDP niche. People just want to recreate the books that are selling well, but in order to try and make theirs stand out, they maybe add more pages, which just dilutes how much money they're making from every single sale, because the more pages you have, the less royalties you make. On top of that, they're also slashing their prices in order to beat the competition. So all they're doing is just adding way more competition into this red ocean, and they're just minimizing how much money they're making. That's just not the way to approach this. And you then have people who operate in the blue ocean, and these are people that understand that there is so much demand for a certain product or kind of a niche or area of business, and rather than competing against existing people by making their prices so low and increasing their costs really high just to try and make a better product, they understand that the best way to approach this is not to do that and actually start and make your very own kind of niche or area of business within its very own blue ocean, where there's pretty much no competition and you can charge pretty much whatever you want. So I do recommend anyone watching this goes and reads that book. That's a very quick summary of kind of what it does. I won't be able to do it justice, but I do recommend you massively go and check that out. So let's take this framework and apply it to an example that you might know. And the example I'm going to be using here is Uber. I'm going to tie this all back to KDP in just a second, but this is just to reiterate and get this message across. So in terms of Uber, the taxi industry before Uber had two things. It had extremely high demand. So many people wanted taxis all over the world, but it also had extremely high competition. So if someone is looking to kind of break into this industry, what a lot of people would do if they are going for the red ocean strategy approach is they would try and make their prices super, super low, even though they're kind of minimizing how much profit they're making. They're barely making any profit, but because they're undercutting other taxi companies, they're thinking in their head, yes, that's how we're going to break into this industry, even though they're literally making no money because their margins are just so small. But rather than doing that and being put off by all of this, Uber decided it would still cater to this absolutely huge demand for taxis, but do it in a way that had almost no competition. Like I say, most people would just slice their prices and try and undercut everybody in order to break in. Uber realized they didn't need to do that. They need to just focus on capturing this demand and diverting it in their own unique way. So Uber realized that this huge demand wanted taxis, but what they didn't want was the pain that came with booking one. So they made their booking system as frictionless as possible, and rather than using a phone to dial up and being on hold for ages and probably being rejected a lot, they did everything through an app where you could book a taxi within a couple of clicks of your smartphone. Yes, it's technically a different offer altogether from traditional taxis, but they made their own blue ocean where absolutely no one could compete, because of course, anyone who wants to book a taxi is going to purely go for the one that is easy and seamless and frictionless as possible. And all of a sudden, Uber has identified there is this huge demand for people that want taxis, but rather than just undercutting everybody, they found their own way into this industry without having to reduce their prices, because their focus, rather than reducing their prices, was to make the experience better for the customer. And that's how they've gone into this industry and created their very own blue ocean here, completely uncontested. Obviously, nowadays you have different rivalries coming through, but when Uber first launched, it was pretty much just then, and they absolutely dominated. And why do they dominate? Because they listened to what the customer actually wanted. Rather than being lazy and just undercutting everyone, they actually decided they're going to do something different and create their very own blue ocean. So in KDP terms, rather than, looking at taxis, think about these as, KDP niches. So many people are, publishing in maybe the unicorn coloring book niche, and in order to stand out, they're just undercutting everyone's prices and they're making like 10p royalties per sale. Their business or their books are going to fail because they're just not going to make enough money. The way to actually approach something like this is to think, okay, people are buying unicorn coloring books. How can we divert that demand into our very own unique product that they will also like? So I'm going to show you a prime example of exactly how you do all of this idea of blue oceans that I've just shown you with Uber, but how you would do that with Amazon KDP. So I'm on Amazon, and as you can see, I've typed in Highland Cow coloring book. Now, the reason why I've typed this in is this is going to be a niche that I'm going to show exactly as an example of everything that I've just covered. And it's actually a really interesting niche to see everything that I've just mentioned about is actually coming to life within this niche here. So as you can see, Highland Cow coloring books, there's loads of different books that are currently on the market. As you can see, scrolling all the way down, so many different books to do with Highland cows. Some of them have not very good BSRs, but some of them also have pretty decent BSRs. So we're going to work our way down. As you can see here, this one, 10,000 BSR. So this book is selling really well. This one has a 29,000 BSR. So this one is also selling well. So someone coming into this Highland Cow coloring book niche knows that Highland Cow coloring books can potentially sell well. Now, here's the decision they have to make between the red ocean and the blue ocean. Most people who come to publish on KDP would see this niche and think, oh, okay, yeah, Highland Cow books are doing pretty well, but there's just so many of them and I'm just not going to make any sales because how can I deal with all of this competition? You can see this person here has tried to do it. They've even undercut them. You see £5.60 compared to this one here, which is, £6.95. This one here, £7.56. So they've even tried undercutting them and they're still not making as much money as them because they're not selling many units because their BSR isn't very good. Same with this one here, 401,000, just not doing too well. So what people who would potentially be looking at this niche, who don't really know what they're doing on Amazon KDP would think, okay, it might have worked in the past, but it's just not going to work anymore. Or if I'm going to break into this niche, let's just try and undercut everyone as much as I possibly can, make a very similar Highland cow coloring book, and just undercut people as much as I possibly can, which I'm pretty sure is what this person has done, £4.70. And as you can see, it hasn't worked for them. But this is the difference between red ocean thinking and blue ocean thinking. These people are all operating within that red ocean. They're not offering anything different to anybody else. They're just trying to make themselves the best book by having the lowest price possible, which, as you'll know from previous experience, and I will show you later on in this course, is just not the way to do things. But what's really, really interesting in this niche is you have a certain type of book that seems to be doing the best. Within the Highland cow coloring book niche, you have Highland cow bold and easy designs, and these ones are doing really, really well. As you can see, 40,000 BSR here, 10,000 BSR here. And we also have another one here, 11,000 BSR. So what's actually happened here, these three books now are operating in their very own blue ocean because they understand the demand in this niche is for Highland cow coloring books. People want coloring books to do with Highland cows, but rather than going with this red ocean mindset of just producing the same as everybody else and just undercutting them, they've thought, how can we create our own blue ocean where we're still capitalizing on all of this demand, but actually making very little competition for ourselves? And that is why they've gone into this idea of a bold and easy style of coloring book. Because all of a sudden, by going for this bold and easy style, they know people are wanting books like this and hardly anybody else is doing it. So rather than competing against, 20 plus different Highland cow coloring books, now all of a sudden, if you were to go into this niche, you're only competing against 3 books. So most people on KDP who don't know what they're doing will look at this book, this niche, and say, too much competition, not going to publish in it. But if you actually know what you're looking for and you think about this from the lens of a blue ocean, you're only actually competing against 3 products. And these 3 products are the ones pretty much that are doing the best in this niche. 10,000 BSR. This is the worst performing of the lot, and it's still 40,000 BSR. This one here, 11,000 BSR. So this just shows that these people have approached this niche with a blue ocean mentality, and they're massively benefiting from it because they're taking all of this demand for Highland cow coloring books, creating their own unique product, diverting all of that demand for Highland cows into bold and easy Highland cows, and they are capitalizing on all of this. And what's really interesting here is this book, yes, it's extremely cheap. I'm not sure why they've done that. I actually wouldn't recommend doing that because this just makes me think this book is really, really cheap quality. But this has only recently been published at the time of recording, and it's already pretty much the best-selling book in this niche, which just reiterates everything that I'm saying. You can come in with a completely fresh idea, capitalize on all that demand, and take away so many sales from this niche. And same with this book here. They obviously haven't been doing too much marketing either, because this only has 1 5-star review, and exactly the same with this one. So anyone watching this video at the time of recording, this would be an incredibly good niche to go into, the Highland cow bold and easy coloring book niches, because these 3 have made their very own blue oceans, and this one has no reviews, and these other 2 ones only have 1 review. Now, I'll go on to this later on in this module of exactly why this is such a good opportunity because of the reviews, but this just shows how much demand there is for this niche and how you can create your own blue ocean within there by taking the existing broader niche of Highland cow coloring books and creating your own blue ocean by going for Highland cow coloring books, yes, but with bold and easy designs, because that's what people actually want. So that is a perfect example of Amazon KDP, how you can adopt this blue ocean strategy and exactly what you should be doing when it comes to finding KDP niches. Now, here's another example of everything that I've just mentioned here. I'm not going to go into it as much detail, but the example here is Valentine's activity book. The Valentine's Day activity book niche is extremely saturated. As you can see, there are just so many different Valentine's books on here. If you go all the way to the bottom, literally 20 plus pages of all of these different kinds of books. And what people on Amazon KDP will say, okay, Valentine's Day books sometimes sell well. Let's just make a Valentine's Day book, make it as cheap as possible and try and undercut as many people as possible. This is red ocean thinking. You want to avoid this like the plague, because as you can see, look how low a lot of these prices are, and these books aren't even doing very well. As you can see, hardly any reviews. So this is an example of a niche that someone might come into and think, yep, way too much competition, already too saturated. not interested in it. But a blue ocean way of approaching this exact niche here is to go that extra level of detail and just think a little bit for yourself. Rather than just going into Valentine's Day and undercutting everybody, think strategically. Who are the people shopping for Valentine's Day gifts? Generally speaking, the vast majority of them will be couples. So rather than making a Valentine's Day activity book, instead, divert all of that traffic. Everyone who's interested in Valentine's activity books are generally all couples. They're also going to be interested in a couples activity book. And this is a blue ocean. There are significantly less couples activity books because this person has thought, okay, who are the people that celebrate Valentine's Day more than others? It's people who are in couples. So rather than focusing on Valentine's Day, like 99% of other people are doing, let's instead just focus on couples, because couples are the people that are buying all of these things anyway. So rather than focusing on making a Valentine's activity book, this person has been really smart, really strategic, and made a couples activity book. They're tapping into exactly the same demand as all these Valentine's activity books who are just here undercutting each other, but they have a blue ocean because so little people are doing the same as them. So many people are just focused on Valentine's Day. Very few people are focused on couples. And as you can see, this book, £11.99. These books here, £4.79, £3.98. This book not only is selling at a much higher price, which means that they're making so many more royalties per book sale. As you scroll down, 24,000 in books, which shows this book is also selling well. So this is just a prime example of everything that I've just mentioned. Most people, lazy people, or people who have taught about Amazon KDP the wrong way will look at this and think, no way, can't publish in there, far too saturated. But if you're actually strategic and using the strategy that I'm teaching you here, you can see just how much potential there are in these things. We don't care about competition. All we want is high demand. And then we are confident in ourselves that we can convert that high demand into something else where we have pretty much no competition. This is a textbook example of how someone has done that. They're charging super high prices compared to everybody else, and they're still making sales because people want couples activity books. These people have been smart. This is a perfect example of applying this exact KDP niche research strategy. Now, there was an awful lot of information there that I just covered, but just going to summarize everything now with what I've just shown you. Just going back to this slide here, the reason why I say what you've been told about KDP niche research being wrong is people are saying things like this: the best way to find good niches is look for ones with high demand and low competition. And they would look at this hardened cow coloring book niche and say, yeah, not low competition, we're not going to publish in there. It's a terrible niche. But with our own thinking on this new mindset of the actual way of doing KDP niche research, we're only focused on demand. There is demand for that Highland cow coloring book niche because so many books in there are doing well. And yes, that does also come with loads of competition. But what we've done is we've thought about that. We know there's demand and we've created our very own blue ocean within that niche through bold and easy coloring. And that's exactly how we're going to go in and become the best book in that niche, because these are the ones that are selling well. And crucially, the ones that are selling well, that are bold and easy, have only just been released and they haven't got that many reviews. This, therefore, is a golden opportunity for a niche. Now, I did warn you that there was going to be a lot of content to understand and digest, but hopefully you're seeing just how much value there is in this video and also this strategy altogether. Now, I'm going to summarize everything we're up to at this point. Unfortunately, we aren't quite done just yet. There is a nice cherry on top of the cake that you need to be looking for when it comes for niches, but we have covered the bulk and the vast majority of stuff. So just recapping, there are two main components of a good niche and two questions you need to ask yourself. Firstly, is there demand for the broader niche? As you can see in these two examples here, Highland cow coloring books were selling really, really well, and so were Valentine's Day coloring books. But the problem was so many people were kind of occupying those niches, just trying to undercut each other, and no one was selling very well. Second question, is there a way to divert the traffic into something new? In both of those niches, yes. With the Highland cow, you went specifically into bold and easy designs. That's what people are actually wanting in that niche. And all of a sudden, you go from competing against 20 plus books, that some of them have 60 plus reviews on them, to only 3 books where the best review possible they have is they only have 1 5-star review. That is so much easier to break into. And going back to the Valentine's example, Is there a way to divert traffic from this huge demand for Valentine's Day books? Yes. They've looked at who's buying these Valentine's Day books. It's people who are in couples. Let's make books targeted not at Valentine's Day, targeted at couples. Created a blue ocean and hardly any competition. They're charging much higher prices and they're making so much more money and so many more sales. So that's exactly how you would do it using this framework. But point number 2 of, is there a way to divert traffic into something new? You can actually divert this traffic in 2 ways. Now, the point I've made so far is this first bit. You need to make a product that diverted traffic will buy, as you've shown, the couples activity book versus the Valentine's activity book, and then the Highland Cow Bold and Easy versus the generic Highland Cow. But on top of this, you can also make sure you're targeting people who don't yet know they want your book with keywords or ads. And I'm going to show you now exactly what I mean by that. So as you can see, we're on the Self-Publishing Titans web app, which is one of the tools I recommended you get at the start of this course. And basically what we want to be doing here is looking at, okay, people want to buy a Highland Cow coloring book. How can we specifically target them with ads or keywords that aren't super obvious? So obviously, Highland Cow coloring book as a keyword is going to be something really obvious. But if we type in something like Highland Cow gifts and just press search here, people who are searching for Highland Cow gifts are in this market. They don't know exactly what gift they want, but they know they want something to do with Highland cows, and therefore they would actually be really interested in our book, but they just don't currently know it exists. And that's why this is really important to see on Self-Publishing Titans. Now, you can use Helium 10 for something like this, but I think it's easier to use Self-Publishing Titans just because they have everything color-coded. It's much more user-friendly here. And as you can see here, Highland Cow gifts is a really, really good keyword to target. 7,387 people roughly are searching for this every single month, and there's not that many search results. And as you can see, it has an opportunity score of 9. So here is a really good example of what I'm talking about. Most of your competition will be advertising or keywords against Highland Cow coloring book. Really obvious, of course, they want to show up for that. But people who are searching for Highland Cow gifts would still be interested in your book, but they're probably typing in gifts because they're going in with a broad mind. They don't know exactly what it is they want. They might want a coloring book, they might want something else. They're looking to be convinced. So these are the people that you want to be targeting. And again, Highland Cow gifts for women, opportunity score of 9. These are 2 keywords that you can massively go into your ads. And I'm going to go over this in a lot more detail when it comes to the actual ad section, but just bear in mind, in terms of diverting people away from kind of the main niche, you need to be looking at certain keywords that the people you're trying to target might be typing into Amazon to find something like your book that isn't just the obvious one. So as you can see here, Highland Cow gifts and Highland Cow gifts for women. If we go ahead and launch our Bold and Easy Highland Cow coloring book, we're going to want to be advertising against these 2 phrases really, really aggressively and try and divert as many of these people from buying all the other Highland Cow related gifts into buying our book. And as you can see, you can also do exactly the same thing on Helium 10. You see Highland Cow gifts, search volume 8,123. So that is different to Self-Publishing Titans. All of these search volume things that you see on any of these tools are estimated. Amazon don't give this out publicly, but the fact that these two are pretty close together just shows that they're going to be pretty right in terms of it's going to be around that kind of ballpark figure. And this just shows it, again, reiterates that, yeah, this is a really good keyword to go in for. And you probably see here that Helium 10 isn't quite as, user-friendly. It doesn't look quite as, it's not as easy to identify stuff, which is why I recommend using Self-Publishing Titans for this. But there are definitely lots of things later on down the line that I massively recommend you use Helium 10 too. So that's just me showing you that, yes, you can use Helium 10 or Self-Publishing Titans. It's completely up to personal preference. And Self-Publishing Titans here might have a slightly different search volume to Helium 10 because, like I say, this data isn't publicly available. It's all based off estimates. All of these tools will have their own algorithms, but the fact they're very, very close together shows that they are both pretty accurate, and it's going to be somewhere within that ballpark. So let's jump back to the slides and finish off this video. So that was just an example of what I mean when I say you target people who don't yet know they want your book with keywords or ads by using, kind of keywords or phrases. People are searching into Amazon who don't yet show intent to buy your book specifically, but would be interested. People who are searching for Highland Cow gifts are going to be interested in the Highland Cow Bold and Easy coloring book. So that's what I mean by this. But to be honest, the main thing you need to look for here is there demand in the broader niche? And is there a product that you can make to divert that traffic, as I showed you with the Valentine's Day book and also the bold and easy version of the Highland Cow Culling book. So like I say, this part here, this is just the final piece of the puzzle. It isn't a necessity, but it is just a nice to have. As I say, as long as there is existing demand in the broad niche and there's proven opportunity to divert it, then it is going to be a good niche, as I've covered in this video. So before we end this video, I'm going to summarize everything and put it through how we actually applied all of this framework to those examples. So there are two main questions that we need to ask ourselves. Firstly, are people actively buying books or similar products in the broader niche? Now, for the Highland Cow example, yes, there were multiple books in this niche with solid BSRs, loads of Highland Cow Culling books that were doing well, but there were also some that weren't doing so well. And the same with Valentine's. I didn't go into as much detail here, but if you look onto Amazon, you'll see there are some Valentine's Day books that are absolutely killing it and some of them that are doing really terrible. But the fact that there are some books that are killing it in both of these niches is enough for us to say, yes, there is demand within these niches. And therefore, the second question you have to ask yourself is there therefore an opportunity to divert this traffic? Now, going back to the Highland Cow example, yes, although there were 20 plus Highland Cow Culling books, there are only a few that are actually bold and easy. And the fact that these are the ones that are selling the best shows that this is actually what the people want to buy. This is your blue ocean within that whole red ocean of Highland Cow Culling books. This is what you need to target. And it's exactly the same with the Valentine's Day book. The blue ocean is not the Valentine's Day book. The blue ocean is the couples book. And you see how we've strategically found that through this video. On top of this, these Highland Cow books don't have many reviews, so there's a great opportunity to become the niche leader. So at the time of recording this video, this Highland Cow bold and easy niche is a really good niche to go into, because the bold and easy ones are selling well, and actually it's very early on in this niche. There are hardly any reviews going on those books, and this is where it would be your opportunity to go in, create your own, get as many reviews as possible, and become the niche leader. And I know there is so much information to take in this video, but this ultimately is how you make money on Amazon KDP. And then finally, number 3, as a bonus, we also know how to target people who would love a book like this, but don't yet know it exists. People typing in things like Highland Cow gifts would love our book, but they don't yet know the Highland Cow bold and easy book exists, because that's not what they're typing in. They're just looking really broad, and we're trying to appeal to those people. So that is everything you need to know about how to find profitable niches for Amazon KDP book. But the job so far is far from done. Yes, we found a good niche with good demand that we are confident we can break into through a number of strategies that I've mentioned in this video. But rather than just jumping in and creating our book right away, we need to now plan exactly how we're going to take over this niche. The opportunity is absolutely there, but it means nothing if we don't get our execution right. And therefore, in the next lesson, I'm going to show you how you can go from, okay, we know there's a really good potential for this niche. I'm going to show you multiple ways in which you can go into that niche and crush your competition. Hi everyone, so I'm just about to do some niche research to find the next book of my 0 to 100k Amazon KDP account challenge, and I thought while I'm doing this, why not just record the entire thing of me doing it so you can see exactly how I go through the step by step. The reason this isn't in the course is because I wanted the video in the course to be, kind of short. It's not a short video, but as snappy as possible, because this might be a little bit boring to watch through because I'm just going to leave absolutely everything in there. But if you have this video alongside the one in the course, that will give you even more, insight into how I actually do niche research. So what I'm basically going to do, I'm completely starting from scratch here, and I'm just going to literally just do niche research as I would off camera, but just screen record and just basically talk you through all of my kind of thoughts as I go through this. So this could potentially be quite a long video, but I just want to keep everything in there because I think it's going to be super valuable for you. One thing just to say, when you're doing your niche research, sometimes you might find a good niche within 10 minutes, within 20 minutes. Sometimes you might be doing niche research for an hour and not find anything. There's no kind of, set rule of it. But just remember, it's a really important part of KDP, so it's worth putting time into. The tools I'm going to be using here, of course, are obviously what I say in the course. I have my self-publishing Titans app here. I also have Helium 10, and I've literally just got a Google Sheets doc, literally nothing too fancy. I'm just going to put potential niches, why I think it's a good niche, and also my potential strategy to go into this niche. So I'm not going to be speaking, the whole way through, because I'm just going to kind of glance and look through things as I would on my own. But if I find anything and I see some things, I'm just going to, explain my whole thought process going through. So there are two ways you can kind of start when it comes to niche research. You can either look at the bestseller categories, or you can just go in and type in a really broad book. So I'm just going to go for a coloring book here and just see what comes up. This actually might be a little bit too broad. So the first one you can do is either start with coloring book or coloring book for kids or coloring book for adults, and then kind of go down there. It's actually crazy when you just type in coloring book how dominant Coco is in this kind of bold and easy stuff. It has literally taken over the entire of Amazon, which is literally never seen anything quite like this. Is how dominant this kind of book is. This isn't Coco, as you can see. This is somebody else who just kind of jumped on the bandwagon. Again, it's up to you if you want to kind of do this sort of thing. I would generally avoid because it is just so broad. So this isn't actually really helping us because there's no variety really in a lot of these, but we do know bold and easy is definitely some kind of book we're going for. But I did that within the course, so I'm not going to do that for this video. This is just an example here. So I've just typed in coloring book, and then this is kind of how I take the whole process forward. This is a bold and easy coloring book, but it's kind of this idea of trippy and groovy. So it's some kind of like psychedelic kind of coloring book, and this is kind of a potential niche. So therefore, I'm going to now look into this psychedelic kind of coloring book niche, not necessarily bold and easy, but let's just kind of see what else there is. This book is obviously doing extremely well. It hasn't been out for too long, so this is definitely a good sign. This, by the way, is the Helium 10 extension. If you have a Helium 10 membership, which of course I recommend everybody has, you can see how the book is performing over time. And crucially, you can see what happens when, prices change. Let's just go for 90 days here. As you can see at this point here, they actually changed the price from $9.99 all the way down to $9.89, so not a huge change. But let's just say they reduced this by like half price. You would be able to see what kind of impact that has on the BSR. But this book, BSR, has remained pretty stable over the last 90 days. If I go back to a year, it doesn't really tell me a huge amount. As you can see here, it started off pretty high. This was launched, in August the 16th, 2024, and didn't really properly take off until around the end of the month. So it actually took off pretty quickly, this book. I'm assuming they had pretty big marketing and they had a pretty decent email list too. So that's kind of the extension there. I'm going to look through here. It's good to see, a stable graph, because otherwise if it's just, really poor BSRs and then sudden drop, it could be a seasonality thing. But the fact this has been pretty consistent shows that this is kind of an evergreen niche, which is really good too. So we're not necessarily looking at bold and easy designs here. We're kind of looking at trippy and groovy, bold and easy coloring books. So not bold and easy, just trippy and groovy, that kind of psychedelic stuff. And you can kind of see the sort of images here. So these are pretty cool and actually a really, really good idea. So let's go and have a look and see what other kind of books we can see within this niche. So let's go for psychedelic coloring book. So really popular niche, as you can see. Loads of different keywords here: psychedelic coloring book for adults, trippy psychedelic adult coloring book, kawaii psychedelic coloring book, so psychedelic coloring book Easter. I'm actually just more intrigued to see what that looks like. How can you have an Easter psychedelic coloring book? It's these kind of books here. $8.99, not doing too well. So yeah, unsurprisingly, this isn't necessarily a good option. So we're not going to go into that. Trippy girl, so maybe targeting, psychedelic trippy kind of coloring books related to women could be an option. This is 208,000 in books, so it's doing okay, but it's doing nothing kind of major. Anyway, I wasn't looking for Easter anyway. I was just looking to see more out of interest. One thing that's interesting here is kawaii psychedelic coloring book. So this is obviously being searched. Let's go through here and see what kind of comes up. Trippy and groovy psychedelic coloring book for adults and women with 30 mushrooms, aliens, magic world, optical illusions, and more. This, for some reason, the BSR isn't coming up on here. So let's click into this. It's not necessarily to do with kawaii, but it is still this kind of trippy and style of design. 14,000 in books. This is on Amazon.com, by the way. So that's selling pretty well. So again, there's definitely demand in this kind of psychedelic sort of coloring book niche. So if I just go back into self-publishing Titans here and go to Titans Pro, let's type in psychedelic coloring book. Have I even spelt psychedelic right? I probably haven't. Let's go back into here. Search this. So yeah, as you can see, psychedelic coloring book, 3,500 search volume, low results with a really good opportunity score. So this is actually a bit of an anomaly. I've found this niche pretty quickly and looks like it could be a pretty good one. So this is what I'm saying. You should use this tool to kind of supplement your niche research rather than just solely relying on the numbers here. The main thing that should be driving it is sales on Amazon. Are books in this niche making sales? This is a really good sign. January the 24th, 2025, so it's only been out for a little bit. They got a load of 5-star reviews. They definitely had quite an aggressive marketing strategy and also kind of a review strategy. As you can see, they launched it here and it didn't really start picking up until, the 4th or the 5th of March. So it took over a month for this book to really start picking up, which is why I mean, when you're launching your books, just to be a little bit patient. This book is absolutely smashing it. But as you can see, it didn't actually start picking up until over a month after it was published. They're probably being quite aggressive on their ads here and not getting a huge amount in return, but they understood it's a long-term game. Once you hit a certain point, it does start picking up now. So that's just a bit of an insight to you, is you need to be patient when you launch your books. It's not going to be an overnight success. And this book is definitely selling really well too. So this is a good sign. This isn't necessarily the kawaii option. This is just a generic bold and easy coloring book. But if I look into self-publishing titles again here, kawaii psychedelic coloring book is a really good option. As you can see, 10,000 search volume with 272 search results, 7 demand and a 9 score. So this actually is a really good opportunity. And how I've basically found this is I just typed in coloring book initially, as you can see here, and they're pretty dominant by Coco YO. But you need to look into certain themes within these coloring books. I just literally came across here this whole trippy and groovy. I could easily have, come across self-love and then gone down, the whole girl therapy coloring book and looked into those. But, this seems to be a pretty good option just straight off the bat, which is not always the case, but it's really useful for you to see how I've come across this. Let's keep going down into this kawaii psychedelic coloring book. So someone's done one here, kawaii psychedelic bold and easy coloring book, simple, cute, trippy stoner coloring books for adults relaxation. 211,000 in books. This is probably selling a couple of units a day, so it's not actually doing too well. This book here. Let's keep going down. Kawaii psychedelic coloring book, 500,000 in books. This one, 500,000 in books. Let's keep going. Kawaii psychedelic 2. Second one. So I actually would, having looked at this, probably stay away from kawaii psychedelic coloring book, which is what I mean by this is a good tool to have, but it's not necessarily always, 100% accurate. There's nothing more accurate than the actual data on Amazon that you can see here. On paper, with Titans Pro, this looks like it would be a really good niche to go into. But when you actually look at the competition and what's going on Amazon, it doesn't seem to be a hugely popular niche. However, what we are going to do is take some of these ASINs and see if they are actually using ads, because this could potentially be a good way in. We could maybe run ads on our book. And then see if that's an opportunity for us to go into explore. So let's go into this reverse product lookup and see if these are coming up. Remember, it's in the US. And for those of you wondering why I'm in an incognito tab, the reason being, I always recommend doing your niche research in an incognito tab because you haven't got any cookies or Amazon aren't recommending products for you. Ultimately, Amazon show you products that they think you're going to buy. So if you're in an incognito tab, everything is, basic and exactly as it should be, rather than tailored towards what Amazon thinks you're likely to buy. So yeah, always do your niche research in an incognito tab. So let's just run a search on this and then go for, let's scroll down here and see. So this book isn't actually running ads at the moment, which is really interesting. So it's got 211,000 BSR, which is a couple of sales a day. $7.99 is quite cheap. They won't be making a huge amount of royalties from this. But it's definitely an option, and also I don't really consider this to be a kawaii psychedelic book. It's not really kawaii style. So maybe they're not selling too well because they've not actually delivered on what they're saying the book is, but they're also definitely not running ads. So let's go and take this ASIN as well and just pop this one in and see if this one's running ads. And then let's also go back in and see what else there is. This one here, and see if this one is running ads. Search that in. Run new search. Instead of searched it before, because I literally just searched this first one just a second ago, I always just press run new search on Helium 10 when this happens. So 0 paid. So looking at this kawaii psychedelic coloring book, self-publishing titans are showing me that this is potentially a good niche to go into because the data is good. Looking at the actual Amazon data, The books aren't doing amazingly. This book is not selling well. This book is also not selling well. This one is selling okay, actually. So let's go into here and just see if it's having a bad period or if, it's consistently been pretty poor. So let's go into the BSR kind of graph here, because this will basically show us how the book is done. So the performance has been a little bit up and down. The best it's kind of performed is 43,000 in books. It's gone up to like 396k, then back down to 58, 67, 96, 89. So if you're looking at the average of this graph, I would say it's probably sat around 100,000 BSR, which isn't actually too bad if you think about it. Let me just go into the tool section here, and then go for general KDP tools, KDP BSR to sales calculator. Let's just see roughly how this book is performing. So let's look at these 134, 79. I'd probably say actually the average BSR is about 150. It's probably about this kind of level. So 150, 160 kind of BSR. Let's go for 160 and just type this in. So Amazon.com, BSR 160,000. And if we go for the book information, this book is 100 pages and it is priced at $7.99. So let's go into here. 100 pages, book price $7.99. So it's making, let me just go and calculate sales here. It's making around 3 sales per day, 90 sales per month. So it's making $224 per month. And when you consider this book isn't actually advertising or running any kind of paid ads, this is making $224 US dollars profit per month. So actually that's a pretty decent book. And when you consider you could add advertising to this, we could definitely increase our reach and hopefully make more profit than this. So let's just go into this niche and go for kawaii psychedelic. I have absolutely no idea how to spell that. Forgive me. Coloring book. Y. Oh, let's make this bigger. Y. Great score on Publishing Titans. Other. I'm just going to put that as psychedelic. Books are selling well. And kawaii is a suggestion in the search bar. And there's a few books that are doing okay. So my strategy would be here, looking at the current books on the market in this current kawaii psychedelic coloring book. This doesn't really seem like kawaii designs to me. If I just go back here and type in kawaii coloring book, forgive me if I'm wrong with this, but I'm pretty sure kawaii is kind of like bringing eyes and things to life with this sort of thing, this kind of style of book. So as far as I'm aware, this doesn't seem to be too kawaii based. You've got this moon here, looks kind of kawaii, I suppose, but it doesn't really deliver on its proposition necessarily too much. Going into here, actually looking at these images, that definitely does. That's like a cat. So actually, that's probably an incorrect judgment from me. It probably does deliver on what it's doing. Let's just go into the ratings and see what people have said. The designs are so cute, but the paper is not quality at all compared to other books like this. There's also printer streaks, which is very disappointing. Pretty annoying because you can't actually do anything about the paper quality. Let's look into this and see how they've structured the actual book itself. So let's go through. Here's the first page, blank page. It's a bit annoying because you can't see in the sample. I am assuming they have a page and then they're going to have a blank page for bleed through. I would imagine that's probably the case. Annoying like I do with another page here. I don't know whether these are back-to-back. If these images were back-to-back, that would make sense why someone's got a poor review, because if you have images back-to-back, the color's going to bleed through, which is where this could potentially be an issue. So let's just go into my strategy, make sure there are blank pages behind design. No competitors are using ads, so we can outrank them easily. So remember, if anyone types in kawaii psychedelic coloring book, which by the looks of things a lot of people are, we could easily show up first for this because none of these are running ads specifically. When we type this in, the first or the only ad that really comes up is this creepy cutie. None of these are running ads. So if we this suggests to me that this could actually be a pretty cheap keyword because people aren't bidding on it. So if we would come into this niche, I think we could do pretty well because we could just literally sit here or even here. So we're the first book that someone sees. So this is definitely an option for us. I'm going to go here and put this into the niche opportunities section. I'm going to need to tidy this up a little bit afterwards, but that's just the first one. Maybe explore this a little bit more after this video. So that's kind of the first niche that I'm going to potentially find. At this point, I would then go through and, apply a lot more of the things that I've shown in that niche research video. So I'm going to go back and explore that a little bit further. So I'm going to try and get a couple here and then see what we can go in for. But so kawaii is an option for this psychedelic coloring book, but I'm not fully convinced by it. Only because there are a couple here that are kawaii psychedelic books and they're not selling too well. I would give this niche maybe a 7 out of 10. It's probably worth trying and seeing what you can do with it. But obviously the product has to really, really deliver. And one of the things about why this kind of psychedelic coloring book niche could be good, because there's lots of keywords. Trippy R is obviously a keyword that people are typing in. So when it comes to targeting multiple different customers with the same book, the obvious one is to target keywords like psychedelic coloring book, but there's also so many different ways into this. Trippy art, trippy coloring book. There are going to be loads that kind of come up as we make our way through. So there's loads of different targets we can look for with this coloring book. Stoner is another kind of keyword that we could target. So I quite like the idea of this psychedelic coloring book. Let's just go back in and type this in. Let's go back to Titans Pro. Psychedelic coloring book just itself seems to be a pretty good niche. It's interesting how psychedelic coloring book has a significantly higher search volume than kawaii psychedelic coloring book. I'd have imagined this would be a lot more popular, which is why, again, use this data as kind of a supplement. Don't just solely rely on this data because sometimes it might be a little bit inaccurate. But before we move on, I'm just going to put in this kawaii psychedelic coloring book into helium-10's keyword, because if this also shows that it's being searched for a lot, then this tells me that actually these numbers aren't incorrect and it actually is quite popular. So this could be a little bit of a make or break for this niche, and let's see what comes up for this book. It's taken a little bit of time, but it's going to be worth it and this is why I recommend having Titans and Helium-10. A, because Helium-10 allows you to do the reverse ASIN search to see if competitors are using ads, and B, it's just another opinion or another bit of data just to back it up, because I'm a bit suspicious of these numbers. So if Helium-10 is coming back and saying, yeah, you're right to be suspicious, or the numbers actually are pretty similar, then I know that, I have two bits of data rather than one. So kawaii psychedelic coloring book, as you can see, hits 0 search volume, which is really interesting. But then again, this comes through psychedelic coloring book as no search volume as well. So I'm a bit confused as to why Helium-10 actually could be the one that's broken. Stoner moments. Let's look through. Puff pass coloring book. So this is interesting how the data isn't actually pulling through for this, which is a little bit annoying. So I'm a little bit confused as to whether or not this is a good niche to go into. One thing I'm going to quickly do is, this is basically looking at the US research. I always suggest looking for the US because you can make the most royalties if you sell your book in the US. But let's see how these books are doing in the UK. It could also be a UK niche. So here you go. Tripping, groovy, psychedelic coloring books for adults, women with 30 mushrooms or whatever. As you can see, the BSR on the UK is significantly worse. So this book is definitely targeting the US. So this looks like it could be a US-based niche. Let's just go for psychedelic coloring book and see what comes back. Still a couple of these books. This one is doing 5,000 BSR, 51,000, 245,000, 91,000, 471. So I would say this is definitely more of a US-based niche. I actually wouldn't go into this if it was in the UK. A 54k UK BSR is nowhere near as good as a US BSR. If I just go back into here, let's go for US. If I go for 54,000, calculate sales. In an Amazon.com, that's 6 sales per day. But if I go to Amazon.co.uk, if I can find it, exactly the same BSR on that. is less than 1 sale per day. So yeah, this is definitely not a UK based niche. Let's go back and change this to .com. Definitely a US niche. So I think this could be an option. Just general psychedelic coloring books seem to do pretty well. Bold and groovy coloring books, 34,000, 759. This has absolutely smashed it. Let's just look into this, because this book has obviously done something right. So the first thing I'm noticing here is a KDP book, independently published, 759 in books. So these guys are, I'm almost certain, running ads. So one way we can look into this niche here is, yes, this one's doing really well. It's going to be hard to knock off. This trippy and funky, bold and groovy coloring book is doing okay too, 34,000 BSR. Let's go for 34,000, Amazon.com. And it is currently listed for $6.99. I'm actually not too bothered about that. This is making 10 sales per day. Let's just make this $6.99. $567. So this one's performing pretty well as well, but nowhere near as good as this one. So we just keep going through and we type in psychedelic coloring book. This is the niche leader. It's ranking first in ads and also ranking first organically. So this is an incredible book at $9.99. So this basically is an example here. Someone has obviously seen this book doing well and pretty much tried to copy it, which is an interesting strategy. This is the one I'm pretty sure we were just looking at. And it seems to have done pretty well, because you consider this is now 14,000 in books and it's priced at $7.99. So 14,000 in books, 19 sales a day, and it's priced at $7.99. This book's making $1,419 every single month. I don't know if that's profit or not, because we're not sure if they're running ads. Yeah, they are running ads, so it's hard to say how much profit they're making, but this is definitely a good book. So this is shown here that you can compete with a book like this in a niche. You know, this is by far the niche outlier. It's been up for longer. It's better, ranking. It's more expensive. So as you can see, this one here is still performing better than this book, which is what I say in the course. It's not about just being the cheapest book on the market. This book is $2 more, but someone's coming across this and they're seeing these two books here. They're thinking, okay, well, this one is $2 cheaper, but this one is, 278 5-star reviews. So because it's just got so much more social proof, this book is basically untouchable. What this book has done, it's actually applied one of the strategies I teach in the course. It's thought, okay, let's try and mimic this book, but just make it a little bit cheaper, but still affordable. So I would imagine over time, these people are making this cheap just to start with. Remember, $7.99 is definitely cheaper than this, but I would say this is okay. If you're going to undercut someone, make sure you're still making a decent amount of royalties, because if this was $7.99 here and then this one was like $4.99, that's an example of where I wouldn't undercut, because it's just not worth selling a product for $4.99. In this case, the niche leader was high enough where you could potentially come under. So this one's doing 14K in books. This one is 759 in books. So if we just compare what those basically means, 14K in books is 19 sales a day. Was it 749 BSR, 191 sales per day. So it's literally 10xing its sales. So this is what I mean by, if you're the niche leader, don't be worried about your price. It will stay strong. But an option, if you're looking to break into a niche like this, is just try and undercut them and pick up as much as, that excess demand as you possibly can. Because the vast majority of people will see this, they see the reviews and they'll buy this one, but maybe 20 or 30% of those people will actually go ahead and buy this one instead. So it's so clear that this book has literally been, inspired by this one. So I would actually say, based on how well these two books are performing, there is definitely room for another trippy and groovy, bold and easy coloring book. So this is definitely an option for us. So let's just go into niche opportunities here. Trippy and groovy coloring book. We might not call ours trippy and groovy. We might call ours something else. Let me just type in one thing to be wary of here. Trippy and groovy is obviously something that this book has called their initial book. This person's only called it because, this person's called it the same thing. So trippy and groovy is probably going to come up as a keyword, trippy and groovy coloring book, but it's probably like this because they're looking specifically for this book here. So here's another thing to look at. This is why I think this is a really good niche to go into, because Trippy and Groovy coloring book, you can see this is the niche leader. Here is another book, $7.99. They are running ads, 112,000 BSR. This cover is pretty poor, not actually very good. I don't really want to click on the ad because I think it's bad. Just clicking into people's ads, they don't want them to spend money, even though these are potentially going to be a competitor. Just a bit of a bad way of doing things. But their book isn't necessarily that good. I don't think their designs are kind of on brand. They're not very simple. They're a little bit complex. And their front cover is definitely not good. So I actually would be surprised that this book is actually selling. But it's still got 112,000 BSR. So if I go into here and type in 112,000, calculate sales, this is making 3 sales per day with a book price $7.99. Again, $224 per month. So looking at this Trippy and Groovy art book, we could do a significantly better book than this. So if we're looking to come into this niche, I would say we're going to be doing much better job than this book has done, which is a great sign, because if this book is not doing a great job, and it's still 112k BSR, it's selling 3 units per day, that shows us that if we're making a better version, we can make even more money than this one. And I also think we could probably potentially overtake this book too, if we deliver on the book. Just looking at this one here, $5.99. So this is what I mean by pricing your book correctly. I see this book here and it's trippy and groovy and it's not selling too well. So you might be looking at this thinking, okay, why is this book not selling well? There's probably a couple of reasons for that. Firstly, $5.99. It's extremely cheap. For me, this undervalues the book. I consider this book to be not as high quality, as these other ones, because it is just so cheap. And this is what I mean by cheaper isn't always better. They've also failed to put a space with in their title. No spacing with frogs here. So they've taken no care over the title. So again, if they're not taking care over their book title, how much care are they going to be taking over their book? I'm going to suggest not a lot. So this is an example of someone who's tried to come into the niche and just completely, miss the whole point of it. If you're going to do this, at least do a good job of it. Put your title correctly. Why is this not capitalized, capital M? Why is this not a capital here? Why is there not a space here? Because these are all capital letters. These are all capital letters. And is different. You can put and as lowercase. But it's just no consistency. This looks terrible. I really don't understand how someone can go through the effort and put together a book like this and, be so lazy with their title, which is a great sign for us. I think their book cover is okay. I think their typography is horrible. They could definitely improve on that. This book generally hasn't done well. It's actually only recently made a sale, got up to 4 million in books, made a sale back down to 200k. So this book isn't doing brilliantly well. They do have A+ content, but again, their images aren't necessarily that great, I don't think. And obviously they've got no reviews either. So that's another reason why this book isn't doing so well. So I wouldn't really see this as legitimate competition. So we're actually at the moment in this niche only competing against this book here. I'm not sure why the rank's not putting through on the extension for that one. And we're also competing against potentially this one here, trippy art. That could be another keyword. Again, this book's absolutely smashing it. This book here and this book here. So we're only really competing against 3, maximum 4 kind of books in this niche. And when you consider they're all doing pretty well, I would say that's definitely a good opportunity here. This one, Trippy and Groovy, 50 Designs to Color. This is 351k BSR, so it's maybe selling probably roughly a unit a day. It's always important to go in here and look and see why these books aren't selling so well, because on paper, this is a Trippy and Groovy coloring book for adults. It's basically psychedelic designs. Why is this one 351k, yet these ones are doing so much better? Firstly, I think the cover is not as good, as these covers here, as you can see. But there could be another reason why this book isn't doing too well. So when you're doing your niche research, it's really important to look into all of these competitors and understand why they are and why they aren't making sales or doing particularly well. $6.99, it's probably about as low as I would suggest anyone ever goes for a KDP book. I definitely wouldn't go any lower. Looking at their actual designs, nowhere near as good as the other designs. Let me just compare it to another one. Let's go for the niche leader. I'll compare it to this one. As you can see, these designs are just significantly better. Let me go back to here than these ones. They follow a more, simple style, although they're quite complicated here. They just look a lot more appealing, and they've got backgrounds and that kind of thing. Not a huge amount in it, but I think like this, for example, is just a really weird image to have. So, the interior pages aren't terrible. The front cover also isn't terrible. So it's interesting to see why this book maybe isn't doing so well. Let's go and see some of the other reviews. I need to sign into Amazon, which is annoying to see that, which obviously incognito I don't. A lot going on. These images definitely give a trippy psychedelic vibe. However, I wouldn't recommend this for teens, as it somewhat indicate getting stones or being high with one image outright shows it. The line consistency is also rather off, with some images being very thick and some rather fine. Lastly, most of the images are quite wild with a lot happening, but there are some pages that look like fillers with extremely simple and basic images. So pretty much what I said here, as you can see, it's a bit weird because you've got this design which is crazy complicated, and then this one is just super simple. Whereas you look at these, they're all kind of similar patterns. So this is good news for us because it shows that people are buying this book, but this book hasn't actually delivered, which is why it's really important, as I say, when you're making a KDP book, to actually deliver on the book itself. Let's see what other the reviews are saying. The target age of this book, according to the product description, is 12 to 18 years of age. Many of the imagery of this book isn't suitable for teens or kids, as it leans into the trippy aspect of indicating a lot of these images are somewhat hallucinates, seeing if they are on a trip. So basically what this book has done is it hasn't targeted a specific kind of, age. Trippy and groovy, this is going to be a niche that I would definitely say is related to adults only. Teens, I also understand, especially if they've put 12-year-olds, definitely shouldn't be interested in this kind of thing. I'm 27 and I'm personally not really interested into this kind of stuff in life, but it makes for a good KDP niche, so why not? So this is actually really fair, and could be why this book isn't doing so well, because it doesn't necessarily differentiate between teens and adults. Let's see if the other books are that. Let's have a look. Coloring book for adults. See, they haven't mentioned teens. This is just for adults. And let's have a look at this one. Adults and women. So again, adults and women. So a big reason why this book potentially isn't doing so well is because it's trying to do teens and adults. And this is driving some poor reviews. And the reason why this book probably isn't selling well is this has a 4-star review, which is usually okay, in a niche. But when you're compared against these books that have 5-star reviews and significantly more of them, this is why this book isn't performing well. So hope that's really useful for you to see exactly why, how I look into a certain, book and see why it's doing well. I would basically say there's a couple of reasons why this book isn't doing too well. Firstly, it's trying to target adults and teens. Psychedelic, kind of getting high books, it shouldn't be recommended for teenagers. So absolutely a mistake that they've done there. Also looking at their designs, this is just not the same theme as this. They're just so confusing. This is a really complicated and intricate design, whereas this is just very basic, and so is this one. So their designs are also inconsistent. They've actually also got some good A+ content there. I will say that I actually really like this 8.5 by 8.5 inches. I think they've absolutely smashed the A+ content. But ultimately, the fall down for this book is that they're just not for all ages, as you can see here. This person mentioned age, I'm pretty sure too, and then this one is age. So great sign for us. I wouldn't necessarily see this as competition. I would see this as a really good opportunity, because this book has definitely sold well while still not really delivering on what it needs to do. Let's see how the BSR has performed. So this book at some point has got down to 86,000 BSR, 118 there, went up to 500k, went up to 64k. So I would say the average is kind of around 250k. But it has shown that you can get pretty low with this. So this is another good sign about this niche. So we're going to be a better product than this one. So when I'm looking at me potentially coming into this niche, this is going to be the niche leader. We're probably not going to be able to overtake this, but I think we could definitely do very similarly to what this book is doing here. If I was to make this book, I would probably price it also at $7.99. And I would make a different kind of cover. I would maybe lean into this van with the kind of trippy side of things, but I'd have a completely different cover, because if you have a different cover color, ours is going to stand out. Let's imagine we had ours very similar to this, and ours was like a blue one. Psychologically, if I'm looking at this and I'm seeing 2 pink ones and a blue one, the blue one's just going to catch my eye. And if I'm looking at the 2 pink ones, I'm going to buy the better pink one. This one I think actually could do with changing its cover to a different kind of style. So that's definitely a potential option for us. So let's go back into this niche finder here. Why similar books are doing well, and even the ones that have executed poorly are selling a little bit. My strategy, I would say, come in with high quality designs and a different front cover color than pink. Let's also just go through these books. Was it this first one? Yeah, this one and also this one. Let's go to here. Take this ASIN and let's go to reverse product lookup. Type this one in and this one and type this in. So one thing just worth mentioning here is, although I've just taken it off the tab, but the Helium 10 had no search results for the psychedelic coloring book, or it was low search results. This is what I mean by just use data as a supplementary bit of information. Ultimately, the most important data is the Amazon data. If books are selling, it doesn't really matter what the Helium 10 or self-publishing titans are saying, because the proof's in the pudding. These books are selling well, and sometimes that data can be potentially a little bit inaccurate, but they're definitely still worth having because it allows you to have this second opinion. Helium 10 as well, the main reason why you should have it is this Cerebro feature here. And self-publishing titans, I actually think this is good because this definitely shows opportunity. I do think this search results is a little bit high, but again, I could be wrong. The data could actually be more accurate than I'm thinking it is, but we don't necessarily know, which is why it's always important to balance this kind of data with what you're actually seeing on Amazon. So going to the Cerebro, let's have a look at these two. So basically what I've done, taken the ASINs of the competitors we're going against. So let me go to here. It's these two books, this ASIN and this ASIN. They're obviously running ads because, it's a sponsored thing here. Let's go and see, how aggressively they are running ads. So 131 paid keywords coming up for these books. So yeah, running ads quite aggressively. What we can do here is we can go into this. So if I was going to make a book in this niche, what I would do is these are all the keywords that this book is ranking for, 2,034 keywords. And this is why Helium 10, in my opinion, is just an absolute must when it comes to Amazon KDP. If you do want to have that, I do have a link on the video in the course. And if you use my link, you can also get a 20% discount off Helium 10. So I would, if you're going to do it, make sure you use that because it also supports me and also helps you get a cheaper price. I'll export this to Frankenstein as I showed you in the course, and let's see what comes of this. So basically what Frankenstein is going to do, it's going to take all 2,034 of these keywords. As you can see, all of the keywords here, and we're just going to go for one word / phrase per line, and we're going to have the include word frequency count and then sort by frequency. So when it comes to filling the 7 backend keyword boxes, here are all of the keywords that I would basically put in those 7 keyword boxes. All of these, as long as they're related to the book. So these at the moment seem to be. Let's just say there was one that said like football. I wouldn't include that because that's obviously just somehow pulled from somewhere else. But so do go through and put some of these into your backend listing. So this is why Helium 10 is so good, because that's pretty much the backend keyword box is done. If I just go back into here and refresh this, let's go and see what a lot of these keywords are saying. All of these. So that's how you would use Frankenstein. If I go back into Cerebro, look at all of these phrases here and the search volume, 248 searches a month, 224. These are literally exact phrases. We can just go ahead and copy and paste and literally put in our ad campaign. So I would basically make the book in this niche and go pretty ham on a lot of these keywords in my ads. Remember, ads are going to be where you really get a lot of the initial traction from. So here are some incredible keywords that we can use in our ads. One other thing you could do is maybe you could filter it. So let's just go to the filters. Let's go for keyword sales, search volume. So we want maybe at least 200 searches. And then let's go for, where is the number for books we're competing against, competitor ranking, number of competitors, ASIN max. It's not that. Let's have a look. Scroll down here. Keyword sales, sponsored ASINs, competing products. So There we go, competing products. I know it was there somewhere, but I just couldn't find it. Let's just say the max competing products. The average here seems to be pretty high. So let's just go for maximum number of competing products of 500. And let's apply these filters and see what comes back, if any. So 194 keywords have come back. So when we're looking at using ads, we basically want to have keywords in our ads. There's two kind of keywords you want. Ones that have just ridiculously high search volume that are related, and those that have decent search volume and pretty low competition. So all of these basically have less than 500 competing products and over 200 search volume. So these are going to be really good keywords that we just go ahead, copy and paste, and just stick straight into our ad campaigns. So that's basically how I would approach this. If we just go to reset these filters, clear, and then just go for search volume minimum of, let's go for the big ones, minimum of 500 searches per month, and just apply these filters. It's going to pull back some non-related keywords for this. And if I just search this by, if I sort it by, search volume down. As you can see, the biggest one is coloring book, 224,000 searches a month, which is crazy. Let's look for the first one that has, related keyword. Cocoa Wire coloring book gets searched 73,000 times a month. Cocoa Wire is a brand. Like, this is just absolutely insane how much traffic this book is getting. I would say by far the most successful brand ever on KDP. But let's keep looking down. We're looking for the most highly searched related keyword specifically for our book. So coloring book for adults is related to our book, but we're looking for something like trippy or psychedelic based. And it's usually going to take a little bit longer. Stoner coloring book, here you go. 13,206. This is absolutely a keyword you would go pretty aggressive with on your ad campaigns. Helium 10 have a suggested PPC bid of 60 cents. So this is actually a really, really good bid to go for. Let's keep going down. Stress relief, relaxation, adult little corner, alcohol marker, stoner moments. That must be the name of a title. Yeah, stoner moments here. Keep going. See what else we've got. Horror activity, stoner girl coloring book. That's quite surprising how that's so high. So basically, you're looking at the highest search volume keywords here. Another thing you can do in Helium 10. I hate the word psychedelic because I can never spell it. Let me just copy this. So what we're now basically saying with this filter is give us keywords with search volume of at least 500. And I want to, if I can find the right box, where's it gone? We don't want to exclude keyword. We want to include the keyword phrases containing psychedelic. Let's go in and put that in. Press apply filters. As you can see, here are the psychedelic related keywords with more than 500 searches. Psychedelic mushrooms, psychedelic coloring book. So yeah, unsurprisingly, there's not a huge amount with psychedelic in it. Let's just change this to trippy. Let's see what comes up with that. A few more. So these are the highest, search volume keywords. So yeah, I would definitely say this is a good niche to go into. This psychedelic, trippy and groovy coloring book. I think this is definitely a niche to go into. And actually, I think I might go into this niche myself. And what I think is going to be really useful for you to see is, now I've done this niche research for this book. I think it's one that I'm going to go into and actually do. And I can actually show you every single step of me bringing this book to life if you think that's going to be useful. So yeah. That's basically how you do keyword research, niche research. Annoyingly, well, not annoyingly, but I found that pretty quickly. So it's not usually that easy or that quick to find that kind of niche, but I seem to just stumble across it. Let's go back in and start from scratch and see if I can find any other potential avenues, because that was very easy for me to go in and just find that. It was just a good day. Lucky. Sometimes it's like that. Sometimes it takes a little bit longer. So let's go into coloring book here, type this in, and see what else we've got. So I'm not going to make this video too long, so I'm not going to go into another full in-depth look of another niche. Swearing is caring. So potentially swearing coloring books, that could be an option. Let's click it. Oh, damn it, it's a sponsored ad. Apologies if whoever's book that was. Swearing coloring book, spooky. Again, it's just crazy how much is Cocoa Wire. 100 bold and easy. This is done well. I wouldn't recommend this.
The reason why this book has done well is Jade Summer. She's well known on Amazon, has a huge mailing list. So yeah, that's why hers is absolutely smashing it. Tiny Gardens, Ocean Scene. It's actually crazy how dominant this style of coloring book now is. Literally a year ago, it was all books that looked like this. Everyone is getting on the this kind of style of coloring book. Hygge Delights. Hygge actually is a Danish word, I'm pretty sure. It basically means, like, if anyone's watching this who's Danish, you're probably going to correct me, but it's like calm, cozy kind of vibes. It's a native word. I learned that from one of my Danish friends out here in Bali, so that could be another option to look into. Let's see what else we've got. Cosmetics coloring book. It's Coco Wyo, so that's why it's doing so well. Any book from Coco Wyo, don't necessarily look too much into the niche itself. They could produce a chair stand coloring book, something so boring, and it'd probably absolutely smash it. So let's just look into this as a potential option. Veggie Life, vegetables coloring book, crazy. Not Coco Wyo, so another option here. Adult Swear coloring book, they're obviously quite popular. So Fuzzy Hygge. So again, Hygge could be an option for a kind of coloring book. Let's go through all of these individually. So the first one is a swearing. So let's go for swearing coloring book. But yeah, a lot of options here, which is good. Type in swearing coloring book and see what comes up. Swearing cat. So look at all of these. Lots of these fruity language in some of these. This is definitely a lot more competitive than the previous niches that I've showed you. It's kind of a classic KDP book. Probably would avoid this case just because there's so many of them. Let's go to Titans and type in swearing coloring book. Let's see what comes back. I would say it's probably not going to be as promising. Swearing coloring book for adults has an opportunity score of 9. So this actually looks pretty good. Swearing coloring book for teens. So this could be a niche where there is a lot of competition, but there is clearly a lot of demand as well. So bold and easy swear word coloring book, 18,000 in books. Let's keep going down. Swearing cats. And where's this come from? Why is this such a popular niche? It's a little bit weird. Swearing, that's exactly my thinking. If people are doing swearing cats, is there going to be a swearing dogs kind of coloring book? So this is how you kind of niche down here. With this, we've got two options. We can either go for a swearing coloring book, and let's have a look at this one, see what they've done differently. It's been out for just over a year. What are they doing with theirs? Let's have a look at their book and see if they're running ads. I would imagine this book is running pretty aggressive ads. I'm not going to lie to you. This is an example of a book that's probably seen that the swearing niche is doing pretty well, and they've thought, okay, let's go for a bold and easy style of here and have a different kind of cover to everyone else's. This pops, it stands out. So it's a really good cover in quite a popular niche, but they probably thought, okay, really high demand, it's going to be hard to rank in here. Let's just go aggressive and go ham on the ads. Yeah, as you can see, this book alone, 188 paid keywords that are pulling back. So that's literally exactly what they've done. So your options here for this niche could be, let's go for a swearing coloring book. I would probably go for the bold and easy style just because it's so popular at the moment. So again, looking for other bold and easy swearing coloring books. Bold and easy coloring books for adult swearing. It's just another way of typing it in. Yeah, shock. This book comes up first. Swearing therapy. Similar, not doing very well though, but although it's not exactly what we're going for. Swear word coloring book, bold and easy. So this is what I mean by kind of pivoting in really popular niches. Swearing coloring book, so popular, you can't just produce like any kind of swearing coloring book. Some people have tried to go into cat, some people have gone into bold and easy. If this was me, I would go for the bold and easy, and I would gonna have to go pretty aggressive with the ads on this. Definitely an option though, because this is a bold and easy one. We're competing against one, What's another one we're competing against? There's not a huge amount. So we're taking away quite a lot of that competition just by going bold and easy. And to be honest, anything bold and easy these days is just an absolute banker. This one, 18,000 in books. So this is doing really well as well. So yeah, here's potentially another niche. Let's go for bold and easy swearing coloring book. Why? Swearing. Wow, this is quite an adult themed bit of niche research. We've got psychedelics and then we've got swearing. It's not, I promise it's not usually like this. Swearing coloring book. So these are all going to be adults. Don't ever have this for kids. You have a duty not to be making books like this for children. Swearing coloring book are selling like hotcakes, and even though competition is high, there is still room. And there's still room because if you look at the bold and easy ones, they're still selling pretty well. So that's an option number one. Bold and easy niche. So my strategy, bold and easy designs with aggressive ads to rank. Great. That's basically the strategy. So that's another one, bold and easy swearing. Let's go for swearing cats. Again, crazy how many swearing cat books there are. You sometimes get really random weird niches like this. But they were doing pretty well, to be fair. 6,000, 57, 26. So this tells me there is a demand for swearing books. People have gone for, okay, swearing book, let's go for swearing cats. If people are enjoying swearing cats, there's a chance people are also going to enjoy swearing dogs. Because, yeah, it's a different audience. You know, it's tale as old as time. What do people prefer, cats or dogs? Cat lovers usually hate dogs. Dog lovers usually hate cats. Sometimes people like this, like both. So these people wouldn't necessarily always be interested in a swearing dogs coloring book. But what this has done is it's proven that it's taken a niche of swearing coloring book, and if you apply that to an animal, it can still sell well. So let's go for swearing dogs and just see. A lot less demand for this, but again, that could be a good sign because we could be pioneers in this niche. Swearing dogs coloring book, let's search this in. Bite Me Swearing Dogs adult coloring book, 100,000 in books. This one is not related. Swearing Dogs, 625,000. This doesn't look necessarily too good. This one, not a great design. Again, it's been out for a while. Probably old style of books. So I would actually say this is potentially a good niche. None of these have any reviews. So this one has reviews and it's selling 100,000 units per, 100,000 BSR. It was 103,000 4 sales per day, and it's $7.99. So I've got so many tabs open here. $7.99. Let's have a look at the size, the royalties. Good A plus content like that. Again, these aren't bold and easy, so we could go for a bold and easy swearing, dog swearing coloring book. 44 pages again. That's such a small book. This book's going to get bad reviews. 44 pages in the coloring book is just not enough. Really good sign for us. So people are searching in swearing dogs coloring book. This is the best book on the market. It's got 44 pages and it's still selling pretty well, which is an incredible sign for us. Let's go back. And it's not running ads because, well, I'm going to double check it, but I'm pretty sure it's not because it's not coming up as a sponsored product. Let me just double check that that's going to be right. Put this in, get keywords, and see what goes on. Yeah, no keyword, no paid keywords. Swearing dogs coloring book, a good niche. Swearing dogs coloring book. Why? Swearing, coloring, demand. Demand is huge. And this is a sub niche of this. Swearing cats has paved the way already for swearing animals. So basically, the swearing cats books are doing well. It's basically showed that there's an opportunity for swearing animals coloring books. My strategy is going to be run ads, because competition is low and quality is also low. This looks like a pretty low hanging fruit of a niche, because this is literally the only one we're competing against. Let's go into here, swearing dog coloring book. Not a huge amount of search volume. Interesting. Dog coloring book do. So again, some of these people will be interested in swearing dogs coloring book. So don't necessarily just focus on the main keyword. Think about some other keywords in there as well. Yeah, definitely a good option. So swearing dogs, good option that we can definitely go into. Pretty confident with that. So again, that's another niche I've found. Swearing is caring. Let's go for the other one that I opened, Hugger Delight. So if I go for HYGGA, Hugger coloring book, loads and loads of books like this. Probably a little bit more competitive. Yeah, I'm actually just going to leave this because there's already quite a few Hugger coloring books, so I'm not going to go into that. Cosmetics coloring book. And I'm doing this with coloring books, but you could do this exact process with activity books or word search books or whatever you want. Let's have a look. Cosmetics, easy coloring book. Okay, so there's quite a few books doing this already, and they're not doing too well. This has 121 reviews and only 200k BSR. This is a case of Coco Wyo just absolutely dominating the niche. $7.99, can't really compete with that, especially with that brand name and how many reviews it's got. I would say this is potentially not a good option. If I was to spend a bit more time on this, maybe rather than going for cosmetics, type in like makeup or other ways of kind of saying this and maybe going that way. But this video is already long enough. I don't want to go into too much. And then veggie coloring book. See what comes up here. Veggie Life again, seems to be quite a few more. Fruit and vegetables, Veggie Life. What else have we got? Kawaii fruits and veggies, not doing too well, but again, probably not really delivered. It's only a 4-star rating. This could be an option, fruit and vegetables. This is something I can leave. I'm actually not going to go into myself. I'm going to leave you guys to go if you want to go into this niche here, because I think it could be a good option. 104k here without any reviews, and it's only just gone live. Fruit and veggies, easy coloring book. So fruit and veggies could be a good niche to go into. So maybe look at the things I've done here. I'm actually going to go into these niches myself. It's up to you if you want to go into them. I'd probably say please don't, because, well, you can if you want to, but I've found these. I'm going to go into these myself. The point is not to just copy what I'm doing. You're entitled to do whatever you want to do, but you're not actually learning anything if you're going to go through and just copy the stuff I'm doing. But I'm going to give you a hint that maybe look into this fruit and veggies option, because again, $9.99, no reviews, selling pretty well. This could definitely be a good niche to go into. So yeah, that is basically how I would do niche research. I know that's a long video and I've covered a lot in it, but I hope there's going to be super value in this. If you have any questions, please do let me know either in the community or down below this video. And yeah, I hope you enjoyed this video and you found a lot of use from it. So now we know exactly how to conduct KDP niche research. We want to make sure we're actually capitalizing on these opportunities. So in this video, I'm going to show you exactly how to crush your competition and capitalize on these good KDP niche opportunities. Now, crushing your competition. Once you've found a good niche, that's just one part of the puzzle. It's now imperative that you deliver the best product possible. Now, how do you do that? Simply, you make your book cheaper than everybody else. Is the worst advice that anybody can give you. That is not how you crush your competition on Amazon KDP. There are a number of ways you can actually improve your offering and crush the competition. Firstly, you can create a better quality product. Secondly, you can get more reviews. Thirdly, you can actually have a better product listing altogether. And finally, you can be strategic with targeting with your Amazon ads. And if you notice here, all of these 4 strategies have absolutely everything to do with improving your offering. They have nothing to do with reducing your price. A key message I want to get across with the way to sell your books on Amazon KDP is not to reduce your price. There are times and situations when lowering your price is relevant. I will touch on all of that in this course. But for 99% of the time, to sell a book, it's not about making it as cheap as possible. You need to make sure you're improving your offering as much as possible. That's the difference between people who are making hardly any money on KDP and people who are making pretty much all of it. You keep your price as high as you possibly can, and you justify your pricing through these 4 things. And I'm going to show you exactly how to do all of these in more detail in this video. So let's start off with a better quality product. Whenever you make an Amazon KDP book, you should do so with the intention of it being the best quality book on the market. This is a non-negotiable. Going all the way back to the start, we're talking now about quality over quantity. Previously, it was a case of, just upload some pretty average books, get as many of them out as possible. You'll make some sales on some and not so many on the other, and it will just add up and be good for you. That is not the strategy to use. You want to be focused on quality and being the best quality book on the market in any niche at all times. You're probably asking, how on earth do you do that? And it's actually quite straightforward. The best way to do this is to analyze reviews on your competition. Look at what are people saying they loved about the book and what are they saying that they hated. Very simply, just include all of the things that they loved and avoid all of the things that they hated. So here is an example of a couple of reviews from a Highland cow coloring book. Now I'm going to go through both of these in detail and show you exactly what I mean. So this first review gave it a 3 star. So again, it just shows that there is room for improvement within books in this niche. And they've said, I got this as a gift for Christmas. The book is AI generated with unusual details such as headless birds and textures that make it difficult to color. For example, the picture shown has 2 hooves, one on 1 foot, and the birds have no heads. The book can be fun to color with a wide variety of 30 plus cow-related images in various interesting settings, but the images are not drawn by a real person and designs require checking for strange, difficult to color details before being used in future books. Some issues with the grammar there, I think, at the end. And this final one here, the quality is very bad, the pages are very thin, and the drawings are not printed very well. What can we get into both of these reviews? Well, let's firstly look at the negatives. As you can see here, Emma has pointed out a number of negatives within the book that she's basically saying, I really wanted this book to be good, but these are the things that I just didn't want in there. Firstly, the book is AI generated with unusual details. Again, this just reiterates the fact that bold and easy is the way forward within this niche. As you can see here, this is not a bold and easy design. She doesn't want AI generated images with really unusual details because ultimately it makes it difficult to color. As you can see here, this is not bold and easy. It's quite a difficult page to color. And she's literally telling us, as someone who could potentially make a book, please make them easy to color in. That's literally what she's telling us. And again, she said here, difficult to color the details. So she's literally reaffirmed the fact she wants easy to color, simple designs. And she has also mentioned something she did like about the book, however, which is that she liked various and interesting settings within the book. So taking from this review, what we know, if we're making our own book, just from one review, all of this information we're getting is she's saying it doesn't need to be super complicated. We don't want it to have really difficult designs to color in. But if we do want to make it good, let's have some cool, interesting backgrounds and some settings to our book. So if I'm reading this and I'm going into the bold and easy coloring book niche or the Highland cow bold and easy coloring book niche, I'm super happy because I know she's literally saying she wants bold and easy designs. And she's also telling me how I can make my product better. We'll have bold and easy designs with bold and easy backgrounds and interesting settings for the cows to be in. This is exactly what I mean. This is one review. There are hundreds of reviews on books within this niche, and that's just how much information you can get from one review. Just think how much information and detail you can get from all of them. Customers are literally telling you exactly how to be the best book in a niche. And again, finally here, the quality is very bad. The pages are very thin. Now, actually, this isn't something that we can actually deal with ourselves. Our pages are going to be exactly the same thickness because Amazon KDP books all are. But what we can infer from this is the pages are thin and therefore the colors may be bled through into the page behind. So we can make sure when we're making our book that we have maybe a page behind the image that basically just left blank or just says page left blank to prevent color bleed through, to ultimately prevent colors bleeding through the page. So again, she is telling us what she wants our book to include. And this is exactly how you create the best quality product in a niche. Listen to what the customers are saying. These are the people that are going to be buying your books. These are the people that are going to be giving you their money. You want to listen to what they have to say. So as I say, people are literally telling you what they want your book to include. Now, as you can see, following customer reviews is by far the best way to come up with a superior product, but there are also some really obvious changes you can make too. You don't need customers to tell you how you can make these better. You could potentially have more images. So if loads of other competitions only have like 30 images in there, maybe you can have 50 or you could have 60. Again, it's important to remember this whole blue red ocean strategy. Yes, you want more images, but you don't want to have so many to the point where, you're diluting your profit margins. But again, just use this sensibly. It's quite an obvious one. Can you make, more images in a coloring book? To a point, more images you have to color in, the better the quality of the book, the more you can charge. Additional content, so facts or activities. So again, going back to here, if it's a coloring book with Highland cows there and you have the page behind it being blank, because you don't want if you have back-to-back coloring pages, the colors will bleed through and it will look weird. So maybe every right-hand page you have a coloring image, and then every left-hand page, rather than just leaving it blank for color bleed through, you could add in like a short fact about Highland cow. So that way, A, you're dealing with the issue of color bleeding through, and B, you're adding more value to the book. It's a double-edged sword. You're winning on both fronts there. Of course, a better quality cover. Some of the covers on Amazon KDP are absolutely terrible, and having a better quality cover is just such an easy way of standing out from your competition. So there are just some really easy, obvious, like low-hanging fruits to improve your offering, as well as everything that the customers are telling us. So ultimately, the better quality your product is, the more you can charge for it, and ultimately, the more therefore you can make. And that's why it's really important, in order to crush the competition, you're having a better quality product. Now, on to the next one, which is getting more reviews. Again, quite obvious. The more reviews you have, the more people trust your book over someone else's, regardless of the price. And this is the key thing I want to mention here, regardless of price. Reviews are king. Price really doesn't matter. Once books have a solid number of reviews, it's very hard to displace them as niche leaders. And that's why in a niche where lots of competitors have a low number of reviews, building yours up is the fastest way to become the dominant book in your niche. So going back to that Highland cow example, in Bold and Easy, there's one book there with no reviews and 2 Bold and Easy books with just 1 5-star review. If we go in there, easily build up 5 or 6 reviews that are all 5-star, 4-star plus, we're easily going to become the niche leader in there because we have the most reviews. People will start trusting us more, and we can start charging more for our product. This is why reviews are also so important when it comes to crushing your competition in Amazon KDP. So here's just an example of what I mean here. This Highland cow example, these are the 2 main ones that actually have reviews. There was a third one that was doing quite well, but it had 0 reviews, so it's even less likely to be competition for us here. As you can see, 1 5-star review and then 1 5-star review. Both of these books, can easily be overtaken in reviews, and they're £8.39. So these books are doing really well. This niche opportunity now at the time of recording literally is an absolute gold mine. So I hope someone watching this video goes ahead and capitalizes on that if it is still there. I'll leave that for you completely as a free, niche for you to go into. And this just shows how easy it would be to break into here. Because if you had a book that was very similar to these, it's a Highland cow Bold and Easy, you'd probably have a different kind of color of front cover because you don't want to blend in with these two. And let's just say yours had 7 5-star reviews. When someone looks at it, they're not even going to consider buying these two. They're going to go ahead and just buy yours without even really thinking about it, because you are backed up by reviews. And the fact that these books are still doing well with very little reviews just shows exactly what I'm talking about and why this niche is such a good opportunity. Now, the next way to crush your competition is being strategic with ads. Now, ads, as I showed you in the end of the last video, offer a backdoor entry into a niche. If you can find keywords that your competitors aren't targeting, then you are reaching a relevant audience that they aren't, and this gives you the advantage. For example, in this niche, your competitors might be advertising against Highland cow coloring book, because let's just say these are your competition. It would make sense if they're targeting the keywords Highland cow coloring book in the ads. Very obvious. I'm going to assuming anyone who's advertising within this niche is going to be doing that, but they might not be advertising against this Highland cow gift for women. And this is where Helium 10 comes in, because you can actually see exactly what keywords your competitors are ranking for. So let's just go in and have a look at these 2 books on Helium 10 and see exactly what keywords they're targeting. So once you're in Helium 10, the tool you want to be using, so I didn't actually mention it in the other video. The tool we used in the other video was this magnet, was this keyword research. I will touch on this later on in the course, but for this example here, we're going to be using their Cerebro tool, which is essentially a reverse product lookup. So all you need to do, go to tools and then go ahead and select Cerebro. And what this basically does is you can put in the ASINs, which is basically the identification number of every single book. As you can see here, this is the ASIN for this book. It's kind of its unique reference within Amazon. And go ahead and paste this in here. And if you go ahead and press get keywords, it will look at the two ASINs. So these are the two bold and easy designs that I just showed you here. It's this one book here and also this second one down here. These are the two ASINs that we're looking at in terms of what keywords they're using. If you just go ahead and press get keywords, it will show you all of the keywords that these books are currently ranking for. Now, these are organic and paid keywords. The one thing we want to look for here when I'm talking about being strategic and going through the back door with your ads is you want to look at this number here, paid. So they're actually only advertising on 5 specific keywords here. So a lot of these are organic, but in terms of what keywords they're advertising against, they're only advertising against 5 keywords, which probably explain why they're not kind of growing and progressing as quickly as they possibly could be, because this is such a good opportunity. They should be going super aggressive with their ads. And what's even better is we can actually see exactly what keywords they're targeting with their ads. If we just go up to here and go to match type and then go to sponsored, click that and then go all the way down to apply filters, this is now only going to show the keywords that they're advertising against. So as you can see, these books are advertising against 5 keywords, which is literally nothing. They're advertising against the keyword Highland Cow coloring book for adults, Highland Cow coloring book. Obviously, look, I literally just predicted this. It's so predictable. These people are not thinking outside of the box. How not to do Amazon KDP 101, cow coloring book, cow's book, Highland Cow notebook. These people aren't targeting Highland Cow gifts or Highland Cow gifts for women. They're not thinking about the broader audience. They're just thinking about exactly what their book is about. So what these people should be doing is advertising on keywords like Highland Cow gifts, Highland Cow gifts for women, because we've just seen in that previous example in the previous video, people are searching for this. They're searching that into Amazon. These guys want to be putting their book right at the top when people are searching for them, but they're not using them in their ads and they're therefore missing out, which is great news for us because that's exactly where we are going to come in. And that's how you can find, using Helium 10, the keywords that competitors are using to rank organically and also on their books. This book here isn't running ads at all, which again is an even better sign that this niche is so profitable, because the best-selling books in there aren't even advertising. You could literally go in here and absolutely crush it. And this is exactly what I mean by looking at ways through the back door. This is the front door. It's so obvious. Highland Cow coloring book, Highland Cow coloring book for adults. Of course, they're going to be advertising against these. The back door is other ways of attracting this overall broader demand in the niche. So again, just going back to literally what I just predicted a second ago. For example, in this niche, competitors might be advertising against Highland Cow coloring book. Our competitors are advertising against this. They're also advertising against Highland Cow coloring book for adults, but they're not advertising against Highland Cow gifts for women. If we're the only one in this niche targeting these, we're going to take all the sales from these people. And when you consider there's almost 8,000 people a month searching for this keyword, that's just going to put us at such an advantage over every other book in this niche. So this is what I mean by there's so many different layers to what make a good niche. I hope you can understand just how profitable this potential niche is, and more importantly, why it's all such a good opportunity, because there's so many different layers to it. And this is what I mean by going through the back door and being strategic with your ads and targeting keywords. So having just touched on Amazon ads, this is now the final way that you can crush competition in your niche. And that is by improving your listing. Now, this is the big mistake that a lot of people make. A lot of people think Amazon ads make me sales. That is wrong. Amazon ads get people onto your book listing. It's your listing that converts them into the sales. People don't buy directly from your ad. The only goal of Amazon ads is to get them onto your book listing. Once they're on there, it's therefore the job of your listing to convert them into sales. This is what a lot of people get wrong. They just think, let me put ads on and then my book's going to convert well because the ads are going to be amazing and everything's going to be great. They don't actually understand that Amazon ads only take you up to a certain point. Once you get onto your listing has to be optimized. It has to be high quality to then convert those people into buying. Again, so many people massively overlook this. So therefore, to improve your listing, you need to focus on your title, your description, and more importantly, your A+ content and your product imagery. That's going to be the highest thing that gives your product the biggest perceived value over anything else. And there are dedicated videos for all three of these later on in this course. So don't worry too much about them just now. I'm just putting these into your head as to why it's so important to improve your listing. I'll go into how you can optimize your title, how you can optimize your description, how you can create and optimize your A+ content later on in this course. There are dedicated videos to that. So, crushing your competition, I'm just going to summarize everything we've covered in this video. Firstly, there is no point in finding a good niche if you don't capitalize on it properly. And when ensuring you're capitalizing on it properly and creating a book that is better than all of your competitors, you need to be thinking about these four things: the quality of the book itself, building up reviews, being strategic with your ads, and optimizing your book listing. If you're highly focused on these four things and you have a good niche, you are onto an absolute winner and you will crush your competition in the really profitable KDP niche that you have found. Now, interestingly here, I haven't mentioned anything about pricing because that requires a separate video altogether, and that's exactly what we're going to cover in the next video. So in the last video, I showed you a number of ways in which you can crush your competition, and very briefly at the end mentioned the psychology of pricing and how you can potentially use pricing to crush your competition. But that, of course, needs its own separate video, which is what we're going to cover here: the psychology of pricing and how to know the optimum price for your book. So the psychology of pricing, obviously, really obvious statement. The higher you can price your book, the better. But the price of your book is dictated by three main things. Firstly, the cost of producing your book. Secondly, the quality or offering of your book. And then finally, the price of the competition. Setting a price for your KDP book is not just a simple, one and done thing. You actually need to think about these three main things when it comes to pricing your book. So let's work through each of these one by one. And let's start off with the cost of producing your book. So things like book dimensions, page numbers, if you're using colors on your pages, if it's premium color, standard color, all of these different things all contribute to how much your book costs to produce. And this is why the Tangent Template pricing calculator is so crucial, because it literally allows you to input every single aspect of your book, and it will tell you exactly how much this will cost to print and how much that impacts your potential royalties you're looking to have. So I'm going to jump over to Tangent Templates now and show you exactly how this calculator works to give you a bit more of an idea of everything I'm talking about. So as you can see, we're back and we're in the Tangent Templates pricing calculator. Now this basically gives you the price of how much it costs to produce your book and how many royalties you're going to get based off all of this information. So the first thing you need to do is select your trim size. So the main trim sizes you're probably going to be using are 6x9 and 8.5x11. 6x9 is an A5 book. 8.5x11 is an A4 size book. So let's just go 8.5x11. It's worth saying here that 6x9 costs less to print. So if you can produce a book in 6x9, you may as well do that because you're going to get more royalties per sale. It is fairly marginal, but it's just a nice to know for anyone that wants to know that. Print type, we're always going to be doing paperback here. Type of ink, again, it depends what you're going for. Let's just go for a black interior. I personally never use colored interiors because I don't trust how it comes out from the Amazon printers, and you can easily do enough with just black interior books. You then put in your page count. Let's just go for 100 pages, and let's just say we listed this book at $9.99. You can set the currency, that would be £9.99, but let's go for $9.99. So let's just say we had a 6x9 book. It was a paperback, the interior ink was black, had 100 pages, and it was listed for $9.99. If you go ahead and press calculate, it will basically show you everything that you need to know here. The cost to produce this book is $2.30. Again, don't worry, you're not actually paying anything. This just comes out of your margin. So if these are the dimensions and the information for our book, we would make $3.69 every single time our book makes a sale, which is really good. I'll touch on, what a good royalty is in just a second. Obviously, the higher royalty you get, the better, but there's obviously that trade-off between getting more royalties and potentially less sales if your price is really high. And it just shows you exactly the same, all these royalties for all of these different territories. So honestly, an incredible tool here. But here's what I mean by it's important to understand the price of your book. So let's just say we had, rather than 100 pages, we went up to 200 pages. Remember, from 100 pages, it was $3.69. If it's 200 pages, this goes down to $2.59. So the more pages you have in your book, the less royalties you're going to get. The optimum number of pages you can have is 108. The minute you go over 108, every single time you had another 10 pages, so 118, these estimated royalties will change, as you can see there. So if you can, try and keep your book under 108 pages. But of course, some books need to be, and don't worry if you're going over, because generally, if you have a book that needs to be, 200 pages, you can just then increase the price, because the bigger the book, the more you can justify having the right price if you've done the right strategies there. And it's the same thing here. Let's just take this $3.79 for this information. If we just change this now to 8.5 by 11, that will also change the pricing amount. So 8.5 by 11 books do cost a little bit more than 6 by 9. But again, it all depends on what the best book, dimensions and, page count is for what you've decided to make. So that's how you can use this calculator. Really, really cool. Go and have a play around, and this basically tells you exactly how many royalties you can make. So I thought another really good way of showing this is showing just how much money our competition is making. And also I can give you some pointers as if I was to make this Highland Cow Bold and Easy coloring book, like I've shown you in this course so far, where would I specifically price it? Now, a really important point I want to just get across quickly here is this Highland Cow Bold and Easy coloring book niche is a really, really good niche to go into at the time of recording this course. By the time you're actually watching this, this might be a little bit further down the line, and it may no longer be as good a niche to publish in. So if you're just looking through this yourself, if it's still there at the time you're watching this and it's not changed a huge amount from what you can see, absolutely go in and see what you can do and try and take over this niche. But it might be a little bit different. I'm just making you aware of that because, of course, time will pass by. People might start publishing in this. So if it doesn't look exactly like it does in this course, then that is absolutely why. But the key thing is you've learned how to identify niches like this. So whatever time you're watching this, you can go and apply that framework and find loads of other niches at the current time that are really, really working for you. So if I was producing this book in this niche, where would I like to price my book? Well, first of all, we want to actually understand how many royalties we could potentially make, because we want to make as much royalties as we possibly can. So this book selling for £8.39. Let's just go ahead and look at some of these book dimensions. As you can see, it's 102 pages and it is an interesting dimension. I'm pretty sure that's an 8.5 by 8.5 book, which is actually quite a niche size. I haven't personally ever published a book in that size. So if we just go to 8.5 by 8.5, as a page count of 102. It's a paperback, its ink is black, and it's listed for £9. Sorry, what was it? £8.49 was it? £8.39. So let's go to 8.39. Go ahead and press calculate. Every single time this book makes a sale, it is making $3.41 or £2.88. Now, when you consider these are the two books that we're competing against, £8.39, and they're both £8.39. I would probably go in here and pitch myself at £7.99 when I'm just starting out, because of course, when I just first launched my book, I'm going to have no reviews. These guys have reviews, and therefore it's going to be harder for me to justify a higher price. So probably start here at £7.99. It also looks a lot nicer, psychologically than £8.39. And then over time, as I start to build up more reviews, I will then increase my book listing to something like £8.99 or £9.99. So let's just say I created exactly the same book and I listed mine for £7.99 or £7.99. Press calculate. Even though I've undercut them and I'm now the cheaper book, that isn't obviously the entire plan, because like I say, cheaper is not always better. I'm still making £2.64 or $3.12 every single time I make a sale, and we're going to be much more affordable than these books here. But we're not low enough. Let's just say we went for something like £5.99. That's super low, and we're also really reducing our royalties. And if you see a book for £5.99, you're going to assume the quality isn't really that good. So I'm aware there is a book in this niche with super low pricing. This one here, £4.42. I actually think that's a terrible pricing strategy, because A, they're only making a fraction of the royalties that they could be making. So as you can see here, every time they're making a sale, they're only making 45 cents or 50p, which just makes absolutely no sense when you're trying to scale. Yes, you might have a better BSR, but when you consider this book is making 50p a sale, these books are actually making a lot more money. So that's why I say don't always undercut. So for this example, as I say, I would start with £7.99. I'll be, a much nicer to look at number. I'm cheaper than these two. And then as I start to build my reviews up and I become, maybe 10 reviews, 20 reviews plus, I would then start to increase my price maybe to £8.99, and all of a sudden our royalties go up to $3.86, and then eventually $9.99, and they'll go up to £3.84 or $4.61 every single time you make a sale. So that's kind of how I would do this. While you're building up reviews, you might have to be slightly cheaper than your competition, but obviously as you build up reviews, then you can start justifying a higher price. Because let's just say this book here had, maybe 5-star reviews. It was still priced at £8.39, but ours had, 20, 30 reviews that were 4.5 star or above. And ours is priced high. Yeah, it's £9.99. It's more expensive than this, but the people are going to go ahead and buy our book because, yeah, it's maybe £1.50 more. And there's so much more social proof from all of our reviews. So that's how I would use, this pricing strategy to price within this certain niche. I just thought that'd be really interesting to show you how I would actually approach this and how you can use this tool to kind of work out how much you can make from your book royalties. Now, before I go back into the slides, I'm sure there's a couple of things you might be thinking. Sam, what would happen if this book was priced at £6.99? So let's go here and let's just say this was £6.99. How would I then price my book here? Because if we go any lower than that, we are kind of, really, really undercutting ourselves and not making a huge amount of royalties. As you can see here, if this book was published at £6.99, they're only making $2.37 per royalty, or £2.04 per royalty. In this case, I would definitely not go any lower than what they're doing. If they were this low, I would probably match their price. I probably wouldn't undercut them, because if I go for something like £5.99, it's going to be even lower royalties. You can potentially do this if you want to go for £5.99. You can undercut them, only temporarily though, because at the minute you start getting your reviews and you have more social proof than them, that's when you just start increasing your price. So I personally would probably come in at exactly the same price as them if they were £6.99. And the minute I've got, maybe 5 reviews, if they're still on one, I would then very slowly increase that to £7.99. And as I start building even more reviews in them, that's when I would start increasing this price even further. And then once you're the market leader, you can pretty much charge whatever you want to. And that's how you make a lot more money from your pricing strategy. So that's a very practical example of how I would price this book in the niche that I've showed you so far in this course. Now, here's a general rule that I have: never list a book for a royalty amount of less than $2.50. It's just too low to really scale. Now, there is a caveat to this. If that example that I just showed you there, you had to go slightly under $2.50 for your royalty just for like an initial period of time while you start to build up your reviews, then of course that's absolutely fine. You can go under $2.50 if it's a means to an end, but you should never aim for the end goal of your pricing to be anything less than $2.50 worth of royalties. And you can have a play around with this calculator to calculate exactly where you need to price that based off all of these different inputs. And like I say, I've already covered these just a second ago, but some general rules: 6x9 is cheaper than 8.5x11, and printing cost increased every 10 pages after 108 pages. So I've already covered those, but those are some really good general rules to follow. So the next part of what impacts how much you should price your book is the quality of your book. So with the strategy of this course, I'm always talking about having the highest quality possible. So your price should always reflect that. Everyone thinks that you need to have the cheapest book on the market to have any chance on Amazon KDP, but that is absolutely nonsense. Of course, there are times where you might need to undercut a little bit, but of course, the overall goal is never to be the cheapest book on the market, because your price reflects the quality of your book. And it all comes down to this idea of perceived value. A high priced book gives the customers a sense of this perceived value. They must think, this book must be better because it costs more. People associate cost with quality, and if you're cutting your costs really, really low, people assume that to have a low perceived value. And on the flip side, if you have your costs pretty high, as long as your book is actually delivering on that, they perceive it to have much higher value. So like I say, as long as your book actually backs up your higher price, then you're absolutely fine to charge more. Never forget this idea of perceived value. Cheaper is not always better. And here is a perfect example of this in this cozy love niche. As you can see, this book here was actually published before this second one here, and they've just gone for the strategy of £5.39. It's much cheaper than this one of £7.49. But look how much better this cover is than this one. This looks really, really poor, unprofessional, and this one looks so much better. This one also has reviews, so it has 2 5-star reviews. This one has no reviews, and this BSR is much lower, i.e. it's selling so many more units. Remember, lower BSR in terms of closer to 0 means you're selling more units. Even though it's priced at over £2 more expensive, people are still buying this, because you're looking at these two and you think, I'm spending £5.39 and getting this, or I'm spending just a little bit more, £2 or so more, and I'm getting a much better quality cover, and I've also got reviews to back up what I'm thinking already. So that's an example of why cheaper isn't always better. The higher quality your book and the more reviews and things you get, the more you can justify a higher price. And this ties nicely onto the price of, like I say in quotes, competition. Now, competition isn't actually the number of books you're competing against, it's the number of books with reviews that you're competing against. If your competitor's book doesn't have reviews, I don't see that as competition, because the minute you start getting reviews, people are just going to trust yours so much more instantly, and they're no longer competition. So competition generally isn't, the number of books. You can have a niche with 10 different books in there you're competing against. But if none of them have reviews, none of them are really legitimate competition. Versus if all 10 of them had, like 50 plus reviews, that's going to be very, very hard to break into. So it's not just a case of the number of books you're competing against, it's the number of books with reviews that you're competing against. And again, there's no hard and fast rule with pricing. You need to kind of get a sense of the opportunity, and this will just come with experience. And as long as you're following the rules or the kind of tips that I'm showing you in this video, you will learn this pretty quickly yourself. So as I showed you in that demonstration just a second ago, if these are priced at £8.39, I would generally go in at £7.99. I'm undercutting them, yes, which I have said previously isn't always the best way to go, but I'm undercutting them still with a really, really healthy amount of royalties that I'm making. Then over time, I will increase this to £8.99 and then £9.99 going forward. And again, this just reiterates this point. While you're building up reviews, it is okay to have a slightly lower price if your competition is high. Means to an end, just make sure your end goal for your pricing is never under this, $2.50 royalty. If you want to break that, it's your business. You can do whatever you want, but that's just a general recommendation from my side. And again, once you've built up 30 plus reviews and you have a lot more than your other competition, you can then increase your price. So this isn't just a hard and fast rule. If you've got 30 reviews and your competition has 25, that's a slightly different scenario. But again, you can kind of get this sense and gauge it yourself. If you have significantly more reviews than your competitors and your book is selling really well, then you can definitely increase your price. Don't necessarily obsess over this number 30. You'll get a sense of it as you look at the market. And obviously don't forget to, you use Amazon yourself as well. So think about how your thought process works when you're buying products on Amazon and just see what the impact reviews on products have. And that's kind of how you can guide your own decisions. Because if you're thinking that, then most people who are also browsing on Amazon will be thinking that for your books. Another interesting point to make here is people will see your book at its current price with all of your reviews and think, wow, all these people love this book at that price, even though a lot of your reviews may have come from when it was £7.99. If someone comes onto Amazon one day and sees, 30 reviews and it's £9.99, they're not going to know it was £7.99 before. They're just going to see, wow, this book is more expensive than the other ones, and it's still absolutely crushing them. Look how many more reviews it's got. It's more expensive, but people are prepared to buy it at this higher price, therefore I'm happy to do that at the same time. So this is also a really important thing to lean into, and it's kind of how you snowball and really start taking over and dominating niches. And another point I want to make here is over time people may undercut you, but it's really, really important to hold firm. If you're ranking first for this niche for the main keywords and have a significant number of reviews compared to these people who are undercutting you, it really doesn't matter where your competitors price themselves. They literally can't touch you. On one of my best performing books, it was priced at $12.99, and then some people came in and undercut me at $6.99, literally halving my price, and my BSR literally didn't change. I was still making so many sales from that book, as many as I was before, because people understand and have this idea of perceived value. Why would they buy something for $6.99, which has very, very little reviews, when you have this massive outlier in this niche? It's a bit more expensive, but it's got significantly more reviews. It comes up first. People trust that so much more. So yes, if people undercut you, it's going to happen. Hold firm and trust the quality of your book and the reviews that you've got. And here is another perfect example of what I've just mentioned here. This book absolutely took Amazon by storm when it was released. Interesting facts for curious minds, 1,572 random but mind-blowing facts about history, science, pop culture, and everything in between. As you can see, it is ranked 383 in books. An absolutely incredible book at £10.99, and you can see it's got 12,419 reviews. And someone has come later down the line. As you can see, this was published in July 2022. This one was published in March 2024. They've massively undercut them, £6.99 compared to £10.90. 1,500, as you can see, 1,500 here. They've also tried to take inspiration from their book covers. You can see Einstein here, and I'm guessing this is meant to be Einstein here. This book is ranked the 383rd best-selling book on Amazon. This one is only the 21,000th best-selling book on Amazon. So even though this is pretty much the same book for so much cheaper, this one is not going to be touched because it has so many more reviews and it's going to rank first for so many search terms on Amazon. So this is what I mean. You have to hold firm Don't worry about, this person might panic and think, oh no, I need to make mine £6.49. You literally don't. You have to understand how powerful organic ranking and reviews are. Now, this is, of course, an extreme example. 12,000 reviews is a ridiculous amount of reviews for a book, but let's just say this was 120 reviews versus 6 reviews, exactly the same process. You're having significantly more reviews in them. Hold firm, trust your price, trust your reviews, trust the quality of your book, and you don't need to go down to anything. These people will always appear, they'll always happen, but they won't be able to take your spot if you are the niche leader. So kind of flipping that on its head now, what happens if you're this person here and you find a niche with one that's absolutely dominating and has loads of reviews? Now, as I've said, at this point, it's going to be very hard to become the best book in this niche, but you can easily build a successful book from what I call the scraps. And that's exactly what this book has done here. This person, let's just say we're this person, and we've seen that this book is doing well, and we want to break into this niche. How are we going to do it? You have to manage your expectations. You're not going to take the place of this book. This book is absolutely crushing it. But as you can see, 21,000, still a decent BSR, and they're basically living off the scraps of this book. That's kind of another approach to Amazon KDP, which you can definitely do. But if you're doing this, in this case, make sure your book is cheaper, and also make sure your book has a significantly better offering. I don't know the details of these two books, but if this was me coming in here, yes, I would make mine cheaper. As you can see, £6.99 or £8.99. And I would make sure the book is significantly better. So maybe have more facts or, just higher quality book throughout. They're the two things you need to do, because if you're going to take something away from the industry leader, your book needs to be a better offering, whether that's cheaper and or a significantly better quality product. And like I say, over time, you can piggyback off the demand from this book, but it's unlikely that you'll overtake it. You'll always kind of be getting the scraps, but it is another opportunity and another strategy for KDP. So, psychology of pricing, I'm just going to summarize everything that I've mentioned here. Your pricing strategy should never be, oh, I need to make the cheapest book on the market. Instead, assess the competition and the level of it and price your book according to that, how much it costs to produce and the value that it brings. A higher price does not deter people, it actually attracts them. All about this idea, again, of perceived value. And this may take a bit of time to get used to, but after a while, you will develop a sixth sense of how to price your books easily, and it will come completely natural to you. So up to this point, we've done all of our niche research and we understand how we can take over niches through pricing and loads of other strategies. We're now finally on to the point of how to create your book. And in this video, you're going to learn the easiest way to produce any KDP book and why you should only produce the book after you've done your niche research. So creating your book. The best thing about Amazon KDP is that you can create whatever book you like. It can be a totally unique concept because you're literally creating something completely from scratch. You're not importing something from China like you would be in dropshipping. You're just competing against loads of other people selling exactly the same product. You can literally make a completely unique concept. So let's take the quote coloring book for example here. As you can see here, quote coloring books are really popular on Amazon KDP. At some point, someone has realized that people love two things. They love coloring and they also love motivational quotes. So rather than doing what everyone else was doing and create one of the two, either creating a motivational quote book or just a general coloring book, which would be a red ocean, cast your minds back to that video, they actually created a new product, combined the two of quotes and coloring to create a quote coloring book, which satisfies this demand so much better and therefore creates their very own blue ocean. And since then, loads of people have copied this and these have absolutely taken off. And the person that first came up with these kind of books will have made an absolute fortune. And it just shows the importance of thinking about this blue ocean strategy. And this is the secret to actually making money on Amazon KDP, which separates people who fail and separates people who succeed. People who fail are what I call book first. They have a type of book in mind, they create it, and then they try and figure out if they can find a way to sell it. People who succeed are what I call packaging first. They think about the entire package of the book, not just the book itself, the niche research, the ads they're potentially doing, all the things that we've covered in this course so far. They know the value is in the niche research and that the only role of the book is simply to deliver what that niche is asking for. You want to make sure you're taking a packaging first approach and not a book first approach. This is the fastest way to fail on Amazon KDP. So to summarize this, don't create a book and then try to find what niche to break into. Instead, find the niche to break into, and then they create the book that gives you the best chance of doing that. So like I showed you previously, this Highland Cow Bold and Easy. Someone who was book first might think, okay, let's make a Highland Cow coloring book and then see if we can sell it. But actually, if you were packaging first, you did all your niche research, you'd actually would have identified people don't want a Highland Cow coloring book, they want a Highland Cow Bold and Easy coloring book. And that's why this person is going to make a load of money and this person is not going to make any. You have to be packaging first. And this is why it kind of annoys me when people in the KDP space, have to box themselves into, I'm either doing low content books or I'm doing medium content books or I'm doing high content books. The actual type of book you're making literally doesn't really matter. You don't have to just be doing high content books or just be doing activity books or coloring books or whatever it is, because it's all about the packaging. If you're looking at the niche and you think, okay, the best book to satisfy this niche demand is a high content book, 20,000, 30,000 words, then go ahead, make a high content book. Or if you think it's better off being an activity book, go make an activity book. You don't need to be boxing yourself into all of these things, and you just need to be making the product that satisfies the demand for a niche the best. That is as simple as it is. Whether that's a low content book, medium content book, high content book, it really doesn't matter. Focus on what delivers the best for the niche research that you've done. So with that in mind, considering you can make whatever book you want, there are therefore thousands of different kinds of books you could potentially make on Amazon KDP. So the value in a video like this isn't for me to show you all of the ones that you could potentially make, because first of all, that's impossible. There are literally thousands, hundreds of thousands of potential concepts you could make for a KDP book. The value of this video is just to get this message across that your book simply needs to deliver on what the niche is demanding. Doesn't matter if it's low content, high content, medium content. The one thing you just need to remember that I'm going to keep repeating, it doesn't matter what book you're doing, as long as you think that is the best product to serve the demand in the niche research that you have done. So no, I can't make a video showing you thousands of different kind of books you can make, because that's literally impossible. But what I will show you is the systems and the tools that will allow you to create pretty much any book you want. And I'll also show you the freelancers that I personally use for everything to make your life 1,000 times easier. So everything that you're going to see in the rest of this video is all of the tools, all the foundations you need to create literally any book you want. And especially when it comes to freelancers, finding good freelancers is one of the hardest things to do. I'm sure if any of you have had your own business in the past. So I'm going to make your life 1,000 times easier and just show you all of the freelancers that I've personally used, that I've spent hundreds or thousands of hours trying to find myself, and I finally found really good ones. I'm going to share them with you so you can literally just go ahead and use them and save yourself so much time, knowing you're getting a good price and really good quality too. So creating your KDP book, let's go into how to do all of this now. There are three main ways you can create any kind of KDP book. You can either outsource everything, you can do everything yourself, or you can take a hybrid approach. Now, I personally use a hybrid approach where I outsource pretty much everything and most of the heavy lifting, and then just put everything together in Canva at the end, because you have loads of different things. Let's say it's an activity book, you might get your coloring images from somewhere, or you might get your activity word searches from somewhere else. I'll get all of those things outsourced and then all come together, and I'll put everything together, package it all up in Canva, and that's kind of how I take a hybrid approach to creating KDP books. But of course, it's your business. You can literally operate this however you want to. There's no perfect way of doing it. So I'm not going to show you here the perfect way of doing it. I'm just going to show you everything that leaves so many doors open so you can literally run your KDP business however you want to. Some people might literally want to outsource everything. Some people might want to do it pretty much all themselves. And some people might want to take a hybrid approach. So I'm going to make sure I'm setting you up for all three of those things. And then you can decide however you want to run your KDP business. So let's take a coloring book, for example, of this hybrid approach. I want to just give you a bit more information about what I mean by this hybrid approach through the example of a coloring book. So let's just say I wanted to make a coloring book. There are different ways that I could approach this. I could either use image generation software, so something like Midjourney, DALL-E, or Kittle, or I could just outsource everything to a freelancer. And using image generation software makes, creating these images so easy compared to literally having to do it yourself, on your iPad or whatever. But it is still a lot more time consuming than just outsourcing all of these coloring pages being made for you, which is what I would generally prefer to do myself personally. And then once I received all of these coloring designs back, I would then drop them into Canva file myself and just make sure everything looks nice. I'll add in some borders. I'll put in some intro pages to introduce my KDP brand. etc., etc. And then if I wanted to include things like facts on the inside pages, as I mentioned here with coloring books, usually the left-hand page needs to be left blank to prevent, colors bleeding through from one side to the other. I could maybe fill that up with facts or just interesting information. That's something that I could potentially do in Canva once I've done that. But the heavy lifting of a book like this is actually creating the coloring designs themselves. I would outsource that. That comes back in there. I just package everything up nicely at the end, and then I have my book at the end to upload to KDP. That's what I use, and that's kind of my hybrid approach to KDP. But again, it's entirely up to you how you want to run your KDP business. So now in the remainder of this video, I'll show you how to make a number of different types of books using these systems, using these tools, using these freelancers, and this will literally cover 99% of the books you could possibly wish to make through all of these things combined. But the first thing you need to do when you're creating a book is get your book dimensions right. It's probably the most boring part of KDP, but it just needs to be done. Otherwise, Amazon will reject it when you go to upload it. So before you create any KDP book, you need to figure out what dimensions you're working with. Now, for most people, this is one of the biggest headaches in KDP and can waste hours of time as your book just constantly gets rejected from Amazon by not being the right size. But we're going to be using tangent templates, which takes care of absolutely everything for us. I'm going to show you now just how easy it is to do with tangent templates. So once you're in tangent templates, just navigate yourself to this KDP helper tab and then just put in some information about your book. So our book's going to be a paperback. It's going to be 8.5 by 11. And we're going to have, let's just go for a random 178 pages. 178 pages in our book. The paper is going to be white and we're not going to have an interior bleed. For those of you that don't know what interior bleed basically means, it means if there's any elements of the page that bleed into the spine. So let's just say you were making a notebook. As you think about a notebook, the lines on the notebook go right into the spine, in which case you would have to go for an interior bleed, yes. But for something like a coloring book, you just go for interior bleed, no, because there's nothing that needs to bleed into the spine of the book. Go ahead and then just press continue. So it will then show you all the dimensions that you need for your book. So it will start with your book cover. So for a book cover, there is 178 pages, 8.5 by 11 with no bleed. It will basically need to be a width of 17.65 inches and 11.25 inches in height. These are literally, you go over to Canva, go to create new design, and then just put these numbers in here. And then you could just go ahead and download this drag and drop template and it will show you exactly where you need to put different elements. You can drop this onto your Canva file. This will be your back page. This will be your front page. It makes life honestly so easy. And it's exactly the same for the interior. For this book, your interior just needs to be 8.5 width, 11 height, and it also has these different templates that you can use. These ones are a lot more accurate because left side pages and right side pages are slightly different sizes. So just go ahead and download these and you can just go ahead and drag and drop them. So that's an incredibly useful tool within tangent templates. And let's just say we had a super random book, 6.14 by 9.21, and it had 356 pages and it had an interior bleed of yes, and it's paperback. How on earth are you supposed to know what your dimensions are meant to be for this book? But tangent templates can literally calculate it for you at a click of a button. If these were the, really interesting, dimensions for your book, the width of your cover would need to be 13.31 inches and the height of it would need to be 9.46 inches. And here again is your drag and drop template. As you can see, the spine's quite thick here because we have loads of pages. So this honestly is an incredible tool. If you're making your own book cover and your own book interior, I could not recommend this enough. So with all the boring dimension stuff out the way, let's go into loads of different types of books and how I would recommend making them. Let's start with coloring books. Now with coloring books, you can either generate the images yourself or you can pay a freelancer to do them for you. A freelancer will be more expensive, but it will be a lot less work on your end and the quality will generally be a lot better. Yes, you can do it yourself by using things like, Kittle, Midjourney, DALL-E, AI image generation. But the issue with that is you need to be quite specific with your prompt and it can sometimes come out with inconsistent designs. And honestly, it is just quite a big headache. So I always recommend just paying a freelancer, much higher quality and much less stress on your end. As I said just then, if you do want to use your own kind of AI image generation tools, I do recommend Midjourney, DALL-E or Kittle. And for freelancers, I recommend finding them on Upwork. I found that a lot of people on Fiverr aren't quite as good as they are on Upwork. And Upwork also gives you a lot more choice to, look through because people will apply to your job listing and then you can literally filter through all of their previous work and find the exact style of art that you want. So with that said, I would personally recommend using freelancers when it comes to coloring books. So that's coloring books. What about, activities for your book? If you're making an activity book or you wanted just some random activities to put into another kind of book. When I'm making some kind of activity book, I will mainly get my activities from self-publishing titans. As you can see here, they literally have so many activities that you can make in literally a couple of clicks. And you can either buy the activity bundle lifetime access. You can just buy this as a separate bundle and you get lifetime access for it. Or you can upgrade your existing subscription to the Titans Pro Max. You can use just Titans Pro for just the keywords, or you can add, this tool in as well for Titans Pro Max. At the moment, Titans Pro Max is $24 a month, whereas, just the keyword tool that we've used so far is $14 per month. I recommend everyone here has Titans Pro Max because you get the keyword tool and you also get access to this activity book tool. But again, it is entirely up to you. Everything that I'm mentioning here, all the tools, all the software, all the freelancers will be linked below this video, so you can choose exactly how you want to approach this. And again, similarly to coloring books, I will get the raw activity files from here and then package everything up and make it look really nice in Canva. And a really important point to make here, all my activity books that I've ever produced follow a certain theme rather than just being generic activity books. So for example, the theme of an activity book would be unicorn, so unicorn activity book, or couples activity book. I wouldn't just make activity book for kids because that's not niching down. That literally goes against everything that I've taught so far on how to actually run a KDP business. So make sure you're doing that and applying some kind of theme to your activities. So for example, here is the activity and puzzle tool actually on self-publishing Titans itself. As you can see, there are so many different activities that you can use. And when I say have something under a certain theme, this is the kind of thing I mean. So if you're doing like a word snake, let's just say you want to make a couples book or some kind of like Valentine's or love activity book, you can make sure all the words in here like love or Valentine's themed. When it comes, and the same thing for any cryptogram or like word scrambles or whatever you're doing, you kind of get the idea here. Your mazes, you can make mazes in the shape of a heart, that kind of thing. So that's what I mean about using this. This is kind of like a white label software. And then once you've kind of generated the activities in the theme that you want to, you then go and package everything up perfectly in Canva. So that's kind of how I recommend approaching activity books for Amazon KDP. So we've covered coloring books so far, activity books. What about ghostwriting services if you want to make, high content books too? Now, I publish a lot of medium content books, but I sometimes also produce high content books too. Now, so many KDP coaches tell you to go down the route of using urban writers or, find a ghostwriter on Upwork, which isn't necessarily bad advice. But for anyone that's even tried it before, finding a good ghostwriter for a good price is an extremely difficult task. You can waste so much money and so much time getting this wrong. And I therefore recommend a ghostwriter called Shane, who has his own business called Compose Lotus, and they will do the book outline, the ideation, the ghostwriting, the editing. I've used them so many times. Really high quality writing from start to finish, so I couldn't recommend these guys anymore. These are who I would recommend if you need a ghostwriter for your book. So an alternative platform you can use to get ghostwriters to create high content books for you is a tool and marketplace called Dibbly. It actually used to be called the Urban Writer, so you might know the name from Urban Writers. They recently rebranded to Dibbly. I will leave this link down below in the description if you want to go ahead and check this out, along with a discount code that will also save you more money if you do decide to go ahead and use this platform. So simply just go up to this login button. It will log in and take you to your dashboard. I've used this many times, so I actually have some Dibbly rewards up here just to show that I have actually used this platform and I do use it for my own KDP business. And what this basically allows you to do is find ghostwriters to create a book completely from start to finish, including book outlines, book descriptions, book formatting, the actual book contents itself, and also book cover. So completely hands-off service for you. And it's definitely the most competitively priced one that you can probably find out there. So the way to go ahead and actually do this, let's go over to post a project. Just press this button here. And then I'm going to go for new project posting. I'm just going to go ahead and just call this book project, but you would call this, let's say it's children's book or something like that. Whatever you want to name your project, go ahead and press get started. Now, the first thing you're going to see is the package selection. Now, you can either use pre-built projects that Dibbly have put together for you, or you can go ahead and build your own project. This basically means if you build your own project, you can choose exactly what you want. So with Dibbly, you can have someone that makes your book outline, actually writes the book for you, does a book description for you, there's a fiction blurb, cover designs, illustrations, narration, all these different kind of things. You can go ahead and build your own project. So maybe you might want book writing, you also might want a book description, but you don't want SEO or you don't want a cover design, but you do want illustrations. You can go ahead and kind of pick your own project. That's relatively straightforward. Or you can use pre-built projects, which I actually recommend you do, especially if you're just starting out and using this for the first time, because A, it's a lot more affordable, and also it means, you're taking a lot of guesswork out of it. So we're going to go ahead for this example and just press pre-built projects. We're then going to go ahead and press continue. And then you can essentially choose the different packages that you want. So the more you basically add to your package, the more expensive it becomes. So the lowest price package here is the silver package. This gets you a professional book that's actually been written. So writing the entire book for you, creates a professional book cover design and also paperback formatting. So if you just have this one, this is literally everything you need to upload a book to KDP. So this basically produces the entire KDP book for you, the manuscript, the formatting, and also a book front and back cover. This is technically all you really need. However, if you do want to add a few more things on, you can go for these different packages. So gold is exactly the same as silver, but you just also get yourself a book description too. Platinum, you get the outline on top of everything else. So if you're doing the silver package, you would need to write your own outline, but you can use, AI and ChatGPT to help you with that. It's actually relatively straightforward to do. Or if you want basically Dibbly to do everything for you, you can choose this one, which gives you the professional outline, the book writing, the book cover, the book description, and the book formatting. So this is the same as the silver option, but you just also get the outline and also the book description. On top of that, you have ultimate fiction. So if you wanted to make a fiction book, this is the option you would go for. And then you have audiobook narration, which is exactly the same as these packages here. And you also get a professional audiobook as well for your book. So you'll get a paperback version, an ebook version, and an audiobook version, and everything is in this package. So if you want literally everything for your book, you would choose this package. If you just want the book interior, the book formatting done within the interior, and also the book cover, just so you can essentially upload it straight to Amazon KDP, all you would need is this silver package. So we're going to go ahead and choose that for this example here. I'd recommend you choose this if it's your first time using it and you don't want to spend too much money. Once you've got a bit more confidence, you can then move into some of these other ones here. So go ahead and just press continue. And then you would choose whether or not you want a fiction book or a non-fiction book. So we're going to choose non-fiction for this example. And this is where you would also apply the discount code. So if you use the link down below in the description, I will also leave a discount code here that you can apply to get yourself a big discount off your order as well. So when you're thinking you're spending a decent amount on getting a 30,000 word book done, if you can have a discount code here, it will save you a fair bit of money. So if you use the link down below in the description, you will also see a discount code down there. Every time you use that, you can get yourself a big discount off the book that you're having written. So you would go ahead and apply that discount code here and then select non-fiction and then just press continue. And then this is a really interesting one. You can choose whether or not you want your book to be written completely by a human or you want it to be an AI generated manuscript. Now, don't worry, this is completely within Amazon KDP's terms and conditions. Dibbly aren't using ChatGPT or just, a cheap AI software to write these books. This is actually using their very own AI tool called Dibbly Create, which is a super sophisticated AI specifically built for writing or for ghost writing books. So it's not like you say, you're not just using like a ChatGPT to create a really low quality book. The actual books that are produced by Dibbly Create, because it's specifically made to create books and manuscripts to upload to Amazon KDP, they're extremely high quality. So you can choose an AI generated manuscript, which is pretty much half the price of just a human doing it. And also it's not just a fully AI written manuscript. A human will basically prompt to write the AI manuscript, and then you will have a freelancer that goes back through this again to make it more human and basically humanize the book. So it doesn't sound like it's written by AI and makes it sound like it is written by a human. So not only is this really high quality, product that you're getting from AI, you will also have the reassurance that a human will also look through this afterwards and humanize it just in case it does sound a little bit too much like a robot, unlike AI. So an extremely good option here. This is personally what I use for my high content books, and I've never had an issue. I get a really high quality book that's also been humanized, so it sounds exactly like a human has written it, and I get it for literally half the price. So I recommend going for the AI generated manuscript. But if you do want to have a fully human written manuscript, you can choose this one here, but it will just be a little bit more expensive. So for this example, we're just going to go for the AI generated manuscript. Going to go ahead and press continue. And then you can basically choose what kind of level of freelancers you have that you're, allowing to apply to your job. So of course, the cheapest one you can get is the rising one, all the way up to the premium one. Of course, the premium ones are the highest performing freelancers. So again, completely depends entirely on which one you want to go for. For this example, we're just going to go for the top, so $2.17 per 100 words. And again, this is where you put the discount code in down below in the description if you haven't already entered it by this point. So we're going to go for this top option here, and then we're going to go ahead and press continue. And then finally, you just need to add in some information about your project. So I recommend every single high content book is around 30,000 words. We're just going to go ahead and put that in here. So 30,000. So for a 30,000 word book that is not just going to be written, it's going to have a properly formatted. It's also going to have a book front and back cover. For only $855, it's actually going to be cheaper again when you use my discount code in here. So it's going to be even less than $855 to get a premium high content book written And you have to remember that you're investing into an asset. You're paying $855, but you're going to get yourself an asset that can easily make you more than that every single month. So yeah, you need to not look at this as, you're just losing that money. You're investing into an asset that can make you even more than that if you've done the rest of, the KDP steps correctly, which hopefully you would have done if you've been paying attention to this course. Go ahead and just select your niche. I'm just going to go for health and fitness in this example. You then provide your title, your subtitle, your author name. Again, these can change later on in the project. Author bio if you want. You need to tick these boxes based on whether or not it matches your requirements. And then upload any files. So if you're choosing not to have an outline written for you and you're writing the outline yourself, this is where you would go ahead and upload that outline file. Then simply go ahead and press continue again. You can then choose what level of editing you wanted. I always just choose this essential editing, which is already included in the package. But if you want to, you can go for line and essential editing, which is $8 per 1,000 words. And again, because of the package that I've chosen a cover design in here. The silver cover design is also included. I've generally found that it doesn't really matter which one of these you go for. The cover designs I've always had are really good. So I'm just going to stick with the silver because it's included in the package that we've already got. Then you just need to provide some information for your book cover designs. So say it's a 6x9 book. The page color is going to be white. You would include any links to covers, you want to take inspiration from. So maybe there's some book covers that you've seen on Amazon KDP that you think look really good and you want to take inspiration from. You go ahead and upload those links here. You would then choose what you'd like on your book cover. Don't worry, you'll also be able to communicate directly with your freelancer as they're going through this. But for this example, we're just going to go put the title and then just go ahead and put test. Let's go for description blurb, and then we're going to go for test again here, just because I'm working my way through this for the sake of the video. And then we'll just have the title of the book here, and we're just going to have the title as test again. And then you can choose whether or not freelancers are able to use AI at all, or if they're able to use AI to do all of these different things. Generally, I would recommend ticking this one here because AI is extremely powerful and extremely useful for creating high quality book covers. But if you want absolutely no AI on your book cover, you would go ahead and just check this box. But personally, I would go ahead and check that one. Go ahead and press continue. You can then choose to add on all your source files as well. I personally never have to use that, so I'm just going to go ahead and not use that. And then you select some general book covers that you quite like the look of. So again, this is not going to dictate what your end one is looking like. It just gives the cover designer something to go, a little bit of inspiration from. But if you don't actually like any of these, it doesn't really matter because you'd already uploaded examples of ones you want in the previous page. I'm just going to go ahead and select these three here, but go and select the ones that, that you like the look of and, think could kind of apply the same concepts to your own book cover. Continue again. And similarly, you need to choose the colors you would like your designer to explore. This doesn't really matter too much again, because you're going to give them feedback as you're working through the project. You're going to have direct chat access to them as well. So you can message them at any point. But for this example, we're just going to go ahead and select Aquas. But as I've shown you in the previous section, you would just uploaded examples of books you like already, and you would have communicated to the freelancer, what sort of colors you want. So this doesn't really matter too much. I'm just going to go ahead and press Aquas, or you can let the designer make suggestions. They're the professionals. This is generally the one I would always recommend you select. Press continue. And you can go for even more detail of exactly how you want your book cover to look. So you can change these sliders based on if you want it to be simple or detailed, contemporary or retro, formal or informal. Basically, just choose these sliders however you want. Again, doesn't matter a huge amount because you're going to be giving this information to the freelancer in your chat window. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and press continue. And then if you want to upload any other requirements for your book cover design, you would then go ahead and choose that file. I don't see why anyone would need to do that, but if you can, if you want to. So we're not going to do that. We're going to go ahead and just press continue. And then that is absolutely everything done. You just go down and press post project. You'll pay the money. So you'll pay $855 minus the discount you're going to get by using my discount code down below in the description. And then lots of different authors will apply to work with you. You'll choose exactly what author you want to work with you. Then the author will go away and create the book for you. They'll send you over the manuscript for you to review as they make their way through it. You have complete control of exactly how this looks. And then only once you're happy with how the actual interior of the books looks, will you then move on to the next thing. So you then have formatters applying for you. Then the book will get formatted correctly. And then once that's all done, you then have book cover designers applying for you, and then you'll get your book cover design done. Then you have everything you need to go ahead and upload it to Amazon KDP. That's another way you can get high content books written using Dibbly and the Urban Writers. And now I'll jump back into the slides to continue the video. Now, of course, once you've got a book written, you need to have the proofreading and the formatting done too. So every single book that you make should be proofread by an expert. Do not look past this. Do not think, yeah, I can proofread it myself. I'm a firm believer that you cannot proofread your work so many times on my Amazon KDP journey and throughout my Amazon KDP business. I've proofread a book so many different times and thought, yeah, this is absolutely right. Sent it over to a proofreader and realized just how many mistakes I've still made. I'm a firm believer you just can't proofread your own work, and therefore every single book you make should be proofread by an expert, because if you've got mistakes in there, it doesn't matter how good your niche research is, how good your actual book quality is. If you have things like spelling mistakes or grammar mistakes in there, you might get a 1-star review to start with, and then you're just all the way back to square one. Please do not overlook how important it is to have your book proofread by an expert, whether that's a high content book, an activity book, coloring book. If you've got, some words in a coloring book or, some sentences, please just make sure it's still proofread. Every single type of KDP book, if it has words in it, should be proofread by an expert. Now, for proofreading, I recommend a woman called Becky. She's from Upwork, who is the best proofreader I've used by an absolute country mile. Really, really good. I literally just send her my files. She checks everything. Really, really good level of detail, leaves comments on absolutely everything, so I could not recommend Becky enough. And if you're making a high content book, it will also always need to be professionally formatted, and for that I will recommend Nicholas. Again, all of these people I will leave linked down below this video, so you can go in and contact them straight away directly. And like I say, when it comes to formatting, that's mainly for high content books rather than medium content books, because you probably package all that up yourself in Canva. But what Nicholas can also do is he can convert any book into an ebook format. So I recommend, if you're producing a book and it can be translated into an ebook format, then definitely do that, because it's just another way of making more money from the same product. Obviously, something like a coloring book can't be converted into an ebook because it just doesn't work in ebook format. But if you have something like a trivia book or a fact book or a riddles book that's technically medium content, that can still be translated into an ebook, which is not only good for getting extra sales, but it's also good for getting things like verified reviews on your book. So yeah, if you need to convert any book into an ebook, you can use Nicholas, and you can also use him to format any high content books. Next, we have your book cover. Now, I personally actually create a lot of my covers myself in Canva by using elements from Canva itself, and also things like Creative Fabrica. And there are so many tutorials on YouTube about how to create a book cover in Canva, so there's no point in me making another one here and just repeating the same things. That's actually not that valuable, because that's already out there. You can find that so easily, and everyone has different styles for how they want their book cover to look. But if you want to outsource it and have a book cover designed completely for you, then the best book cover designer I've used is Martina. Sometimes when I don't think I'm capable of making a design that I think I've got in my head that I want to use, I will just use Martina. She's absolutely incredible. As you can see, top rated, 4.9-star rating from 699 reviews. She is absolutely brilliant, and I would recommend her for any of your book covers if you want to fully outsource that. And then we finally have additional research. So sometimes you may need some research for elements of your books, if facts, trivia, that kind of stuff. You need someone to actually go ahead and research all of that for you. Yes, if you want to, you can do that entirely yourself. But in this case, I would again recommend Fiverr and Upwork if you don't want to do this research. Loads of people can do this kind of work for you. So let's just say you're making like an animal coloring book and you need some facts within there as well to make it a better quality product, or you're just making like an animal facts book. You can actually go onto Upwork, put a job posting up, and basically say, I'm not looking just for anyone to find these facts. I want someone who's really into animals or really into a certain subject. You can find these people. Trust me, they are expert in pretty much any field. And if you're getting those people to find you facts and trivia, it's much more likely to be accurate. So that's why I'd probably recommend Upwork over Fiverr, because Upwork, they come to you. Fiverr, you have to specifically go to them, and there's much more variety on Upwork. So things like additional research, I would definitely recommend Upwork. You can use Fiverr, but I would recommend Upwork. Or alternatively, you can hire your own VA or virtual assistant to do these tasks for you, but I will cover this in the scaling section of your course, because if you have a virtual assistant, they can do so many different things. They're not tied to a specific topic, but like I say, I will cover that in the scaling section of this course. So with those tools, those freelancers, systems, and software, you are able to create pretty much any KDP book you want. They're the foundations, and then it's up to you exactly what you do with them and what books you produce. And we have covered a lot in this video, so I'm going to summarize everything here. You should never take a book first approach. Your book can be whatever you want it to be, as long as it satisfies the demand that you uncovered in your niche research. There are literally thousands of different types of books that you could potentially make, so don't feel you have to be doing what everyone else is doing. Remember that idea of the quote coloring book. And then with all of this, I've just shown you here all of these different kind of sections and different types of books and different stages of the KDP book creation process. You literally have access now to pretty much everything you need to bring whatever book you want to life.
In this video, I'm going to show exactly how I made this book in under an hour using AI that I can now upload to Amazon KDP and make hundreds of dollars a month from. Now, before I go ahead and actually create the book and show you how to do it step by step, the first really important thing you need to understand with Amazon KDP is you're not just creating any books, you need to be creating books that you know are going to sell well. And this is exactly how I came to the conclusion of this book going to sell well, being kind of a funny, kind of punny food-related coloring book. Because if you just go to Amazon at the moment and just type in food coloring book, as you can see, there are a lot of different types of food coloring book that are all doing pretty well. This one has a bestseller rank of 1,497. This one has one of 11,000. The lower the bestseller rank, i.e. the closer it is to 0, the more units a book is selling. So if I just take this one, for example, a bestseller rank of 1,497 and put it into a bestseller rank to sales calculator, as you can see, this book is selling roughly 109 units every single day. Now, this is a pretty good performing book. So let's take this one as well, 11,324. Let's see how well this one is selling. So put that one into the calculator as well. 23 units a day. And if they're making, $3 or $4 per book sale, these guys are going to be easily making over $100 a day just on these books. So that's just kind of a bit of a reference as to how these, bestseller rank translate into sales. And the key thing with Amazon KDP is you want to be creating books in niches that are already driving sales. As you can see here, because these BSRs or bestseller ranks are pretty good, it shows that there is demand on Amazon for a food-related coloring book. So we're going to keep going down here. Comfort food, as you can see, this one has 10,633. This one isn't doing too well, but it's a kind of a different sort of style. All of these food and drink ones, 29,000, 130,000. That's okay, not brilliant. But as you see, there's lots of books that are selling well in this niche. So there isn't an issue with people buying food coloring books. So that's the first thing that we need to understand when we're finding a book to make on Amazon is there demand for this overall niche? And in this case, yes, there is. But in this case, also, there is a lot of competition and books that we're potentially competing against. You just type in food coloring book, there's over 4,000 results for it. And as you can see, some of these are already performing pretty well. But this is where the difference between people who make money on Amazon KDP versus those who don't make money on Amazon KDP all comes in. Because if you look at this here, you just type in food coloring book, all of these designs just look exactly the same. They're all inspired by this one Coco Wyo book. They all have this bold and easy coloring book design. They all look exactly the same. Look at these two here. This one also looks very similar. These all look the same. They're all going for the same thing. So people who are unsuccessful with Amazon KDP, again, you can see these as well. Everything just looks exactly the same. Now, people who are unsuccessful with Amazon KDP will see a book selling well, literally just create an exact copy of it and expect it to sell well as well. The reality is, if you're someone like this, if someone is going to buy a food, bold and easy coloring book, they're going to go ahead and buy this one because it has over 2,000 reviews. This one here, over 1,400 reviews. Why would someone go ahead and buy yours when this one is a significantly better product, more reviews, and you have literally, less than 10 reviews? Just copying something that already works is terrible advice. What you need to do instead is take this overall niche of food coloring book. We know that there is demand for this, and put our own spin on it. So not only are we going to have a completely different looking book cover, we're also going to go one step further. As you can see from the design I put on screen, we're not just creating a food coloring book, we're creating a food coloring book with funny and kind of punny quotes to go alongside it. So we're tapping into this niche of already proven success of food coloring books, but we're putting our own spin on things, making ourselves look completely different from all our competitors, and we're offering a significantly better product because we also kind of have humor and kind of quotes in ours rather than just having super basic designs like all of these ones as well. Now, I go into this whole aspect of Amazon KDP book niche research in significantly more detail in my completely free Amazon KDP course. If you want to go into detail on exactly how to do all of that, then I will leave that video linked on screen for you to go ahead and check out after you finished watching this video. So now that we know we're going to make a food coloring book based around, some punny phrases and things that are just going to be a little bit more humorous than the current offerings on the market, how exactly do we go ahead and create this? Now, as you can see, I have already gone and made this book off camera. As you can see, all of these different designs, they're coloring themed pages with, kind of punny and funny phrases. So you better believe it with, some cake batter and a cool design to color in. Let us celebrate, holy guacamole with an avocado, a nacho problem with a cool nacho that you can color in. So we're not just creating food designs, we're creating funny designs, and you can also, color in the text, you can color in the other elements around it. So we are having a food coloring book, but we're completely in our own lane here, and we're not competing against anybody else. Everyone else is just creating exactly the same product as each other, competing against each other and getting no sales. We're still tapping into that really high demand niche, but we've completely made our own lane in it. So as you can just see, all of these cool designs that we've got for ourselves, these are all what we've made in this one file. So as you can see, all of these cool designs that are really high quality images, and also exactly what we're trying to do with this book, I've made literally completely from scratch using AI, and here's exactly how I did it. So now I'm going to show you a step-by-step process of exactly how I've brought this coloring book to life using purely AI. Now, the actual tool we're going to be using to bring these images to life is a tool called Kittle. Now, I will leave Kittle linked down below in the description, along with a discount code that you can see on screen to get yourself 25% discount off it. It's by far one of the most affordable and powerful softwares you can have for an Amazon KDP business. And as you're about to see, can help you create books literally like this in less than an hour that you can then sell for hundreds of dollars on Amazon. And what's even more powerful is when you combine something like Kittle with ChatGPT to come up with all of these designs for you. Now, Kittle is kind of the power behind actually generating these images in the first place. And then you can either come up with these ideas yourself, you know, these punny things, let us celebrate based around a lettuce, or holy guacamole based around an avocado. But I personally didn't even come up with these. I used ChatGPT to come up with these, and then literally got ChatGPT to create a prompt that I then put into Kittle that I then used to create these designs. This is exactly how I did it. So I literally just went into ChatGPT and sent in this image that I found online of exactly the kind of style that I'm looking for. I just said, I'm looking to make an adult coloring book that has funny phrases to go along with a coloring image. I've attached an example of the kind of design and style I want. The example of this phrase is "what the fudge cookie," and another example would be "don't mess with me," and another would be "sit me baby one more time." These are just examples that I found online. Can you think of 10 more funny phrases like this that I can use in my coloring book? I will later ask you to come up with design ideas based off them. So as it said, here are some funny food phrases. So you better believe it, let us celebrate, holy guacamole. These are the ones that I then used in that design. A nacho problem, peas out, 2 peas in a pod giving peace signs. I then just said it's exactly what I'm looking for, so I absolutely love it. Can you help me create a prompt for DALL-E for the first idea? Now within Kittle, you can use loads of different image generation AIs. You can use DALL-E, you can use Google Image Gen, so it doesn't really matter which one you go for. But what I'm essentially doing here is I'm asking ChatGPT, great, I really like the fact that you've got all of these designs and there's exactly what I'm looking for. Can you give me a prompt that I can literally just put into Kittle and that's going to give me the design that I want? So that's exactly what I asked it for. And this is the prompt that it gave me. And I actually went down and said, there's actually a few more things that I need to color in the image. I don't just want one image. I kind of want some background elements that you can also color in. And then it gave me an even more updated prompt. And then it asked me if I want a repeatable template. I then just said, yes, I want a repeatable template where I can just go in, have exactly the same style consistently, but just change the design every single time. And what it did is it gave me this template here and the example for the image of "you better believe it." I literally go ahead and copy this code. I then went over to Kittle AI, as you can see here, and I literally just copy and pasted this code in and then just press generate image. And this is the original image that it generated, but I've just run the same prompt here and it's got me a slightly different version of the image. Now, what you can do as well, if you don't like the original image, now, in my opinion, this one here is way better quality than this one here. You can go back into this prompt and just add in a few things. Now, for me, the background elements don't particularly look that great. So I'm going to go to here where it says add small decorative elements, sprinkle stars, hearts, whatever. And then at the end, just say, to fill background, just so it's going to add a few more of those to make the image look a little bit more, appealing and there's more going on in it. And now here is the updated design. So this one is significantly better than this one. There's just more going on to it with it. There's more elements that you can color in. I prefer this one a lot more to this, but it's all about just tinkering with this prompt until you kind of have one that you like. A lot of these, it got it right first time, but it sometimes does take a little bit of tweaking, but that's exactly how you would do that for the first design. Then once you've got this image, all you want to do is go down to this section here where it says artboard and then just draw yourself a rough artboard of what you want. Just going to be roughly square. And then you can change it to exactly the dimensions that you need for KDP. So we want to be producing an 8.5 by an 8.5 design because that's the size we're going to go for our book. We want it to be kind of like a square coloring book, and those dimensions for the interior are 8.5 by 8.5. And this will generate what's called an artboard. Now, all you need to do then
is go ahead and drag your image into this artboard. And now you have an artboard that you can actually go in and export yourself. So to repeat this process, I would then move on to the next design. We're going to go ahead back into Kittle AI, get rid of this, and then just put in the letter celebrate here. We're actually going to go ahead and add in to fill background, just so it saves us having to do it again manually when we're not too happy with the original design. Go ahead and press generate image, and this should now give us our second image, which is going to be based around this let us celebrate pun. And as you can see, here is that second design that it's generated for us. Now again, we need to go ahead and make another artboard for this one. So I'll just draw this roughly around it, and then go to this artboard by clicking artboard number at the top, and then just making this 8.5 by 8.5 again, just like we did with the previous one. Go ahead and put this design in, and then that's our second page done. So all you need to do then is go ahead and just repeat this process until you have a file full of all of these different interiors. Now I actually went back into ChatGPT, and as you can see, it's giving me the prompts for pretty much all of these designs. It gives me 10 at a time. And then I just continue to ask ChatGPT to keep coming up with new ideas. So your one smart cookie, along with a prompt for the exact design that I want. Same with this one, and it just keeps going down and down and down until you have 50 designs that you can use in your file. That's basically where all of these designs came from. Stay cool, sweet like honey, we're meant to be, you're my better half, too hot to handle. All of these ideas came from ChatGPT. The prompts came from ChatGPT, but the actual images themselves came from Kittle, where I now have this file that I can then download and use on Amazon KDP. Now, I do recommend if you're creating a book that you're going to sell on Amazon, you have at least 50 images that you can have in your book. Otherwise, the book will be too small. It's not going to be that satisfactory for the customer. You're probably going to get bad reviews. So I would say at least 50 designs is kind of your sweet spot here. So that's exactly what I did. I just continued to make more of these designs using exactly the process that I've just showed you until I had 50 designs ready for my book. And that is the book coloring interior completely done. We now need to move on to the book cover. Now, in order to make a book cover, you first of all need to get the dimensions right. So this is a little bit of the boring stuff. I'll leave this link down below in the description because this is basically Amazon KDP's very own calculator that gives you exactly the dimensions that you need for your book cover. So you just need to enter some book information here. We're going to go for binding type of paperback. The interior type, we're going to go for black and white. The paper type is white paper. The reading direction is left to right. And the measurement units is going to be in inches. And the trim size, like I said, is 8.5 by 8.5 inches. We're going to have 50 designs in there, including one page as an intro page. So 50 designs on every single right-hand page, every single left-hand page. We're just going to leave blank to prevent the colors bleeding through. So for every design, there's 2 pages. You'll see exactly what this looks like later. So our overall page count is going to be 101 because we have that one intro page, and then every left-hand page is just going to be completely blank. But even though it's blank, that still counts as a page. And then every right page is going to be a design. So 101 pages in total. Go ahead and just press calculate dimensions. And as you can see, it's going to have calculated all the dimensions for us. We then just want to go down to download template, and that's going to download this zip file of exactly a drag and drop template we can go ahead and just put into Kittle and use for our design. So when you're back in Kittle, just go over to this uploads file and then upload the file that you just downloaded, and then you can put it straight into your canvas. And then once you do that, it will look something like this. So this is exactly how we need our design to look. So as you can see, this is where the front cover is going to go. This is where the back cover is going to go. And this here is where the spine is going to be. Now, this has just been uploaded as an image in Kittle for now. So to make it something that we can actually go ahead and download later on, we again need to make another artboard. So just go down to this artboard button here, roughly drag it over the template. Again, it doesn't really matter too much as long as it's kind of roughly a similar size. Just move this slightly to the side. And as you can see, the dimensions that we're going to need for our artboard are 17.475 inches by 8.75 inches. So we're going to go back to this artboard here, zoom out a little bit just so we can keep that text in sight. Click on artboard and then go for 17.47. Now this only goes to 2 decimal places, but that's absolutely fine in this case. And then 8.75 inches as the height. And that's exactly the dimensions that we need for our KDP book cover. We're going to go ahead and put this template right into the top corner there. Drag it all the way down to the bottom, and now we have our template perfectly sitting within our artboard.
And this is going to be the file that we export as our KDP front cover and our KDP back cover. Now here are just two designs that I created off camera for this book. So they've got examples of exactly the images that we're going to be using, in our book as the front cover. So you can kind of make the front cover and back cover whatever you want to. Choose your favorite design or the design that you think kind of, represents the book the best. So the ones I've gone for here are Donut Ever Change and also Espresso Yourself. Now you can make multiple different variations of the front cover depending on which design you want, but I'm going to show you exactly how I made these now. And the first thing I did was start exactly from this position here. I just had this default artboard in here. And let's just take this first one, for example, of this Donut Ever Change. This is where Kittle kind of really comes into its own, because if you just go into the image that you created, you can go up to this thing that says Smartboard here. And what this basically is going to do is going to read this initial design here and kind of do whatever you want for it. So literally all I said with this one here, which is a smartboard that I made off camera, I literally just selected this one and said, color in this image. So all I did was I clicked here, I then pressed smartboard and I just said color in this image. And it's gone ahead and just colored in this design for me. Now it's not going to be exactly the same design every single time. It's going to be a little bit different, but let's just say I wanted to change this text to, a yellow color rather than it being a blue. I could just say, now add a smartboard from this one. So basically how this works is you take an original image, you then create a variation of that. And then from this variation, you could then add another variation. So we've got a blue text here, change the text to yellow if you wanted to have a yellow text. And that's exactly what it's done here. And then let's just say again, we wanted to change the icing on the donut to blue. Let's just say we didn't want it to be a pink donut, but for some reason want it to be a blue donut. You can go ahead and change that. That's just me showing you, just how much variation you can have in all of these designs and literally bring it to life however you want to. And as far as I'm aware, there's no other tool on the market that allows you to have this level of customization, not only in your designs for your interior, but also the designs for your front cover. And again, as you can see, it's kept the yellow text, but it's changed the donut to being blue. Now, this is an extremely powerful tool if you want to try multiple different variations of your book cover. But let's just say that I wanted to use this design on my front cover. It actually currently is a smartboard. But if you click on the smartboard itself, you have this button that just says convert to image. And now that's going to just create an image for you based off that smartboard. And this is the image that we're going to use in our design. So we're going to go ahead and pull this all the way down. Let's go and find that cover that we had here. And we're just going to go ahead and drop this onto the front cover itself. Now the background can be entirely what you want to do. This is currently a white background, but I don't think that looks too good. So all you can do is click on the image and then just go to remove background. And that will just remove the entire background for you. Go up to this section here and then just go for a basic shape. And then you could just pull a shape in over the top. So let's go ahead and put this right in the middle of our design. Pull it all the way down to the bottom and then just send it backwards a little bit. You can actually do that by clicking these three buttons here and then just press forward or backward or the shortcut on the keyboard that I just used. And then you can kind of have whatever color background you want. So this first design, I kind of had a cyan text with a yellow background. We've now got a slightly more blue text here. So let's have a play around and just see the kind of the colors that we like. So click onto here and then change this color and you'll be able to see the color change however you want to. So there's kind of a green background there. I think orange is probably going to look quite good against the blue text. So Donut Ever Change. You can have a color a little bit like this. So that's basically an example of using the image and then having a solid color background. You can go up to here and actually add it to either a linear gradient or you can have it as a radial gradient. I quite like the radial gradients. So if you make this yellow on the end, push this all the way to the back, that's basically going to give us, it starts quite dark, but then comes out yellow in the end. I think dark looks pretty bad. So if we just make this a little bit whiter, just pull this all the way up to the top. As you can see now, rather than just having a solid yellow background, we have a little bit of kind of a radial gradient to it, which is exactly what I've done in this one here. So that's just an example of one front cover that you can do. You can change, the background color. You can change the actual image itself. Let's just say you wanted to make this background blue rather than yellow. So we're going to go ahead and change this yellow. Let's make this blue, something like that. The text doesn't really stand out too well, but that's an example of when you would go back to these designs here and just take a text that's maybe yellow or a different kind of color that's going to stand out better. Literally just go and convert this one into image, bring it all the way down to your design, take this one out, move this one into position, just go ahead and remove the background. And now we have a blue version of our front cover. So you can literally mix and match yourself. You can maybe upload something like this color scheme for a week, see how it does. If it's not selling too well, you can very easily go ahead and change the colors until you find a book cover that you know converts pretty well. You have complete flexibility and creativity of exactly what you want it to look like. And for this example book cover here, it's exactly the same process. I just chose a different design. So I decided to go for the espresso yourself because I think this kind of phrase speaks to a potential buyer a lot more when they're just browsing on Amazon. So we want this design to be the one that kind of stands out on the front of the book cover. Again, I literally just went ahead, clicked into this artboard here. It's important you don't click on the image because you're not going to get the smartboard option here. You need to click into the actual number right on the top left. I then just press smartboard here, which generated this smartboard. And I just said again, color in this image, and it gave me this. Now for me, this espresso cup was a little bit too dark. Obviously, the espresso itself is probably meant to be dark, but the cup should probably be a little bit lighter. So this was the original image it created me. I then just said, make the cup a little bit lighter, and that gave me this option here. And then I wanted to change the text. So I just said, make the text light red. And this is the final design that I got. I then just pressed convert to image, and that generated me this espresso yourself image that I then dragged down and added to the front of my book cover. And that's exactly how I made this one. Super easy and super straightforward to do. And now for the back cover of your overall book cover design. I actually don't think it's anywhere near as important as the front cover. You want to have a cool image on the front for sure. But the back image for a coloring book like this, you kind of have two options. You can either just show, the kind of images that you get inside the book itself, just in their raw form. So as you can see, all of these are just previous designs that I had before. So let's just say I wanted to take this olive you one, I love you, olive you is kind of what it's going for. We did literally just go ahead and press duplicate here, and that's going to basically make us a second version of this. Drag this all the way down to our file, and then you can just drop this on the back cover and kind of arrange it kind of as you want to. That is one option, or you can go for the second option here, which is where you have the colored in versions. I probably think this is going to be a little bit better because it just shows, the person, what the end result could be when they're coloring the images in. You can see the white background here with the white pages, but they can kind of design the actual image itself in whatever color that they want. And it's exactly the same process. Let's just take this jamming one. This is the design that I wanted to have on my back cover, but I wanted to have a colored in version. I just pressed smartboard. I went down to the smartboard that it generated, and again, just said color this image. And that is the image that it generated. I then just press convert to image and pull this all the way down and put this in my book file. And that is exactly how I made this coloring book. So in less than an hour, I literally went from zero with absolutely no ideas of what I wanted to do. I got all the phrases that I wanted in ChatGPT, and then got ChatGPT to create all of the different prompts for me, and then put all of the different prompts into Kittle to generate all of these different designs using their very own artboard. And that was my interior, literally done in hardly any time at all. And then I had to create the front cover for the book. So I did it as I showed you there, and I just wanted to have colored images of exactly the designs that you can expect in the book, but one of them to be on the front cover. And the easy way to do that is literally just go in to click on the image that you want, generate a smartboard, and then just literally say, color this image in, and then it literally just colors in the image in for you without you having to do anything else in a matter of seconds. Now, before a tool like Kittle existed, you'd have to outsource all of this work to Fiverr. As you can see, this person's got a gig that says, I will draw unique digital coloring pages for children. One coloring page is £12 per image. So you're looking at around £600-700 to get 50 images created for a book like this. But with Kittle, it's less than $20 a month, and you can make as many of these designs as you want. And that's just the interior. When it comes to actually creating the book cover, you again need to outsource this. It's going to cost you hundreds of pounds and hundreds of dollars to do, but you can not only do it significantly quicker in Kittle, but for significantly less cost. So now we've got our interior images and our coloring pages completely done. We've also got our book cover completely done. There's only one final thing we need to do, and that is just introduce the book here, and then also have our color bleed through pages. So all you want to do to create this first cover here, again, I've just gone in, added in an artboard just like this, changed it to 8.5 by 8.5. So it's exactly the same size as the rest of the design. Popped it over here. I've then gone into this text here, just gone in and added a headline or add a paragraph. It doesn't really matter. And I've gone ahead and just typed in an intro page, because when you think about opening a book
that you have from Amazon, the first page is always going to be a right-hand page, but we want all of our designs to be on the right-hand page and the left pages to be left blank for bleed through. So we're going to use that first initial right-hand page just to introduce the book and communicate with the customer a little bit. So I've just said whether you're feeling great in yourself or if life's feeling a little too much at the moment, this coloring book has been designed to help you relax and escape the noise of the outside world. Immerse yourself in the coloring and the humor, give yourself some time to unwind, and use this as an opportunity to give yourself a break from whatever you're experiencing in life. You've got this. Because the sort of person that's going to be looking to buy a book like this is buying it because they want to just kind of detach from the noise of the outside world. They probably might have a little bit of anxiety. They want to have just a little bit of stress relief and forget about everything and just immerse themselves in the coloring. Being able to speak exactly to your ideal customer on the first page just adds so much more credibility to your book. So that's what the first page is going to look like. Then the first left-hand page here is just going to be a note that says, all left pages in this book have been left blank to prevent color bleed through. I then said, feel free to leave them blank, or you're welcome to test colors or create your own doodles if you wish. Because if you put every single left page with just a bit of text there, I've sometimes had bad reviews from people saying, I wish you just told me that on the first page and then left all of them blank, and then they can kind of create doodles or test their colors or whatever it is they want to do. So all I'm doing is just having this one page at the start that tells them why every single left page is going to be left blank. And you might have noticed that I haven't actually included those blank pages in this design here because we're going to go ahead and do that in just a second in a way that's way quicker than doing it manually in Kittle. So we're happy with all of the designs that we want. To actually export this into a design that we can upload to Amazon, all you want to do is go ahead and press this button here, then go down to PDF, and then combine all artboards into one file. So it's going to download all of these into one file. And if we're just doing the interior, we want to make sure we go all the way down and unclick the images that we created that we're not going to have in our interior. These were all just made for the book cover itself. So we're going to go ahead and deselect all of these. And then that leaves us with 52 artboards. So we have our 50 designs. We then have our one, color bleed through page. And then we also have our one intro page, 52 pages. Then what I recommend you do is actually increase the DPI to 300. That's what we're going to go for here. Optimize quality and then just go ahead and press download. And then that's going to go ahead and download a file with all of these images in that we need to do one other thing before we can then upload it to Amazon KDP. And that is go to a merge PDF tool online. These are completely free. I'll leave this one linked down below in the description as well. Go ahead and just select the PDF file that you just downloaded from Kittle. And it's just going to come out in a way that's super easy to organize. Now, for some reason, when you export from Kittle, it is a little bit clunky. The exporting is a little bit random. I haven't quite got my head around it, but this is just such an easy solution to any of that. And it literally takes, less than a minute to do. Go ahead and then just put everything in order. So this is the first page that we want. We then want our first left page to be this bleed through text. Then we have our designs. We're going to go ahead and after every single design, just go in and add a blank page after it. And this is exactly what our design will look like. So every single coloring image is going to be on the right-hand page. Then we're going to have a left one with just either blank or with this message here. So left page, right page, left page, right page. And you can go ahead and order these images in whatever you want to. So it doesn't really matter if it's a book like this because there's no chronological order to it. So, but if you wanted to have this spill the tea one instead of here, you can move that down there and then just move this ketchup one there. Completely depends, the order that you want, but I'm happy with this for this example. Then just go ahead and press organize. It's going to download this PDF for you. And then that is the file that you're going to go ahead and upload to Amazon KDP as your interior. Then the book cover is a lot more straightforward. Go back into your Kittle board again, go down to this export button. And then rather than selecting all artboards, the only one we want to actually export is this artboard 60. So just go all the way down until you can find the artboard 60, which is this one here. Download it as a PDF, optimize background. Again, just go ahead and press download. And then here is that exact book cover that you can go ahead and upload straight to Amazon KDP. So there you go. There's how you can create a coloring book interior and also a coloring book cover in less than an hour using AI that you can then go ahead and upload to Amazon KDP. So up to this point, I've shown you how you can find profitable niches for your KDP books and how you can actually bring these books to life. The next module here that we're going to be going into now is all about once you've created that book, actually how would you get that book found by your ideal customer? So in this module, we'll cover this video here, which is about keywords and the keyword algorithm. And then the vast majority of it will be all about Amazon KDP ads, because that is the main way you're going to get your book discovered. But before we go into that, this lesson is really important to kind of frame everything we're about to go into for the rest of this module. So this video, the keyword algorithm, I'm going to teach you how the algorithm works and how you can use it to your advantage. So the keyword algorithm. So far in this course, I've explained that organic keyword ranking used to work well, but it doesn't anymore. And the reason for this is because, as I've said, more and more people are doing KDP, and ranking organically is therefore becoming more and more difficult. But in order to master keywords and kind of overcome this, there are two things that you need to understand. Firstly, you understand this idea of keyword indexing. Keyword indexing essentially is when your book is associated with a keyword. So it's kind of like, any kind of related keyword, it is tagged kind of to that book. You then have keyword ranking. So that is actually referring to when your book actually ranks that keyword. So there's a big difference between a book indexing for a certain keyword and a book ranking for a keyword. Indexing basically means it's somewhat relevant to that book, whereas ranking means you're actually ranking specifically when someone types in that keyword into Amazon. That's a really important difference to understand, and I'm going to cover both of these in more detail in this video. So here's an example of what I mean by keyword indexing. Here is just this airplane activity book, but I've just put into Helium 10 Cerebro kind of reverse ASIN lookup, and it's basically pulled back all of the keywords that this book is indexing for. So as you can see, aeroplane activity book for kids 4 to 8. Keyword is indexing for 341 in total. Travel kids activity book, travel activities, flight activities for kids. So all of these really relevant keywords it has indexed for, i.e. Amazon are basically tagging this book along to all of these kind of related keywords. But what's interesting here is this doesn't necessarily mean this book is ranking for all of these. If it was ranking first for all of these, this book would be making an absolute fortune because ranking first for all of these relevant keywords. A lot of people are going to end up buying your book, but this is indexing. This doesn't necessarily mean ranking. So that's the main difference between indexing and ranking. Indexing, kind of all these related keywords that kind of Amazon almost like tag to your book. Ranking is the actual process of physically ranking for each individual one. So if this book was ranking for travel kids activity book, that's very different just to indexing for it. So indexing therefore increases the potential reach of your KDP book. So if you think the more keywords you're indexing for, the kind of the broader net your kind of book has over the whole of Amazon. So although indexing isn't quite as strong as, actually ranking for a certain keyword, it's still good to have because the more keywords you can index for, the greater your reach, and hopefully at some point the more people will eventually see your book. And therefore how I treat this is therefore the role of your organic keywords to index for these relevant search terms. If you go into upload your KDP book, I'm sure you've seen this. You have to upload, some keywords into your 7 keyword boxes. How I treat these now is these are just for me to use to index for as many related keywords as I possibly can, with the goal of this. You see, airplane activity book for kids. Look at all these individual words. They all kind of relate to this book itself. And that is the goal of these here. We're not necessarily using these boxes to rank first for a keyword because that's just not going to happen. That's just not how these keyword boxes operate. The main goal of these keyword boxes is essentially just to tell Amazon, what is your book about? In this case, they're going to have loads of airplane, travel, holiday kind of keywords in there. And Amazon will automatically know, okay, we know roughly what this book is about. Let's index for all of these keywords because that's what they're telling us in these 7 keyword boxes. These are mainly for indexing. Just because you put a keyword in here does not mean you're going to rank well for them. In fact, it's very, very unlikely that you will. So therefore, you need to be using these to index your keywords. And we'll go on to how you actually rank for keywords later on. Now, this is great. The more keywords you index for, technically, the broader kind of your reach is on Amazon. Even if your book isn't showing up, on the first page, it's going to be showing up somewhere down the line because it's indexed somewhere. Doesn't necessarily mean it's ranking really high. So in theory, the more you can index for, the kind of the broader reach you have. So it's a good thing, but it's not what's going to drive sales, especially when your book is new. Now, this is great if you could index for loads of keywords because the more keywords you can index for, technically speaking, the broader kind of your reach. Even if you're kind of ranking on page 3 or 4 for a certain keyword, at least you have indexed for it and Amazon are aware that's related to your book. But indexing for keywords is not what's going to drive sales, especially when your book is new and it hasn't got any kind of data or sales to back it up. And this is where ranking for keywords is what will drive these sales. And initially, a lot of this ranking comes from ads. So we've touched on indexing here. I've said this book isn't necessarily ranking first, second, or third in the search results for all of these. These are just kind of tags alongside this. And I've said that a few times, but I just want to repeat it to get it into your head because it's really, really important. Ranking for these keywords is a totally different thing. And like I say, initially, that will come from ads. So again, let's take this airplane activity book, for example. When you first launch this book, of course, you'll probably index for airplane activity book because you probably have that in your title. I'm sure you've got your keywords within there as well, but you probably won't rank for it. And the reason why you won't rank for it initially is you have to kind of run all of your decisions on KDP through this lens. Remember, Amazon will only rank products that make them money. Ultimately, Amazon just want to make themselves as much money, and therefore they're only going to be pushing books that are already selling well, because if they're already selling well, Amazon's like, okay, the more of this we can sell, the more money we make. And therefore, to take a keyword from just indexing to actually ranking, your book needs to be selling. So I know what you're thinking, but how can I sell a book when it's not ranking? And then how can I rank a book when it's not selling? What comes first? It's kind of like a chicken or egg situation. Do I rank my book first and then it sells? Or do I sell my book first and then it ranks? It's very difficult to understand how you actually get this ball moving. And the answer to this is the sales have to come first. Your book's not going to rank if it's not selling, because remember, Amazon only push the products that are actually selling well. Because remember, Amazon only organically push products that are already selling well. So at some point, the sales have to come first. And therefore, the sales don't come from organic indexing, they come from paid advertising. So let's stick to this book here that we're talking about and take the keyword airplane coloring book. Let's just say this is the main keyword that you want to be ranking for. So you upload your book for the first time ever. It's gone live for a day or so. You're not going to be ranking very well for this because it's just been launched. You have absolutely no sales. So you have no ranking and therefore you have no sales. And because you have no sales, you have no ranking, which means you have no sales. This positive feedback loop just keeps going and going and going because, how are you going to improve your ranking if you don't have any sales? And that is where you start to add in ads. So let's just say you added a keyword ad where you're specifically targeting airplane coloring book. And because you're paying and you're using ads, your book now might show up first for this search term as a sponsored product, because that's the whole point of ads. Ads take your book and put you right at the top or wherever you want it to be after a certain search term. So all of a sudden now you've got no sales, which means you have no ranking, but you've just started to add in Amazon ads. And now people are actually starting to see your book because you've placed it in front of the right people. Everyone who searches this is going to be interested in your airplane activity book. And therefore, as you start using ads, you then start to get some sales because people are seeing it, they're buying it, they're enjoying it. And then as you start to get some sales, you then start to get some more organic ranking. So slowly, this is starting to pick up again. You then continue using your ads, you're spending more and more people are seeing it. You then start to get more sales, and the more sales you get, the more organic ranking you start to get. So as you can see, we're starting to build this positive feedback loop, and it's all driven initially by those ads. So we're at the point now where our book's actually starting to rank a lot more. We're still using ads and we're getting more sales, and the more sales we get, the more ranking we get, which means we get more sales, which means we get better ranking, which means we get even more sales. And crucially here, these sales are no longer just coming from ads. Yes, the initial ones will come from ads because that's how you're going to get exposure. But as you get more sales after those and you start ranking organically more of these sales are going to come from organic keywords, KW meaning keywords here. So all of a sudden it gets to the point in your feedback loop where the more sales you get is great, but actually it's even better because not all of these sales are coming from ads. A lot of them are now starting to come from organic keywords because you're organically ranking now for this airplane coloring book, because again, Amazon is seeing, oh wow, people are actually buying this book when the ads show up for airplane coloring book. Let's see if we can push it ourselves about the ads and see how that happens. And that's how you build your organic ranking. So this is kind of a rough idea. Don't necessarily pay too much attention to the specific numbers, but how your split between organic and paid might start to look. So if you go back to this kind of feedback cycle here in mind, when you first start out, you're going to have very, very little ranking because, no one's bought your book yet, or very few people have bought your book, and you're not ranking very well for many keywords. So the vast majority of your sales are going to come from your paid ads. But over time, as you get more sales, Amazon will start realizing, again, more ranking, that, they're starting to push your book a little bit more. And then over time, the amount of sales you get from organic keywords here, because again, Amazon is starting to push your book organically for this keyword, because every time, it's shown up in an ad and it converts well for a sale, Amazon think, oh, great, this keyword is actually leading to more sales for this book. Let's start pushing it ourselves. And that's where you start to get an increase between paid and organic. Now, however you split your organic versus your paid is completely up to you. Some people like to start quite aggressively with ads, and then once the organic sales pick up, just completely cut off that ads altogether. I think that's a bad idea, because ultimately, if your ads are running profitably, you may as well keep them the same. But the idea is, when you're kind of trying to rank for these keywords, initially a lot of the sales are going to come from ads, but over time, the more sales your book gets, the more Amazon start ranking it organically, the more organic sales you get, and then you're in that positive feedback loop of compounding, and your book will start ranking organically. This is how you get started and start actually ranking and getting your book in front of the right customers. So therefore, paid ads give your books the initial push before it starts ranking organically. Going back to this chicken or egg situation, paid ads are the things that are going to initially drive those sales. And this is why people with a scarcity mindset who are scared to invest in their KDP business, especially their KDP ads, will fail, because they upload their book and then they complain they're not getting any sales. You have to be prepared to invest in your book initially at the start before you start getting these organic rankings. People just expect, to upload a book and then it just starts selling. This isn't 2019, 2018 anymore. That doesn't work. You need to be prepared to invest, because ultimately it's a means to an end. You're not just paying for sales, you're paying for the initial traffic that really starts to get this ball rolling and starts that positive compounding for you. This is why people with a scarcity mindset fail on Amazon KDP, and why this course is not made for any of those people. It's only made for people like yourself who are prepared to invest in their business, because ultimately that is the quickest and most reliable way to grow. So that, to be honest, is everything you actually need to know about keyword ads. Like I say, it's changed a lot in the last few years, and there's no point in me going on and lying to you saying, oh, it's all about organic keywords, because it's just not anymore. This is the whole system that it comes down to ranking well organically for your keywords. I'm not saying organic keywords aren't important. They are extremely important, but it's how you get to the point where you're ranking organically, which is where a lot of people have the issue, and this is where the role of ads come in. So that's everything you really need to know about keywords. Now we're going to move on to ads, but before we do that, there are a few things that we need to cover. You see, finding good organic keywords, although I've said it's not the most crucial thing in the world for KDP these days, it is still important, because we do want to index for as many keywords as we possibly can. Again, going all the way back to the start, if we can, the more we index for, the broader our reach is. Even if we're not necessarily ranking for them, having more keywords or relevant keywords that we're indexing for can never be a bad thing. So the organic keywords that you find do still play some kind of role in KDP. And there are two main places where we want to place our organic keywords. Firstly, in the book title, and then secondly, in our keyword boxes. And I've highlighted again here our book title, because it's actually very important you use good organic keywords in your book title, because in terms of SEO pull organically, this is where it is the strongest. If you've got your main keyword in your book title, Amazon essentially look at your book and think, okay, what's this book title? How can we try and figure out who might want this book and what this book is? The first thing they look for is in the book title. So again, although the vast majority of traction is delivered by paid ads rather than organic ranking, it is still fairly important to have some organic keywords in your book title. I'm going to show you exactly why that is now. So like I say, your KDP book title, again, this is less important than it used to be, but it is still important to have a properly formatted book title. And here's some things your book title should do. It should contain your best keywords, i.e. the ones with high demand and relatively low competition. And I would say no more than 3 keywords max, because you don't want to just be keyword stuff in your title. It looks really unprofessional. People know what you're doing and actually put them off. So I would say definitely no more than 3 kind of main keywords in your title. And it also crucially needs to sell the benefit of the book. This is nothing to do with actually ranking. This is kind of to do with kind of converting and actually speaking to your customer. And I'll cover this in just a second on the next slide. But just reiterating here, organic SEO pull is the strongest in the title and subtitle. And therefore, if you can, you need to include keywords with high search volume and low-ish competition. And here's exactly what I mean by how to structure a book title with these 2 things in mind. Again, this is definitely nowhere near as important as it used to be, but you still want to have a properly formatted book title. So you can see here, this is a trick of riddles for smart kids. And the title is Tricky Riddles for Smart Kids, 320 fun riddles, brain teasers and trick questions for everyday family fun that boost brain power for ages 7 to 9 and 8 to 12. Now I'm going to show you why this is a good title. Starting off firstly with this idea of containing your best keywords. Firstly, as you can see here, they've got the keyword riddles book for smart kids. This is going to be a keyword that a lot of people are searching into Amazon, and therefore if you can put this in your title, that's going to be great, because they put this riddles book for smart kids, but they haven't just led with just this. They've kind of tied it into an overall kind of sentence. The tricky, and then riddles book for smart kids. So as you can see, they've been quite strategic and quite clever with how they put this keyword into their title. So you would read this, the tricky riddles book for smart kids, and you wouldn't think, okay, they're putting a keyword in there because that's just the name of the book. So they've been quite strategic with that. They've also found the keywords fun riddles and brain teasers are also really, really high demand keywords. Lots of people are typing in fun riddles into Amazon, and they're also regularly typing in brain teasers. So as you can see here, this person has got 3 really good keywords naturally integrated into their title: riddles book for smart kids, fun riddles, and brain teasers. Now going back here, the second thing your title needs to do, it should sell the benefit of the book. Don't talk about how great your book is, sell the benefit. And I'll go into this in a bit more detail when we get to the description video of this course. In terms of selling the benefit, as you look here, family fun that boosts brain power. People buy a book for a certain reason. When someone's buying something, they're buying it because they want a certain outcome. So any kind of mum or dad that sees this for their kid and think, oh, this can boost my kid's brain power, you are selling the benefit of the book. That's a really important thing because people think, okay, great. I knew that they would be interested in tricky riddles for smart kids, but the fact that it also boosts my kid's brain power is a benefit too. You're selling the benefit of buying the book. And the same here, everyday family fun. If they want something that's going to bring the family together, everyday family fun is another benefit. So a really good KDP book title should focus on the 2 things. Get your keywords in there and also then focus on how it actually benefits the buyer. So that is how you properly structure your book title. Again, it's not as important as it used to be, but it is still definitely important to know. And now finally, indexing for keywords. Now earlier on in this video, of course, I stressed the importance of using the 7 keyword boxes you have when you upload a book to try and index for as many keywords as possible and increase your reach as much as possible. So you should ideally fill these with as many relevant words or phrases as you possibly can. Because if I just go back to the slide here where I have the image here, how the keyword boxes basically work was if you have the word kids here and then you have the word activity here and then the word book in here, you know, along with other words in each box, Amazon will be able to link kids, activity, and book between these 3 boxes. Amazon basically look at all these boxes and try and come up with as many combinations as they possibly can. That's how these back-end 7 keyword boxes work. Now, some people say, should I fill it with, specific phrases or individual words? The honest answer is it doesn't really matter. So many people have different strategies. The only thing you want to be focusing on is how many specific phrases and relevant keywords can we be ranking for by using these boxes. So one thing just to remember and bear in mind, Amazon can cross-reference between boxes. So kid, activity, and book would mean our book indexes for kid, activity, book. That's how these boxes work. So therefore, like I say, you should ideally fill these with as many relevant words or phrases as you possibly can. And you can do that with just using your own brain and trying to think of many relevant phrases as you can. But the best way to do it is to use Helium 10, which allows all of this to be completely data-driven and do it in a matter of seconds. I'm going to jump over to Helium 10 now and show you exactly how to do this. So once you're in Helium 10, all you want to do is go up to Tools and then go to Cerebro, which is reverse product lookup. And what this is going to do is basically we're going to put in the ASINs of as many relevant books as we possibly can and find all of their keywords. So let's just say we were uploading, again, a unicorn coloring book for kids. We want to find as many unicorn coloring books as we possibly can, ones that are actually relevant to the book we're making. So let's go for that one here. Let's also find another one, color by numbers unicorn. That's also relevant. I'll go ahead and put this in here. And let's find another one, My Beautiful Unicorn Coloring Book. Let's take this ASIN and drop this in there. And essentially put as many of these as you can. I'm just going to show you 3 in this example. And then go ahead and press Get Keywords. And remember, for these keyword boxes, we just want to have as many relevant words that we possibly can to put into those boxes. And what this basically does, it looks at all 3 of these products and brings back all of the keywords that these books are indexing for. They're not necessarily ranking first or second for all of these. These are just all the keywords that they're indexing for. So if we want to get as many of these indexing on our book as we possibly can. And this is where Helium 10 comes into its own as an extremely good piece of software. As you can see, 649 filtered keywords, and it would be ideal if we could take every single individual word from these and see the most commonly occurring ones, because the most commonly occurring ones are going to be the ones that have most traffic and we're going to index the most for. And Helium 10 literally allows you to do that. So of the 649 filtered keywords, if you just go to export data and then export to Frankenstein, which is kind of their own tool within Helium 10, it will basically take all of these keywords and drop them into the box. So these are every single keyword that those 3 products are currently indexing for. This is only for 3 books. Imagine if you had 10 books, just how much data you had. then what you want to do here is go down and just press one word/phrase per line, and then include word frequency count. And what this tool has done, Frankenstein, is looked at every single one of these keywords and broken it down by individual words and ranked it by the most commonly occurring words. So if we now just press frequency here, these are the most commonly occurring individual words that all three of those extremely relevant competitors are indexing for. So all you want to do now is go ahead and fill those 7 keyword boxes with as many of these as long as they're still relevant in your keyword boxes. As you can see, someone like Disney here, I would probably avoid that because that's copyright. Again, you're very unlikely to be done for kind of copyright or trademark infringement in your keywords, but I would just be very careful. Always err with a side of caution. So something like this, I wouldn't include. And also anything that's not relevant, don't include either. So something like old is relevant because it means year old. You have year in one keyword box, and maybe old another, and then 7 in a different keyword box. It would say 7-year-old. So book for 7-year-old, you would rank for that. So this data alone is just so valuable and so important. So make sure you're going ahead and highlighting these, drop them into your 7 keyword boxes, and just make sure you're only including ones that are actually relevant to your book. And this is basically in a matter of clicks and a matter of minutes, showing you the most commonly occurring individual words that your competitors are already exactly indexing for. But this is really valuable. So what I mean by this, I'm just going to show you an example using tangent templates. You'd probably go ahead and just take these ones, go into your keyword listing and drop these in. And then make sure you're filling it up. So unicorn and children, do we have enough space for this? We don't. So we go up to unicorn, and then we'd go to children, kids, stocking. Stocking is going to be there for kind of like stocking filler. So that is relevant. Go ahead and put this in. And that's literally what you would do to fill up your 7 keyword boxes. Now, if you think about all the possible combinations, if you fill up all of these with all of these words, just how many possible combinations of keywords we can come up for, and therefore just how many keywords we're going to index for. That's why this is so powerful, and why, although Helium 10 is probably one of the more expensive softwares, it is literally priceless when it comes to actually building a successful KDP business. So summarizing everything we've spoken about in this lesson about the keyword algorithm, when it comes to keywords, it's important to know the difference between ranking and indexing. In order to rank for keywords, using Amazon ads is the best approach, and over time, you'll start ranking for these phrases organically. Remember, Amazon just push the books that are making them money. But in order to get to that point, your book needs to be making sales, and in order to make sales, you need to start with using Amazon ads. And then once you're ranking for a lot of these phrases organically and you're indexing for a lot of keywords, sales will start to roll in. So that is the keyword algorithm on Amazon KDP, how to fully understand it and how to make the most of it. So having just been through that video, we now know the vast majority of the sales that come from keywords need to be initially started through ads. So the remainder of this module is going to be talking all about how you can learn everything you need to know about Amazon ads and how you can use this to your advantage to make sales with KDP. But before we go into those videos, I'm just going to give this very quick run through of what you need to know before we go super deep on ads. So using Amazon ads, the most important thing to know before we go into the content of the remainder of this module is that there is no such thing as a perfect ad strategy for everybody. There's no kind of blanket statement of this is the perfect ad strategy. You can just go in and copy and paste. How you use ads depends on so many variables, your budget, the niche you're in, the goal, so many variables, which is why there is no such thing as that perfect strategy for everyone. And therefore, this section isn't going to be about giving you a copy and paste blueprint to follow, simply because that doesn't exist. If anyone tells you, here's my copy and paste ads funnel that you can use for Amazon, run a million miles. They're just trying to take your money and scam you, because that literally doesn't exist. There are far too many variables at play to actually have that as kind of a blanket statement. So the remaining videos in this module are not going to do that. Instead, what they are going to do is teach you the underlying theory behind everything to do with Amazon ads, specifically for KDP, allowing you to take all that information and then run your ads however you want to, because one person watching this will have completely different budgets, completely different goals, completely different niches to somebody else. But as long as you actually know the underlying theory behind everything, every single person who watches this video can come up with the perfect ad strategy for them. There is no perfect ad strategy for everyone, but there is a perfect ad strategy for you. And in order to understand that and uncover it, you have to understand the underlying theory behind everything. And that is what I'm going to teach you in the next few videos. And secondly, it's also really important to go into this next mini module, as I call it, with everything that we've discussed already in this course at the top of your mind. So when you're watching and learning all of the upcoming content, do so through the lens of what we discussed. So remember, ads are kind of the main driver of your initial sales. Ads are also maybe unprofitable initially, but that is not an issue. Their goal initially is just to drive sales and get reviews, etc. Then over time, you optimize them to become more profitable. But the initial goal of ads is just to drive sales. And as I mentioned so far in this course, ads can act as a way to go through, as I call it, the back door into certain niches. So everything that we've learned so far in this course, keep that top of mind and look through everything that you're learning in the next few videos through that lens, and you'll start to see just how valuable and important not just these videos are, but how important Amazon ads are altogether. And now finally, KDP ads mastery. Now this next section, or couple of videos you're about to watch, was actually its own course altogether. So there is a significant amount of value in it. I recommend you might make a lot of notes down, because when it comes to ads, they can be a little bit complicated. If you thought the niche research video was detailed, this is in a league of its own. So this initially was its own course altogether. So there is honestly so much value and information in here. And it also just explains why the branding, etc. will be a little different. As you can see, the branding will look something like this rather than what you've seen here for the remainder of the course. That's because as part of this overall Publish for Profit Mastery, I wanted to include an entire course within here. So that's just how much value you're getting from this course. And that's why some of the slides will look a little bit different in the next couple of videos. And crucially, a really important message here is don't be tempted to skip any of the videos, because they are all there for a reason. As I said at the start of this course, I haven't included any videos in there that I don't think you actually need to know. The first video of this ads mastery section is relatively foundational, just to get everyone on a level playing field. It's not very long, so even if you have used ads a little bit, I do recommend you watch it, because everything is going to be in there for a reason, and it helps you get the most out of the videos that are coming up. So with all of that said, let's dive straight in and get right into the nitty-gritty of how to use KDP ads.
So in this video, I'm going to be running through all of the foundations of Amazon KDP ads, just setting everything out so it's very easy for you to understand how ads work, the important things that go into making a successful ad campaign, all the basics and the foundations I will cover in this video before we start building on it in more depth in later videos. So the foundation of KDP ads, what they are, how they work, when to use them, and important things to know. So simply put, Amazon ads are a way of paying for more people to be able to see your book. They appear in almost exactly the same way as any other Amazon product, but instead have this sponsored sign next to them. So you can see what book is an ad or is ranking organically. It won't have the sponsored ad, or if it's ranking because it's an ad placement, you will see the sponsored icon here. Apart from that, it shows exactly like any other product would. So where can your book be placed? So your KDP book can be placed at the top of search results. So you can see here, sponsored, right at the top of the search term dinosaur activity book. It can be in the middle of the search results, so in between this organic book. You can see again it's organic because there is no sponsored sign above it. It can be ranking in the middle of search results, and also it can be placed on other product pages. So you can see here is another dinosaur coloring book. You can advertise your book underneath it here if it's relevant to the book you want to advertise against. So 3 different places you can place your Amazon KDP ad. And the good thing about this is you have full control over this placement. It all depends on the type of ad you're using and the strategy of your advertising campaigns. Don't worry, we'll cover everything in this section. So, important lessons. KDP ads are a great way of scaling your book sales, and I would recommend them to anybody. But there are a few important things you need to know about them before you start investing your money. So number 1, they do not work miracles. A bad book won't miraculously sell just because you are paying for Amazon ads. These ads must be seen as an addition to organic sales. So of course you can advertise right at the start of your book launch, and I actually recommend that. But if your book is a bad quality, don't just expect Amazon ads to kind of make these sales for you. Ultimately, if a book doesn't sell well organically, it's not going to sell well with ads. Number 2, don't blindly start using ads. Now, the fact that you're watching this video altogether shows me that you're actually not, hopefully, going to be blindly using ads. Because if you don't know what you're doing with the ads and the metrics, you shouldn't be advertising. Because if things are going well, great, but you actually have no idea why they're going well and if they're going badly, you have absolutely no idea how to fix the issues. And this can be very expensive, but hopefully by the end of this, you will know exactly what you're doing with Amazon ads. That is the whole point of this. Don't just jump into ads. Even if you're halfway through this section, just go through the whole thing and then start using ads when you fully understand what to do. Number 3, and I've mentioned this already, there is no perfect ad strategy. Every single person has different goals, different budgets, so stop looking for a one-size-fits-all strategy that you can just go ahead and copy and paste, because it doesn't exist. There are far too many variables at play for everybody. But having said that, there therefore is a perfect strategy for you. And therefore my goal here is to teach you absolutely everything you need to know about KDP ads so that you can be entirely self-sufficient and create your own ad campaigns and strategies in complete confidence. So rather than just giving you a copy and paste ad strategy, I'm going to teach you the ins and outs of KDP ads so that you can actually come up with your very own perfect strategy for you. Number 4, and this is also a really important one, is you need to keep an eye on cash flow when you're using KDP ads. So for those of you that don't know, you're actually charged for your KDP ads in the same month that they spend, but you won't receive those royalties until 2 months later, just like any KDP sale. So if you spend £1,000 of ads in December and you maybe make £3,000 royalties, just remember that you won't actually get the return on that £1,000 invested until 2 months later, because that's when the KDP income is paid. So especially like I've just mentioned, be very mindful when you're spending big on ads in Q4, because you'll be charged right away and then we'll have to use existing capital to pay for them. The reason I mentioned Q4 is this generally is when you really scale your ads. There's so many more people clicking. Your ad spend will be much higher. So if you don't factor in your cash flow for this, you can get yourself into a bit of an issue. So just make sure you keep an eye on cash flow and you can pay for the ads upfront. And then finally, if you're in the UK, you have to factor in 20% VAT for your UK ads. If you're advertising in the UK, unfortunately, you will have to pay an additional 20% VAT on your ads. I'm not an accountant, so I do not know the ins and outs of this. If you want full clarity on these payments, please speak to a professional accountant. There are definitely ways where you can cut back on VAT through limited companies, or if you're spending in VAT in the US, that sort of thing. I'm not an accountant, I'm a KDP expert, so please clarify any of these with your accountant. So, choosing your ad strategy. This is a really important part of KDP ads. So 2 main ways you can run your KDP ad campaigns. And again, there is no right or wrong answer here. It all depends on your budget, your goals, and your overall circumstances. So on a campaign level, you can measure how profitable and successful your ads are within the campaigns themselves. So this only focuses on paid units. So literally just looking at your ads dashboard, is it profitable, yes or no? Or you can look at this at an overall level, measuring how profitable and successful your ads are on an overall level. So you're taking in organic sales as well as paid units, because of course, the more paid units you sell, the more your book is going to rank higher in Amazon search results and ultimately lead to more organic units. So generally speaking, campaign level is a good way to assess how profitable your campaigns are. But generally, the only thing that really matters at the end is it being a positive return on investment for your overall sales. So as I've just mentioned there, making sales through your ads will also boost your book's ranking and lead to more organic sales too. So here's an example of exactly what I mean by that, because it can be quite wishy-washy to hear it just explained to you. So let's say you make £2 royalties per book sale. In 1 month, you spend £150 on ads. That brings you back 60 sales, which is £120 in royalties. Strictly speaking, on this campaign level, you have lost £30, which obviously is not ideal. And some people might see this and think, oh no, ads are not for me, wasting too much money. But you have to remember that these extra units that you've sold in a month, so 60 in a month, that's 2 units a day, is going to boost your organic rank on Amazon. So actually, because you've boosted your organic rank, you've actually sold more units than you did in the previous month. So you've gone from 20 units sold organically to 70. Which means your organic royalties have also increased by £100, which means actually you've not lost £30, you have lost £30 strictly speaking in your ad, but your overall sales has led to a £70 profit, which is why it's important, in my opinion, to look at the overall level, not just the campaign level. But again, it depends entirely on your strategy and what you want to use ads for, and also your budget. So moving on to the types of ads. There are many different types of ads you can use for your KDP books. And again, there is no perfect ad type to choose. It depends entirely on your strategy and your circumstances, which is a common theme when you're going through ads. There's no just blanket, one size fits all. It's all tailored to you and your circumstances. So first of all, you have an auto ad. So all you need to do here is you just set a default bid and Amazon will automatically show your book against products and keywords. You also have manual ads, so you get to choose what keywords and products your book is shown against. We'll cover both of these in extensive detail during the course. Don't worry, that's not all the information you're going to get on them. We have individual dedicated videos to auto ads, manual keyword ads, manual product ads. So don't worry, we'll cover them in more detail. So now moving on to understanding the bids. Amazon ads are PPC, which stands for pay per click, which basically means you only pay when your ad is clicked. You don't pay when someone sees your ad. You only pay when someone with intention actually clicks into your ad, and therefore you don't spend huge amounts of money if you just paid per impression. But how do you actually pay for that advertising space in the first place? And the answer is you bid for it. So let's just say you've had an animal coloring book for kids and you wanted to have your book shown up when customers search in the term animal coloring book for kids. Really, really relevant, and I imagine you would want your book to show up for this. So you've got two different people. Person A has bid 40p for their book to be shown up against this search term, and person B has bid 30p. So whenever a customer searches in animal coloring book for kids, Amazon will see who's bidding the most and that person will be shown. The more you bid, the more times you're going to be shown, and the higher up the search results you're going to be shown. The less you bid, probably going to be shown further down in the search results or not shown at all. So who's going to win this bid? It's going to be person A. So your bid is therefore the amount you're willing to pay for someone to click on your ad. That's how you should see it. There's different bidding strategies. I'll cover those again later on in the course. But ultimately your bid is the amount that you're willing for someone to click on your ad and how much you're willing to pay for that. So like I've said, the higher your bid, the more times your ad will be shown and then hopefully more clicks, but the more it will cost you per click. So it's all about finding this balance of your bid. So with all that in mind, how do you actually track this performance of your ads? And simply put, it's through different ad metrics. So you can see here, these are the ad metrics that I use to track my books myself. And in the next lesson, I'll go through a full tutorial of exactly how to understand all of these metrics in complete detail, which gives you full control over your ads because you can actually see exactly what your ad is doing, why it's going wrong, what different levers you can pull. And that's all down to understanding the metrics, which I will talk about in the next video. So this video is going to be going deep into understanding the KDP metrics that I mentioned in the end of the last video. So the metrics, why is this important? Well, being able to understand the metrics in the Amazon Ads console gives you full control. It allows you to understand exactly what is going wrong, what's going right, so you can optimize your ads accordingly to make them as profitable as possible. So when I refer to metrics, what metrics am I talking about? So in the advertising console, you're able to select a number of different metrics using this columns drop-down button here. And the metrics I'm talking about are the ones you can see here. I recommend selecting these metrics that you can see on the screen: impressions, clicks, click-through rate, spend, cost per click, orders, sales, and ACOS. It entirely depends. It's up to you what metrics you want to use. These are the ones that I use and that I'm going to teach you how to read into them and what they all mean. So I'd recommend these, but ultimately it is entirely up to you. So the first metric we're going to go through is impressions, and this is essentially the number of time your ad is seen by someone, not clicked, just seen on an Amazon results page. Now, as you can imagine, a low number of impressions therefore means that people just physically aren't seeing your book. And the reason why people might not be seeing your book is either because your bid is far too low, you're not winning enough bids for your book to be shown and therefore have an impression, or your keyword or product target just doesn't get searched. If you're targeting a super niche keyword that literally nobody searches on Amazon, of course, nobody's going to see it and you're not going to get an impression. So impressions are a good way of just measuring how many people are seeing your books, if your bids are right, and also if your keyword or product targeting is relevant. You then have clicks, very straightforward, the number of times your ad is clicked by someone. You then have CTR, which stands for click-through rate, and that is the percentage of times your ad is clicked when it is seen by someone. So click-through rate, however many impressions you have, and then how many clicks came back off those impressions represented as a percentage. So a low click-through rate basically means people are seeing your book, but they aren't clicking it, i.e. it might be a bad target and not relevant to the customers who are seeing it. On the flip side, high click-through rate basically means that there's a high percentage of people who are seeing your book that are actually clicking into it. And a high click-through rate is generally quite subjective. It would change depending on the niche, depending on the book. But anything towards 1%, in my opinion, with Amazon ads from my experience, is quite a good click-through rate. Spend then, very straightforward, how much you have spent on the ad. You then have cost per click. So on average, how much each click has cost you. So you can see here, we've spent £34.95 in this ad campaign. We've got 129 clicks, which means it's cost us 27 pence on average per click, because this divided by this is this. So if your spend is really high, your cost per click can give you an idea of why that is. So if you have a super high cost per click, say something like £1, that's a very high cost per click and could be explaining why your ad spend is really high. When you think you're maybe making £2, £2.50 per royalties, if you're having only 2 clicks before your ad becomes unprofitable, that's a really high cost per click. So these ones you can see here are actually generally very low. 27 pence is very low for a cost per click. But again, high and low cost per click values entirely depends on your niche, how expensive these keywords and products you're targeting against are, based on how much demand there is to rank for those keywords or product targets. You then have orders, so the number of orders that ad has led to. So this ad set here has been seen by 39,000 people, it spent £34, and it's received 15 orders from that ad. And it's just worth bearing in mind here that this orders is only the orders you get from the ad. It doesn't factor in organic sales. The sales number, this is then the sales revenue generated from those orders. And it's worth bearing in mind this is a sales number and not a royalty number. So if your book is £6.99 and you make £2 royalties per book sale, it's going to be the £6.99 that goes into this number. It's not a royalties number, it's your sales number. And then finally, you have probably the most important metric of them all, which is the advertising cost of sale, or we shorten it to ACOS. And this basically means what percentage of the sales number that you've made back, so what percentage of this £104 was spent on advertising. So of this £104, what percentage does this £34 make up? And it's 33.33%. And with that in mind then, your ACOS is the easiest way of tracking how profitable your ad campaign or your target is. And you can very easily calculate your break-even ACOS for your book. So I massively recommend you do this for every single book you're advertising. And it's a very simple formula. You just take the royalty amount, so £2, divided by the sale price of the book, which is £6.99, gives you a break-even ACOS of 28.6%. And what this basically means then now, if this ACOS number is higher than 28.6%, the ad is quote-unquote unprofitable. Obviously, you have to factor in the overall profitability with organic sales too, but you can't see that in the Amazon Ads console. So we're just talking here about Amazon ad campaign profitability. So this one here would be a profitable ad, so with this one here, but these two would be unprofitable. So once you've calculated the break-even ACOS for each of your books, it's super easy just to see if a campaign or a keyword or a product target is actually performing at a profitable level or not. Is it higher or lower than this number? It is as simple as that. So I've added a KDP ads metric help sheet here to show you how each of these different metrics interact with each other and what they mean. So feel free to take a screenshot, use this, come back to it whenever you want, or take notes. And you can see here how they're all linked. So I have what we call the first level metrics, which is impressions, clicks, spend, and sales. And then the second level metrics, which is click-through rate, cost per click, and advertising cost of sale, which is made up of these first level metrics. So impressions and clicks determine your click-through rate, your clicks and your spend determine your cost per click, and your spend and your sales determine your ACOS. So you can actually start to see how all of these metrics are actually linked to one another. And then when it comes to optimizing ads, which we'll cover in full detail in another video in this course, you'll be able to understand why maybe if your ACOS is super high, you can look at all of these metrics and understand exactly why your ad is behaving unprofitably. Because ultimately, it's going to come down to lots of these different metrics and what they're all doing you can start making some changes and hopefully bring this ACoS down. But like I say, that will be covered in full detail in another video in this course. So we're now going to move on to actually learning in depth about different types of ad campaigns. I'm going to be starting off with auto ads. We're going to go into a deep dive into all things auto ads, how they work and how you can optimize them to make as much money as possible. So I'll see you in the next video. So today's video is going to be all about KDP auto ads. We're going to be doing a deep dive into absolutely everything that you need to know about auto ads. I have made a couple of auto ad videos on my YouTube channel, and also you will see one very briefly in my KDP bootcamp course, but this is going to go into an extra level of detail and basically everything that you need to know about auto ads. So we're going to start off with the definition of exactly what an auto ad is. So an auto ad is essentially just a type of KDP ad that automatically advertises your book against certain products and keywords based on your book's data. So it basically looks at the data of your book, whether that's the metadata, the title, and advertises your book against certain products and keywords based off that. So in terms of the book data, like I said, an auto ad will look at the following to determine which keywords or products to advertise against. It will look at the title/subtitle, it will look at the book categories, it will look at the book description, and it will also look at the book's back-end keywords. So these are really important to get right when you're first uploading your book. You can see here in this example of Stephen Bartlett's Diary of a CEO book. It'll be looking at something like the description here and also the title. So it will see in the title that has the word business. So Amazon know that this book will be advertised well against other products or keywords that are related to business. And it's going to be exactly the same when you look into the description too. It's going to look at just different words and things it can pick up on to advertise against based off this book data. And this is why, like I say, it's very important to take your time with your book's data, as it will allow you to get the most out of your auto ad. The more accurate your book's title, its categories, its description, its back-end keywords are, the more efficient your auto ads will be running from the start. So making sure your book data is as good as it can possibly be before you start running your auto ads is super, super important. So the first thing we're going to cover here, when should you start using your auto ad? This is a question I get an awful lot of time. People aren't sure whether they want to launch it straight away or whether they should wait a little bit of time to launch your ad. Now, in my opinion, the answer should be straight away. Again, it does kind of depend on your circumstances, your budget, your book, but generally I would advise advertising an auto ad straight away. And the main reason being is that auto ads are a great way of finding potential keywords or products that you can advertise against. Because it's an automatic ad, it essentially does everything for you and finds these keywords without you having really to do anything. So launching an auto ad right away allows you to assess the field, as I say, and start collecting data without having to do anything yourself. So let's go through what this looks like kind of step by step. So first of all, you would launch your auto ad. You would then assess the data that comes back from this auto ad. So you maybe let it run for a month, maybe 2 months, come back and assess all of that data. And then based on that data, you would create a manual campaign for your same book. So you're using your auto ad almost like a very wide net, casting that out and then bringing back all the data that's then going to drive your decisions on how you create your manual campaigns. But we did miss a step in the middle there, and that is to optimize your auto ad based off this data. So that actually leads me on very nicely into the next section of this video, how to optimize your auto ad. Once you've got the data back from this initial kind of posting, then maybe the first month, the first 2 months, it's really important you understand how to optimize your ad. We're not just using it to get this data for keywords and products. Yes, that is a benefit of using auto ads, but ultimately we want to optimize the auto ad as much as possible to make it as profitable as possible. So in the second section, how to optimize your auto ad. Now the main way you're going to optimize your auto ad is through the search term data. Now, search term data lets you see exactly what products / keywords your auto ad is spending the money on. So if your auto ad has spent £3, you're going to want to know exactly where that £3 has gone. And that's where you get that information from in the search term data. And this also allows you to remove keywords or products that waste loads of money, which ultimately makes your auto ad more efficient. So if you're finding out that your auto ad, let's just say you had a dinosaur coloring book and it was spending loads of money on a keyword that was kind of related to dinosaurs, but not really, you're going to be able to see that keyword that's spending loads of money and not converting into any sales in your search term data. So it's really good at making your ad as profitable and as optimized as possible. So the way to get access to your search term data, what you want to do is click into your ad group that you can see here, and then move into the search term section. Just press this search terms and it will come up with all the data. And it's going to look a little bit like this. So you can see here on the right hand side, this is what the search term data is actually going to look like. This is dummy data I've made to make it as easy for you to understand as possible.
But like I said, in order to optimize your auto ad, you need to see what products or keywords are being spent on without making sales. So for this example here, in this dummy data, I have only used keywords, but obviously in the real data, you will see certain products that are coming up here. And for those of you that don't know exactly how search term data works in auto ads, all this basically means is the auto ad will essentially test loads of different search terms or keywords and see how they perform. So in this example, the auto ad has seen that some people are typing in the word animal book. So the auto ad has placed our book against this search term here, and it's ended up spending $2.30. It's got one order, which obviously equates to $6.99 in sales, with an advertising cost of spend of 32.9%. So all the ACoS of 32.9%. So that's what this data basically means. But you can see here in this example, all of these search terms are kind of doing their own thing. But what I really want to highlight here is the search term animal fun. So let's just say this is the data for an animal coloring book. The term animal activity book has converted to an order, and so has the term animal book. But the term animal fun has spent $7.80, got us 0 orders, so therefore 0 sales too. So this clearly is a keyword that isn't relating very well to our book, and it's going to be a keyword that we don't want to be advertising against, because we can see here we're just spending loads and loads of money without actually getting any orders in. And this is why it's really important to access this search term data, as we can now move this animal fun into what we call our negative keyword section. So a negative keyword is just a keyword that you specifically don't want your auto ad to target. Because the ad is automatic, it's very, very broad. You do sometimes have to tell it manually that you don't want to target certain search terms, because this has been proven to not convert very well into sales. We want to just add this as a negative keyword, which means going forward, this customer search term is not going to be used in our auto ad, hopefully making our ad more efficient. So like I've said, adding animal fun as a negative target will prevent us from wasting money on this keyword. We don't want to spend any money on it because you've already spent $7.80, got 0 orders back from it, 0 sales. I just don't want anything to do with it at this point. So looking further down the line, you can see here our total here, we spent $13.90 with a 99.43% ACoS, which is actually very, very poor. But going forward, let's just say hypothetically, we've added this animal fun as a negative keyword, so we're no longer targeting it. That exact same data actually brings out a much more profitable auto ad. All we've done is just got rid of this keyword here. Everything else in terms of this data is exactly the same. You can see now, rather than spending $13.90 and getting 2 orders, we've only spent $6.10 and got the same 2 orders here with a much more profitable ACoS. So you can see how having access to this search term data and adding these search terms as a negative keyword can make your auto ads a lot more efficient and a lot more optimized. So another way you can optimize and make your auto ads more profitable is by changing your ad placement. So this is the view you get when you access your auto ad placement section. Again, on the left hand side here, just look for the placements tab and you will see a screen like this. And what it basically shows you is the 3 areas in which your auto ad places your book advert. So it can be either in one of 3 places. It can be the top of search, it can be in product pages, or it can be in rest of search. And you can see here the different metrics that are brought about as a result of these different placements. So you can see from this example, this actual ad performs much better in top of search. You can see we spent £33 and got 16 orders with an ACoS of 29.16%, which is actually, for this example, profitable, where the break-even ACoS is 36%. So actually we're making money on this ad placement here. However, you can see here when we advertised on product pages, we spent £9 and only got 1 order with a 129% ACoS. So this is categorically extremely unprofitable. So what we want to do with this in order to make our auto ad more optimized and more profitable, we want to make sure we're kind of just spending and continuing to do what we're doing here with our top of search ads, but not spend any money on our product pages. So with this in mind, what should I do in this case? So like I've said, as you can see, the top of search is profitable at a 62% cost per click. So this is the amount it costs us basically for a customer to click into the ad and hopefully stay and buy our product. However, you can see here the product pages is really unprofitable at 45 pence. So we're going to want to try and keep this as it is at 62 pence, but we're going to want to try and lower this much lower than 45 pence, because at the moment we can just see it's just not profitable. So the way to do this is to reduce the default bid of the ad. You can do this by going into the campaign settings here to 31 pence, which will basically mean that we're spending 31 pence or below on all 3 of these areas. However, what you can do is you can change the bid adjustment percentage here by anything up to 900%. So what we're going to want to do here It's because we want to continue bidding 62p on this top of search. If our default bid, which it is now, has been changed to 31, if we adjust our bid here to 100%, this basically means we're allowing the ad to spend 100% more than our default bid of 31p in order to rank on top of search, which, as we know, with 62p cost per click is still profitable. And with this in mind, because our default bid is 31p, we're never going to spend more than 31p in this product pages. So we're either going to be spending much less per click, or we're going to get sufficiently less clicks, which we're not really too bothered about anyway, because this was never profitable in the first place, while still retaining and protecting that 62p cost per click, which we've already seen to be very beneficial and very profitable from our ACoS. Now you can apply exactly the same logic to the match type section. So again, if you just go into the auto ad campaign, go to the targeting button here, just above search terms. So the same way you access the search terms data earlier on, if you just go into targeting, you'll get a very similar view here, but just with different match types. And this is very, very similar to the ad placements that you've just seen here. You've got the bid for each specific match types, and you've got loads of different metrics here. The only difference with this is you can actually manually change the bids yourself. You don't have to rely on bid adjustments. So these are actually easier to manage. You can see here, for this example, with a close match, we have a cost per click of 55p and a 34% ACoS, which is profitable. So we're going to want to keep that if we can. Maybe we can lower this if we want to, but generally speaking, as it is, it's remaining profitable. On the other hand, in terms of substitutes, it's not being very profitable at a 70p bid with a 62p cost per click. So if we want to, we can just lower this down manually to something like 50p or 40p or whatever, and just keep this bid as it is, and the same with these two ones. So it's exactly the same logic as we've just seen in this placements tab. The only difference is it's actually easier because you haven't got to do any maths in terms of bid adjustments and percentages. You just manually go in and change the bid. So there are two ways you can optimize your ad, through both altering the ad placement and also the ad match types too. So this moves me on now to the final part of the video, where we're going to be talking about the best bidding strategy for your auto ads. This is a very common question I get a lot of the time when it comes to how to properly set up your auto ad campaigns. So you can see here on the right hand side, there are 3 different bidding strategies that you can use for your auto ads. And in my opinion, there is no ideal bidding strategy for everybody. It all depends on how much budget you have to play with, and also kind of what book you're doing and kind of your goals with your advertising campaign. In a nutshell, if you don't want to spend too much money, I would generally recommend starting with dynamic bids down only, because it basically means you set a bid, let's just say 30p, and it basically means that it's never going to bid more than that 30p. It's only going to be down from that 30p, hence the term down only. So if you want, just make sure you're not spending too much as a beginner, I would recommend the dynamic bids down only. So here's a bit of a visualization of the difference between down only and up and down. The reason why I'm only including these two is fixed bids. I've never really used them myself, and I never really see anybody using them. And to be honest, I don't see why you ever would use a fixed bid. This basically means you have a certain bid and you would never ever deviate from that. I think it's always good to have a little bit of variation in how much you're spending on your bids. So I'm going to focus mainly on these two here. So in terms of visualization of down only and up and down, let's just say we had a default bid of 50p. If you're using dynamic bids down only, you're only ever going to be bidding 50p or less for this advertising space, because you basically set your default bid at 50p and you've said, Amazon, I only want to advertise if the winning auction bid is 50p or anything under that. So you're going to be operating within this kind of area here, anywhere between 50p and 0p. However, on the flip side, if you choose the up and down, it basically means that Amazon are prepared to raise your bid of 100% in real time when the ad may be more likely to convert into a sale. So again, if you have our default bid of 50p, we're basically saying, okay, Amazon, here's my default bid of 50p, but I'm going to allow you to increase that to anything up to £1 if you think it's more likely to convert into a sale. So this just gives Amazon a little bit more flexibility and also allows you to capture maybe some higher bids and some higher value customers who are looking to buy your book. So with this up and down, exactly the same bid is going to give you a variation of anywhere between £1 and 0 pence. Whereas if you use down only, you're only ever going to be going below your default bid. In terms of down only, with this bidding strategy, you're essentially going to be spending less money, but you might be missing out on some profitable keywords or products that are more expensive. Very in demand, very popular keywords generally will have more people bidding on them, and therefore you need to have a higher bid in order to convert. So if there's a really, really useful keyword, there's bang on what your book's about, but the average cost per click for that keyword is something like 70p. With a down-only bidding strategy, you're not going to be able to rank for that keyword. So you're going to miss out on potential sales that way. But on the flip side, you are going to be spending less money, which if that's what your strategy is suggesting you want to do, that is good for you. But you have to remember you might be missing out on some more profitable keywords or products because you're only using down only. But on the flip side, with up and down, with this bidding strategy, you will spend more money. So if your plan is to be quite frugal with your ads, I wouldn't recommend the up and down strategy. But with that said, you are more likely to find the optimum bid for many products on keywords. So because your ad is going to be constantly testing loads of different prices for certain keywords, over time, eventually that data will settle and give you an average cost per each keyword. So this just gives you the flexibility and gives you a little bit more data to understand exactly where you should be pricing your bids for certain products or keywords. But hopefully that helps you understand exactly which bidding strategy is good for you. Again, there is no ideal bidding strategy. It all depends on your budget and kind of what you want to be doing with your Amazon ads. So with that in mind, if you have the budget, I would generally recommend going for the up and down bidding option. You have to remember that you can also set a budget every single day. So although you might be going over your default bid of 50p, if you just set a daily budget of something like £4, you are guaranteed to never spend more than that £4 anyway. So you can still rein it in and be very careful with your spending. But again, going with a down only is also a good place to start if you don't want to spend too much money. It all depends on how much experience you have with Amazon ads, how much money you have, and kind of what you want to be doing with your ads, like I've said many times already in this video. So that's everything in terms of the KDP Auto Ad Deep Dive. I'm going to summarize the main points here at the end. So the best way to get the most out of your auto ad is to make sure the book's data is as accurate as possible. Going all the way back to the start of this video, remember that all of the auto ads uses your book's data to position your book against certain products and certain keywords. Making sure your book's data is as accurate as possible also makes your auto ad as efficient as possible. Secondly, auto ads are a great way of making initial sales and also allows you to start harvesting ad data straight away. Over time, auto ads can also be made more efficient by adding negative keywords, as well as altering bids on placement and match type. So that's that percentage increase like we've spoken earlier. And also adding negative keywords to prevent you spending on keywords that are basically just rinsing you and not making any sales for your book. And then finally, there is no perfect bidding strategy. Going back to what we've just seen here, it all depends on your budget and how aggressively you want to market your books. As a very blanket statement, as a beginner, I would recommend going for down only. But if you have a bit more experience and a bit more budget, I would recommend going for the up and down. So having just covered auto ads in full detail, we're now going to move on to manual ads, and specifically manual keyword and manual product ads. So we're going to start off with manual keyword ads. So manual keyword ads allow you to target specific keywords that customers are searching into Amazon. So if you have an animal coloring book and you want it to be shown to people who specifically type in the search term animal coloring book to Amazon, you absolutely can, which is what this person is doing here. They're clearly advertising against this keyword and they're coming back at the top of the search results. So you can see how powerful manual keyword ads can be. So in terms of manual keywords, there are different kind of ways you can approach keyword strategy, and that's all dictated by keyword match types. So there are different ways you can advertise against a keyword, and like I say, these are your match types. You have 3 match types. You have broad, you have phrase, and you have exact. So whichever ones you tick will dictate how the keyword behaves. So I'm going to cover all of these in detail now. So here's how the different match types behave based off the same keyword entered. So if our keyword we're putting in is animal coloring book, here's how it would behave based on these different match types. So a broad match, essentially what it does is it targets all of the words in the phrase. So the phrase we're referring to here is animal coloring book in any order, including variations and related keywords. So as long as animal, coloring, and book all appear in any sort of search term, a broad match will match this. So if someone types in blue animal book for coloring, it's a really poor keyword. It's a very weird one, but ours would technically rank for that because animal is here, coloring is here, and book is here. And because it's a broad match, these don't need to be in order. However, if you target a phrase match, it's exactly the same. Only thing is these need to specifically be in order. So animal coloring book needs to appear in order somewhere in the search term. But with phrase matches, it can add words before and after our keyword. So animal coloring book, which is our target, but the customer actually searched for kids at the end of it too.
that's fine. Our phrase match will bring that back because as long as animal coloring book is in the right order, it can append things to the start or the end. And then finally, you have exact match. So this is the most simple one to understand, and it only targets the exact keyword phrase and sequence of words as entered. So if our keyword is animal coloring book, I'm using the exact match type. We are only ever going to be shown when someone searches animal coloring book. So because the match type dictates how the ad behaves, I personally like to keep my exact targeting separate from my broad and phrase targeting, because broad and phrase are both extremely kind of broad. They bring back loads of different matches, whereas exact match is so much more specific. So I'll create one campaign with my broad and my phrase targets, then I'll create another campaign with just exact targets. So for my manual keyword campaigns, I'll have one, which is just broad and phrase, and then one, which is just exact targets. So my broad and phrase ads, I call these my discovery ads because they are very broad, so they naturally cast a really wide net around certain keywords that we're targeting, and also bring back some keywords that I hadn't even thought about myself. And then you have the exact match, and I call these my focus ads. I know exactly what I'm targeting because there's no words added on before or after. I'm happy to spend my money for my book to be shown against them. So these therefore need to be very specific to your book. So if you had an animal coloring book, you would want to rank for the term animal coloring book with an exact match because that is so relevant to your book and you want to make sure you're ranking for that. So what's the goal of all of this? So in my opinion, and again, everyone's is different depending on what your ad strategy is, but for me, the goal of my keyword ads is to ultimately have a long list of exact keywords that you know convert really well into sales. So these broad and phrase ads here are good because they can make you some sales, but ultimately they allow you to see exactly what keywords are driving the sales, and then you can move these keywords into your exact match campaigns. If this is confusing you at the moment, don't worry too much. We'll cover this in all the detail that you need as we make our way through. So like I say, the goal is to have a list of the exact keywords. They're going to be the money makers. And as I mentioned, the discovery ads are great for this as they enable you to see exactly what search terms are driving the sales. So if you have a discovery ad here, if you just click into this button where it says ad group and then go to the search terms here, this is what the data will look like. So this is the data and how it will look from a perspective of a discovery ad. So in our discovery ad, we're targeting phrase and broad for the keywords animal book, kids book, the animal, and kids coloring. And what this data shows basically is all of the customer search terms that this keyword match. So animal book, as you can see, as a broad match the term animal coloring book. So this is the customer search term that was searched, and this is the keyword that matched up to that search term. And you can see in all of this data exactly what keywords are driving all of the sales. So 6 sales came from the keyword animal activity book that was found by our broad and phrase match of animal book. So you can see how these cast a really wide net, and ultimately they do the research for us and bring us back the search terms the customers are actually using. So as I said, this discovery ad has found us some keywords that we can target in our exact match campaign, and exactly how you target them and which ones you choose to target in your exact campaign is covered in extensive detail in the optimization video, which follows this one. So don't worry too much about it for now. I'm just setting that tone out for you to give you a bit of context as to why you would run a discovery ad, to ultimately pull back these really specific search terms for us to target specifically. So with match types, you also have something called negative match types, and these are slightly different to the different ones we've mentioned of the broad, of the phrase, and exact. But essentially, any keyword you add as a negative match tells Amazon you don't want to advertise against that keyword. So if I'm targeting the exact phrase animal coloring book in an exact campaign, I'm already targeting that phrase. So I essentially want to tell my discovery ad campaign not to target this as well, because I'm already targeting it in my exact campaign. If I target it in my discovery campaign as well, I'm then just bidding against myself for the same keyword, and you don't want to do that. So any phrases you're targeting exactly in your exact campaigns, I would add them as negative keyword targets in your discovery ads. And again, if this is confusing, in this video, I will also walk you through exactly creating a manual ad so you can see exactly how I'm doing this and bringing all this information to life. But before we do that, I'm going to run through some information on manual product ads. So manual product ads. These essentially allow you to show your book on the product page of any product on Amazon. So if there's a product that you think has a similar target audience to your book, you can show your book there. So unlike keywords where we're bidding to be shown for a certain keyword that a customer is searching in, with product ads, we're bidding to be shown against a certain product. And they appear here. So you can see this 50 baby animals coloring book here. These people are advertising their book against this product. So their book kind of shows up here. So the same audience that's going to be looking at this, you'd hope would also be interested in buying these books. That's how manual product ads work. So with product targeting, when you're advertising against products, you can either advertise against specific products or advertise against different categories. So this is kind of that match type thing, but the product version of it. So like I say, this is similar to keywords where the exact phrases would be your individual products. So you can target against just one product itself. And the categories are discovery. So maybe it's a category of books about animals for kids as a category. You can target multiple different books within that category. So here's what this looks like. Let's just say you want to target this book individually. You would set individual product here. You click this button and you would add this book as a product to target. Don't worry, again, I'll go through exactly how you can do this in just a sec. And then when you're on individual products, you could either filter by expanded or exact. So if you just go for exact, it will mean you will only ever target this specific product. But if you click expanded, it will mean you'll target this product and other related products to this. And that's not to be confused with product category ads. So when you're targeting individual products on expanded, it will look at this specific product and then find related books to that. Whereas if you're targeting a product category, it would just essentially show your book in front of all the kids' animal books. So product category is like your discovery ad. It's really broad, and then hopefully in the search term data, you can actually see exactly what specific books are driving the sales. Much broader, and you might spend some money on some books that aren't quite as relevant, but that's kind of the trade-off that you have. So keyword ads and manual ads are very similar in terms of their logic. Just how do you kind of execute it just looks a little bit different. So in terms of the hierarchy of specificity, the most specific target you can do is an individual product under the exact match type, which is this bit here that I mentioned. Below that, you have the kind of the broader version, which is the individual product still, but on the expanded match type, which is this one. And then the most broad, which is the product category, which is just targeting as many products as possible in a given Amazon book category. So you can kind of see the hierarchy here. This is like your exact match. This is like your kind of phrase, and this is kind of like your broad, as we've just covered in the keywords. So again, negative targeting is also present within books. So similarly to keywords, you can also tell your ad not to target specific products. And again, it's very simple here in the Amazon Ads console where it just said exclude products. You can do it that way. So again, you can either exclude individual products or you can exclude entire brands themselves. I very rarely exclude entire brands. I generally just exclude products. So again, if you're targeting a specific book that you don't want to target in a category ad, you would add it as a negative product. So let's just say, for example, you were targeting this specific book on its own under an exact match. You're already targeting this book individually in its own campaign. If you're also doing a product category ad, you're going to want to tell Amazon not to target this in the category ad, because again, otherwise you're just bidding against yourself for the same book. So that is where you would use negative targets in product targeting. So how this all comes together then, this is what my ad funnel generally looks like. So again, it's entirely up to you what ad funnel you look like. I'm just showing you my ad funnel here as a bit of context to everything that I'm saying. So and bearing in mind this example I'm touching on here is only referencing manual keyword campaigns. Manual product campaigns are exactly the same logic. You just do it for products rather than keywords. But this example I'm just about to run you through is just for the keyword campaigns. So the first thing I would do is I would list the exact terms. I wouldn't make the exact keyword campaigns yet. I would just make a list of the ones that I absolutely know I want to advertise my book against. If I had an animal coloring book for kids, I know for sure I'm going to want to target the phrase animal coloring book and also animal coloring for boys. I'd keep this list as short and as relevant as possible because ultimately we're going to be getting much more of these exact terms from the data from our discovery ads. So with that in mind, the first ads I actually create would be the discovery ads, and it would be an auto ad like you've seen in the previous video, and also the broad and phrase keyword ad. So I would have 2 discovery ads at launch for my keywords. And just as an idea of some of the things I would include in that broad and phrase ad, under a broad match type, I would put animal book boys. So if anyone searches animal coloring book for boys aged 9 to 10, 8 to whatever, this would match it. So all of these broad phrases will match potential search terms from our customers, and phrases are an example. So these don't necessarily have to make sense as an exact keyword, because Amazon is essentially going to add words to it, in between it, before it, at the end, to make up actual customer search terms. So these are the kind of keywords that I would include in my initial discovery ads. And then when I'm making these discovery ads, I would use the list of exact matches that I've made in this first section here and add them as negative targets, as we're going to target them all separately. And then finally, I would then create an individual ad for each exact phrase to ensure we are specifically targeting the most relevant keywords. This basically means each individual keyword sits within its own campaign and gives us complete control, which we'll see about in the optimizing ads video. But I understand this is very complicated to kind of see, so I'm going to show you actually physically in the Amazon Ads console now and allow you to visualize exactly what I mean when I'm doing all of this and bringing all of this to life. So I'll jump over to the Ads console now and I will see you in just a sec. So as you can see, I am now in the Amazon Ads console. On the left-hand side, I've got the keywords that I mentioned earlier on in this video, the broad keywords, the phrase keywords, and also the exact ones that I've noted down. So as I just mentioned, the first thing I would do is write down these exact keywords, which is exactly what I've done. And the next thing I have to do is start creating the discovery ads. So just go to your Amazon Ads console, press create campaign, and we want to go for sponsored products. So just click into here. So the first ad that we're going to be making is our auto ad. So what you have to do here, I've actually blurred these books out because obviously I don't want everybody knowing what my books are. But I'm just going to add this one here as a random example to give you an idea of exactly what you would do. So the first one we're doing is our auto ad. Ad group name, I always just leave that as it is as default. And then go to targeting. Now this is where we choose whether we do an automatic ad or a manual ad. For this one, we're going to be doing an automatic ad. So we're going to leave that as automatic. Then when it comes to the targeting, we then need to set a default bid. So Amazon will generally give us a recommended bid. I would kind of take this with a bit of a pinch of salt because ultimately you can bid kind of whatever you want. Amazon, their main goal with ads is to make money too. So £1.18 to £1.84 is way too much as a default bid. So for this auto ad, I'm just going to go for a default bid of 60p. You can also do it by target group, but when I'm just starting out, I would definitely just recommend setting a default bid. So our default bid here is 60p, and now we come to the negative keyword targeting, because as I mentioned earlier on in this video, we're going to be targeting these 2 phrases as exact phrases because they're ones that are super relevant to our book. So because we're going to be doing this, we actually want to make sure we're not targeting these in any of our discovery ads, and our auto ad is no different. So what we're going to do is copy and paste these over and put these into negative exact. So what this means is we're telling our auto ad to look at our book and place it against relevant keywords, but not to place it against these 2 because we're already targeting these in another campaign. And the same if it comes to product targeting. If you already had a list of products you wanted to target against, you would then go ahead and enter the ASINs of all those products. It's exactly the same as keywords, but just for products. And then when it comes to the bidding strategy, as I've shown you already in the auto ad deep dive video, you can choose which strategy you go for. Personally, with this campaign, I don't want to spend any more than 60p per bid. So I'm going to set my default bid to 60p and then go for dynamic bids down only. This means we're only going to bid 60p or less for our auto ad. And then we just call this whatever campaign name you want to. So I would go for auto, then animal coloring, and then down only here. So you know exactly what ad campaign it is, what book you're targeting, and also the bidding strategy. And then you click here and add it to the relevant portfolio that you want to add it to, and then just set your daily budget. I would set this as £5. And then I would just go ahead and press launch campaign, and that will be my auto ad setup. So once we've launched that auto ad, the next discovery ad we want to launch is our broad and phrase keyword discovery ad. So we jump into sponsored products again, press continue. And similarly to last time, we want to leave the ad group name as it is. We're going to go through and select our product. So we're going to go through and select the same book here. Scroll all the way down, and then actually this time choose manual targeting.
And because we were doing manual targeting, we now have to choose whether it's keyword or product. In this example, I'm only going to show keywords, but product targeting is exactly the same as anything in this course. Whenever I'm mentioning keyword targeting, product is exactly the same logic. You just do keywords. So when you go down here, you can see, so the book I've actually selected here is a kids activity book. So you're going to get loads of related keywords suggested to activity books. Now, you can use these ones that Amazon are suggesting for you, but we're going to actually use the ones that we've already selected here for ourselves. So what we're going to do is going to untick all of these and then go to this enter list button, untick these. And we're first of all going to go in and add our broad keywords in. So we're going to go select these and copy these in and then press paste. And then what you can do is you can use Amazon's suggested bid, you can use a custom bid, or you can just use a default bid. I'm personally going to go for a custom bid here. And we're going to go again for 60 pence. So we're going to go there and just press add keywords. And we're bidding 60 pence on all of these different keywords. And then you can tinker it if you want to based on Amazon suggestions, but that is entirely up to you. So we've got our broad words in there now. Let's go ahead and add our phrase words. So we'll copy and paste our phrase words from over here. Drop them in, untick broad, and then tick phrase, and then add keywords. So these phrase ones are in as well. So if you cast your minds back to how the broad and phrase match types work, we're going to be relating or matching so many different specific phrases related to all of these. So animal coloring book for boys age 8 to 10 is going to be one we're targeting with this. Just so many different keywords that we're going to potentially target with this discovery ad. So you can see what I mean by just casting a really broad net out. So negative keyword targeting, exactly the same as the auto ad, because we don't want to be targeting those ones with targeting in exact campaigns. We'll go through and add these in and then just add these as negative keyword targets. And then when it comes to the campaign bidding strategy, again, we're going to go for dynamic bids down only, and then just call this keyword discovery, animal coloring book, and then down only. Exactly the same way we did with the auto ad. Select the portfolio we want to put it in, and then just set our daily budget. We're going to go for £5 again here. And then we would just launch campaign, and that is our discovery ad launched. So now the final ad we want to produce are our exact campaign ads. So rather than just producing one campaign and putting them all in, we're actually going to do one campaign per keyword, because then that gives us lots of control over the placement, which you'll see in the next video. So again, click into sponsored products and then leave the ad group name as it is. Go down and select our book, press add there. And again, we're going to go down and go for manual targeting. We're going to stick with keyword targeting. And then we're going to go again, Amazon are going to suggest us loads of keywords that we can add. Again, it's entirely up to you if you want to add these, if some of these give you inspiration for things that you think might be really relevant. But we've already done our research. So we're just going to go ahead and enter our own list here. And because we're only doing one exact phrase per campaign, we'll only go ahead and take in one of these keywords. And then once we've launched this campaign, we'll go through and do the next one. So we're going to target this as an exact keyword. We're going to leave it on suggested bid this time because there's only one. Just go in and manually change it. So it says the suggested bid should be 24p. We're just going to go for 50p in this case. Again, however much you bid is entirely dependent on what your budget is, how many clicks you want to have before your ad becomes unprofitable. As a general rule for me, if it's low like this, I would sit it at somewhere like 50p. But if it says something like 60p to 80, I would always go towards the bottom range here. Because you have to remember, if you're only making £2 royalties, if you're bidding £1 per click, in 2 clicks, you have to get an order before your ad becomes unprofitable. So it's entirely up to you, but I would generally go for a 50p bid in this situation. So we're only targeting one exact phrase in this keyword. So it's going to be a very specific campaign. And again, negative keyword targeting, we don't actually need to worry about this because the only keyword we're ever going to be targeting anyway is this one. So negatives don't actually count or matter in this campaign. And again, we're going to go for dynamic bids down only. If you want to go up and down because you're confident in this keyword, then of course you can. That will raise your bids by a maximum of 100% when it thinks it's likely to convert to a sale. So we're basically saying we're happy to bid up to £1 if that's the case, but we're going to go for dynamic bids down only here. And then for the campaign name, I'm actually just going to go ahead and call it exactly what the keyword is. So when we're looking at our ads console, we know exactly what we're targeting here. So we know this is the keyword ad for the phrase animal coloring book. Then we're going to go for animal coloring just to remind ourselves what book it's about, even though it's a bit of a giveaway in the keyword we're targeting. And then again, down only. Just keep the naming as consistent as you possibly can. Select the portfolio that you want to use and then set your daily budget of £5. And then you would go ahead and launch campaign. And that is exactly how you would create your first exact campaign. You then launch that, go through and then do the next one here, animal coloring for boys, exactly as we have done in this example here. And I said actually I'm not going to include the product ones in here, but I'm going to do a quick run through of how you would do a product ad too. So again, click into sponsored products. I'll just run through this very quickly. You'll very quickly see that it's exactly the same process, just with products. We'll leave the ad group name the same. We'll go through and select the book that we want to advertise. Scroll down here, go to manual targeting and then product targeting. Very, very similar thing. Amazon will then suggest the products because like I say, this is an activity book. So you're going to get some kind of categories that Amazon is suggesting related to kind of kids activity books. You can choose these if you want to, or if you already have a category in mind, you can go through and actually put it in yourself. You can search for the specific category. So look at all these different categories you can choose. So you can go ahead and actually find as many as you want to. You're going to also search it by name, or if you just want to advertise against an individual product, you would select individual products up here. And again, any suggestions? So if you click exact, you want to target against a specific product. Amazon for some reason is suggesting just one. So brain games for kids aged 9 to 12. If you think this is exactly like a product you want to target against, you can press add, or you can go for expanded if you want to target this product and products related to it. Again, it's entirely up to you. Ideally, you've come in with a list of ASINs that you already want to target. So ASINs, for those that you don't know, is basically Amazon's little code for every single product. So if you go onto any product page and then just press Command F or Control F if you're on Windows, Command F if you're on Mac, Control F if you're on Windows, and then type in ASIN. It will highlight where the ASIN is on the page, but it's basically in the product description section. Go ahead and copy and paste all the ASINs that you want to into here. So let's just say this was a book we wanted to advertise. You go and enter list, press that, and then press target, and then it's going to target this specific book here with the default bid, and you can change that again, just like you would with keywords. Negative product targeting is exactly the same as how keywords work. Just go into exclude certain products. And if you have a list of ones you want to exclude, you then put those ASINs in there as well. So very, very similar to keywords, just with products. And then you choose a bidding strategy, campaign name, portfolio, and then your daily budget. So that is how you would set up your initial campaigns. And I'll jump now into the rest of the slides to finish off the video. So now I've just visually demonstrated what all of this means. Hopefully you get a really good understanding of exactly how to set up your initial ads. And these initial ads are what I would call the book launch ads. So the ads you launch straight away once you release the book. So as I said, you have your auto ad, you have your discovery ad, which is going to be your keyword. Again, this is just my ad structure. If you want to have something different, if you want to have a discovery ad that has products in, that's entirely up to you. But for me, I'll just have my auto ad, my discovery ad, which is full of just keywords, and then I'll have my exact ads as I've just shown you. And then for the first 60 days, I will have these, and I will have very aggressive bids. So I showed you in there, Amazon obviously do suggest bids for you. For the first 60 days, I would make these bids maybe a little bit higher than Amazon are suggesting, unless it's something like over £1, in which case it just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But the goal here you have to remember with these first 60 days is not necessarily to be profitable, it's to boost your organic ranking and harvest keywords. So if you want to go over £1, then of course you can, but just remember they might become really unprofitable. Again, it's entirely up to you, but that's the strategy for my book launch. These 3 ads, but for the first 60 days, be super aggressive to boost your organic ranking and harvest potential keywords. Then after 60 days, what I would do is then I would go ahead and create more exact ads using data from the discovery ad. So if you cast your minds back to here, after 60 days, your discovery ad might look something like this. So you have the broad and phrase keyword that we actually advertised against, and then the exact search term that the broad term has matched with. So you get animal coloring book has been matched from our keyword that we put in animal book. So any of them that have a really good ACOS, I would move into their own exact campaigns, but I'll cover that in full detail in the next video. On top of that, I will also start adding an exact product ad. So within our auto ad, it's exactly the same. When you go into search terms, it will show you exactly what keywords and what products have led to sales. And I would just pull these products into their very own exact product ads. So in a nutshell, here it is. My auto ad and my discovery ads harvest products and keywords, and then my exact product ads and my exact keyword ads are the ones that we know convert to well, and over time we're going to build these out as much as we possibly can and really go ham on the spend on these, because like I say, we know they're good at converting into sales. So in the next video, I'm going to show you how you can optimize your campaign. So once we've launched these after first 60 days, exactly how you go about moving keywords and products around your campaign structure, and also how you get the most and optimize your discovery campaigns for maximum profitability. So I'll see you now in the next video. So having just been through all the detail you need to know about setting up your manual campaigns, in this video, I'm going to take you through how to actually optimize those campaigns to maximize every ad's profitability. Now, this is going to be a very content heavy video, so I would definitely recommend taking some notes, pausing, maybe doing this in a couple of stages, and also going back and watching it again a few times if you need to clarify, because there is a lot of information in this video. So optimizing your ads. There are two different types of ads that you need to optimize: your discovery ad campaigns and also your exact ad campaigns. And just as a heads up, this is how I optimize my ads. Again, as I've preached all the time during this course, you would optimize your ads all depending on what your strategy is, but the kind of logic behind optimizing is exactly the same depending on what that strategy is. This is just done in the context of my funnel. So because you have discovery ads and exact ad campaigns, both of these need to be optimized differently. So when it comes to discovery campaigns, we need to optimize for the overall structure. So what I mean by this is moving keywords from discovery campaigns into exact campaigns, because that's going to impact our overall structure, as well as optimizing for individual discovery ad campaigns. So we're optimizing to benefit the overall structure, and we're optimizing to make the individual discovery ad itself better performing. And then exact campaigns, and because these only contain one target, performance is entirely based off the bid and the bid placement. So we have much more control with these, but the idea is how you optimize a discovery campaign is different to how you optimize an exact campaign. And in this video, I'm going to show you exactly how to do both. So we're going to start with discovery campaigns. And as I said, you have to optimize for overall structure and individual performance. So as you can see here from an image from the previous video, this is our overall ad structure. As I've mentioned, we'll have our initial ads that we launch, our auto ad, our discovery ad, and actually our exact keyword ad if you wanted to. And the idea is after 60 days, we'll look at the search term data for the products from our auto ad. We'll move those into our exact product ads. And then the discovery ad will move the keywords into our exact keyword ads. So the big question we have here, at what point do we need to move keyword or product targets from our discovery ads into our exact ads? So this again is going to be focusing purely on keywords, but for products, it is exactly the same logic. So my rule is if a keyword or product has got more than 4 sales from a discovery ad with an ACoS of less than 30%, I will target that as an exact campaign. Why? Because this shows that over the certain period of time, ideally 60 days, if it's got more than 4 sales, it's proven that on multiple occasions it's been able to convert to a sale. And if the ACoS is less than 30%, it's been able to convert to a sale at a profitable rate. So actually this product or keyword converts well, and we can actually afford to do it in terms of profitability. Therefore, it's a keyword or product we really want to focus on, and therefore I would target in its very own exact campaign. And it's at that point I would move it from a discovery ad into an exact ad. But first of all, how do we even know which products or keywords are the ones that are making the sales in discovery ads? So again, I've already covered this very briefly, but I'll go into more detail now. To see this search term data, all you have to do is click into your ad, and where it says ad group here, you just click this button. You'll then be shown this screen, and then just click into search terms there. And what it's going to do is show you a load of data. So when optimizing the performance of your discovery campaigns, you need to see what keywords or products are performing well and which ones are performing badly. This ultimately will allow us to cut out the badly performing keywords and products and only focus on the ones that are performing well. Again, we will need the search term data for this. So the data that you get by clicking into here, that is the search terms, that's the search term data that I'm on about. So there are 3 levels of data to our discovery campaigns.
you have the campaign layer, which shows the performance of your overall campaigns of all the keywords we're targeting. All of these metrics added up will show our campaign layer of data. And then within this campaign layer, if you just press this add group, and then on the left-hand side, it will say targeting, you'll be able to see this data, and this will show us the target layer data, which shows the performance of each keyword target within your discovery campaign. So within this discovery campaign, we are targeting 4 keywords with the broad match type: animal book, kids book, the animal, and kids coloring, along with all the metrics that go alongside here. So just note, all of these metrics added up will add to the relevant metric in this campaign view. So these numbers are made up of a sum of these numbers. And then to go even further into the data, if you press search terms here on the side, you will see exactly what we mean by the search term layer. So this shows the performance of each term that your keyword targets are matching with. So all of these 4 keywords here can be found here as well, along with the search terms that they have matched with. So this keyword animal book has matched with the search term animal coloring book. It's matched with the search term fun animal kids book, and it's also matched with the search term animal activity book. And you can see all the relevant data here. So there are 3 layers of data to your discovery campaigns. So when we're talking about overall structure, what do we need to focus on? So cast your minds back. When we're talking about overall structure, we're talking about moving profitable keywords from here into our exact campaigns. So we only need to be focusing on this search term layer when it comes to optimizing for the overall structure. When it comes to optimizing for individual performance, that's when this data comes in handy. But for now, we're just focusing on this search term data and moving search terms into individual campaigns. So as a recap, this search term data shows the performance of each search term that your keywords are matching with. So not just the performance of each keyword that is shown in this data, but the actual performance of each customer search term that our keywords are ranking for. So when customers search in the term animal coloring book, we've matched it through our keyword animal book, and this specific search term has got us 20 clicks, it spent $10, it's got us 5 orders with an ACOS of 28.6%. So, as I mentioned previously, I would generally move keywords into their own exact campaign if they have more than 4 orders with an ACOS of less than 30%. So I'm going to ask you a question now. Which keywords would you move into their own exact campaign? You can pause the video now, have a think, have a look through the data, and then have a guess and write down your answers. So I'll give you a second just to do that. So we're back, and hopefully now you've got your answers written down, and the correct answers are these 3. Animal coloring book. Why? Because it's got more than 4 orders and it has an ACOS of less than 30%. So remember, the lower the ACOS, the more profitable the ad. I would also move animal activity book because it's got 6 orders with a 19.1% ACOS. And then the animal coloring book I would also move because it's got 7 orders with a 22.5% ACOS. So I would move all 3 of these into their very own exact match campaign. So from here, campaign 1, campaign 2, campaign 3, 3 individual campaigns, all each targeting one of these customer search terms. Why? Because they convert to sales with a profitable ACOS. So we've done that now. What else do we need to do? If you cast your minds back to the idea of optimizing for the overall structure, once we've moved these into their exact campaigns, what do we need to remember to do for the discovery ad? We need to add them as negative targets because now we're already targeting these in their own exact match campaign. We no longer need to target them in this discovery ad, else we'll be targeting them twice and thus bidding against ourselves for exactly the same keyword, which we don't want to do. So these 3 that you're moving into exact campaigns, you just want to add them as negative targets. And that is as simple as it needs to be when it comes to optimizing your overall structure. Simple as just moving keywords from these discovery ads into their exact campaigns. And this is just an example using keyword data. When you're using products, it is exactly the same. You go to that same search term tab, and rather than just showing keywords, it will show you individual books or products. And again, if it's the same criteria, more than 4 orders with an ACOS of less than 30%, I would move the ASIN of each product into its very own product campaign. So that's overall structure. How do we now optimize for individual performance? This is where it gets a little bit heavier. So again, I'll remind you of the 3 layers: the campaign layer, the target layer, and also the search term layer.
So let's say we're just focusing on this one campaign, the animal coloring discovery keyword ad. It's got an ACOS of 43.84%, which isn't the most unprofitable, but it's not as optimized and efficient as we want it to be. So if we want to make this better, we want to understand exactly what keywords specifically are doing really well and what keywords are doing poorly and driving this ACOS up. So you would click into this and you would see the 4 keywords that we're targeting here. So which one is driving our ACOS up? Well, there are a couple here, kids coloring too, but mainly it's this kids book keyword, which has a $20 spend. It's only got us 3 orders and it has an ACOS of 95.4%. So this keyword specifically is doing quite a bit of damage. And then when you look further into the search term layer, you can see the 2 search terms this keyword has brought back, book for kids and fun book for kids. They are kind of related to our book, but they're such broad search terms that there's actually nothing to do with an animal coloring book. They could be looking for a fact book here. They could be looking for a fiction book here. They could be looking for books about unicorns, whatever. So this is a very broad search term that we actually don't want to be ranking for. And it's therefore no surprise they both have a really high and unprofitable ACOS. So in this situation, what should we do? Well, generally you have 2 options. Option 1 is you can negatively target book for kids and fun book for kids, because these are the 2 search terms that are spending quite a lot of money with no sales. You can negatively target these 2 and just let this kids book continue running, because it might find other keywords that are more relevant and will get us better sales with a better ACOS. Or alternatively, you can just stop targeting this broad keyword kids book altogether, because kids book seems to be extremely broad, and you see animal book is much more related to the kind of book that we're doing. Same with kids coloring, and also anything with the word animal in too is more specific than just a generic kids book. So option 2 is you can stop targeting the broad keyword kids book altogether, because it seems to be only matching search terms that aren't related to our book, as I've mentioned previously. So with this example, because these 2 keywords just nothing to do with our book, I would just eliminate this keyword altogether. And as you can see, by just eliminating this keyword, that would automatically have made our ad even more profitable. So this is what we had originally, and these are the metrics if we were to get rid of this ad. Of course, in real life, you can't just get rid of it. This is just hypothetically showing how our ad would be performing without this. So you can see already our ACOS has dropped by over 5% just by no longer targeting this keyword kids book. But it's an ACOS of 38.32%, so we can still be even more profitable. So how can we optimize even more? Well, I'm also looking at this search term here, which is the animal. It's 42.9%, so it's not a terrible ACOS, but what's really interesting is you can see in the search term data. So rather than the previous example of just getting rid of this keyword, I actually wouldn't get rid of this the animal keyword for this exact reason. So as you can see, it's paired with 2 individual search terms that it's brought back. It's brought back the search term animal book kids and also the animal coloring book. And you can see here, this 42.9% ACOS is being hugely driven up by this one specific search term here at 186% ACOS. But the other search term that it's ranked for, the animal coloring book, is actually doing really well. It's only spent $11. It's got 7 sales with an ACOS of 22.5%. So if we were to do exactly what we've just done with this campaign here and just completely get rid of it, yes, we would be preventing ourselves from bidding on this really expensive and unprofitable keyword, which is a good thing. But the issue with that is we would also be getting rid of this one, which is actually driving a really low ACOS. So what we want to do here is only stop targeting this specific search term and let this one continue spending because it's doing really well for us. So what I would do is I would add this animal book kids as a negative exact target. So basically tell our discovery ad to continue doing exactly as you're doing, but just don't show our book to any customers who search in the exact phrase animal book kids. This way we can still target the animal, which might bring back some relevant keywords, and still target this keyword here without jeopardizing our overall sales. So sometimes it's not as simple as just looking at the ACOS for the keyword. You sometimes have to dive into the search term data and find what customer search terms specifically are driving that keyword sale. So from a top-down view, you look at your overall campaign, you then look at what keywords are driving the high ACOS in your campaign, and then within each keyword, you have to find out what specific search term is driving the ACOS of each keyword. So you just gradually go down as you make your way through. So for this example, I would just get rid of animal book kids, And as you can see, if we were to stop targeting this, what our overall data would have looked like, we have a much better ACoS and our numbers just look an awful lot better. So now we know exactly how to optimize our discovery ads. The big question is, how often do you go in and change the data, both on an overall structure and also an individual performance? So the two things you've mentioned here. So I have just written campaign structure here, but I do also mean individual performance. So there are two reasons for this. Number one, the search term data that we're talking about here is only available for 65 days. So it only goes back 65 days. So 2 months is just under 65 days. So that's why I leave it as a good kind of number. Generally at the start of the month, I will go through and do all the optimizing so that I know at the start of every second month, I need to go through and do exactly the same thing again. So the first reason is because this search term data is only available for 65 days. And secondly, you just simply need to give your ad enough time to gather data. So you can see here there's loads of data available. If you just left this a week, you'd have nowhere near enough data to actually make informed decisions. And 2 months is definitely enough time to give yourself that time for the data. And another reason why you need to give your ad just time to gather data and also judge its overall performance over 2 months rather than on a day-to-day basis is because ad campaigns are never going to be profitable 100% of the time. You're going to have days or even periods where the ad is not performing too well. And if you're constantly chopping and changing, you have no idea what you're doing. And if you're constantly chopping and changing, you're just going to do more harm than good. So as you can see here, this is an ad that over a month spent £442, got just under £1,800 worth of sales with a really good ACoS of 24.73%. So generally speaking, this would be a really good ad. However, if I jump into the ad console on this day, I would see actually that I'm spending way more than I'm getting back. I'd probably panic and think, oh no, I need to optimize and change things. It's not doing too well. But that is a really bad way of optimizing because you need to look at the general trend over time rather than on a day-to-day basis, because on some days you can see here, really good performance, and then this day, not so good performance. So just judge it on the overall trend. If, yes, this ACoS was like 40% over that month or 2 month period, then at that point you'd be like, okay, I definitely need to optimize this because something is going wrong. But give it time, be patient, and don't judge it on a day-to-day because there is no ad campaign ever that is consistently profitable every single day. So take a step back, leave it to do its thing, and don't be tinkering every day, as tempting as it might be. So that is how you would optimize your discovery campaigns. How then do you optimize your exact campaigns? So because our exact campaigns only target one keyword or product, none of the optimizing we have just done can be used for them because we're going into the search term data for discovery ad campaigns. We're only targeting one keyword here, so we can't actually do what we've done with our exact campaigns. The only things we can do is change our bid and also our placement percentages. So here is an example of an exact campaign. And for the example here, I've just pretended that we've bid against the term football book. So no broad terms, no phrase terms, just the exact keyword football book in this campaign. And we spent £62.50. It's got £258 of sales with an ACoS of 24.17%. As you can see here, only one target because that's the only keyword we're targeting. And one product is in the product that we're actually advertising, so the book that is ours. That's what this means by products. This doesn't mean the number of products we're advertising against. This means the number of products that we have that we're wanting to put ads on. And the total target is the number of targets or keywords that we have. So again, because it's an exact campaign, just the one. So to optimize this, you would go into the placements tab. This ad generally is performing well. So let's have a look and see how it's performing in terms of placements. So when you go into the placements tab, this is what you can see, the 3 different placement areas. And as you can see, the ad is doing really well when it's placed in rest of search and also product pages. So rest of search has an 18.67% ACoS, not doing quite as well in product pages, but it's still doing pretty well here. So at this point, I would say that, I'm happy with how these are doing. I'm going to kind of leave these as they are. However, as you can see, top of search, it's only spent £2.33, which means we're definitely not bidding enough to be ranking at the top of the search page because it's no surprise, to rank at the top, you need to be spending a little bit more money. And this is what I mean. It's not spending anything for that top of search. So although it's actually doing quite well as a campaign, we could be doing even more because at the moment, we're still not utilizing this top of search. So in this case, the only issue is that I need to adjust the spend for one of the placements, i.e. the top of search, because our default bid is 50p. We need to be adjusting this bid to 50%. So by adjusting to 50%. We're basically saying our default bid is 50p, but you're happy to spend 50% more of 50p, so an extra 25p, to rank top of search, which is why this cost per click is higher than these two. But if none of the placements are spending, we just go ahead and change our default bid. But because we want to continue the bids that we've got on these, because we're happy with how these are performing, we only want to go in and tinker the adjustment for this one. So in this example, the book has actually done quite well, but let's just say hypothetically, these were still exactly the same, but this top of search was being really unprofitable. It spent £30 and had something like 100% ACOS. Because we're happy with these two, we want to make sure we're still bidding around 50p for these two ones, but we want to completely cut off the supply to this one because even if it was at 50p, it's still being really unprofitable. Again, this is just hypothetical. What we would do is exactly what we did in the auto ad video. If you cast your minds back to that, it is exactly the same approach. We would change our default bid for this campaign to something like 25p and then adjust these bids by 100%, which basically means an extra 25p on top of our default bid, which is back to our 50p, which now means this one is only being targeted with 25p bids, which means we're probably not going to win any bids. And these two are still retaining that 50p bid. So that is how you can optimize using placements for your exact campaigns. Again, I've already mentioned and shown you how to do this in the auto ad video. So if you want to go back and look at that, exactly the same logic applies to your exact ads. So I appreciate that's a lot of information to take in, and I'm going to try and summarize as best I can in this slide here. So optimizing your manual ads is a crucial part of running KDP ads. It allows you to make changes when ads aren't performing well and make them more profitable. And now each manual ad needs to be optimized in a certain way depending on your goal and whether it's a discovery ad or an exact ad. So when it comes to discovery campaigns in terms of the overall structure, these are very broad campaigns and in my own strategy. So again, I want to reiterate the point. As I've gone through optimizing here, I've talked about how I would optimize for my strategy. If you want to use the strategy too, because you think it suits what your goals are and your budget is and how you want to lay out your campaigns, then of course you're welcome to do that. But for me, it allows me to find the exact terms that I can then target aggressively in my exact campaigns. When it comes to optimizing my discovery campaigns, these can be optimized by altering bids on the keywords and also adding negative keywords to the search term data that I took you through, and also adding in new keywords. So you can add in new keywords. So they go all the way back to the slide where we had these. At the moment, in this example, we're only targeting these 4 keywords. Maybe you want to optimize it by adding in a new keyword, a 5th one here. You can do that as well and see how that data comes out at the end. And then finally, your exact campaigns. So these are very targeted campaigns and only specifically targeting one exact phrase. And these can be optimized by adjusting the default bid or by altering the ad placement as I've shown you in this example. And depending on the metrics will depend on how you want to optimize them, which is why I always stress understanding what these metrics are doing is crucial to being able to optimize your ads. So that's everything for the optimizing your ad video. Again, remember this, there is no perfect ad strategy for anyone, but the skills and methods you've learned in these last 2 videos can apply to whatever strategy you use. So again, if you're looking to make ads more profitable, you can add keywords, you can add negative keywords, you can adjust the placements, loads of different things you can do to optimize your ads, and just take it as it comes with your own campaigns and optimize according to your ads performance and how you want to structure everything. So I hope that makes sense. If you do have any questions, of course, you can ask them in the community or also to myself directly. I'm expecting there to be quite a few questions on the back of these 2 videos, but I promise you I'll be there to help you out. And of course, it will absolutely be worth knowing because this is really, really important to Amazon ad campaigns. So I'll see you now in the next video. So I'm going to go through some best KDP practices and specifically 2 things that you need to be doing just to make your life so much easier and optimize your ads even further. So best practices. So far we've already covered some best practices to get the most out of your KDP ads, how to optimize them, how to move keywords around your overall structure. That's where most of the value is, but there are 2 other things you can do just to make your life a little bit easier. So the first thing is using portfolios, and the second is using Amazon ad budget rules. So portfolios essentially allow you to keep your Amazon ad campaigns organized, and this will help you immensely in the long run. Honestly, I cannot stress enough how important it is to keep all of your ad campaigns as neat and tidy as possible. Every single book you have, add all the campaigns relevant to that book in its own portfolio, and it will make it so much easier to optimize and understand what's going on with your ads. Trust me, once you have 60 to 100 campaigns and you haven't organized them in portfolios or very well, it's going to be an absolute nightmare to keep on top of. So please use portfolios and name your ad campaigns properly. And also budget rules. So budget rules are really great because they give your ads the opportunity to scale while also providing a safety net if they are performing badly. So you'll see exactly what I mean later in this video. But let's start with using portfolios. So portfolios allow you to keep all of your ads for a certain book in one place. They therefore don't just keep your ad console tidy, they also allow you to see how a certain book is performing ad-wise. So similarly to the optimizing video, this allows you to see if there is a certain campaign that is negatively impacting your book's ad performance. So if you didn't have everything in portfolios, you just have your overall metrics and then you have absolutely no idea which book is driving, good performance or bad performance, which book is spending loads. But then even within each book level, if you have, a portfolio for your animal coloring book and you have 4 campaigns in there, you can see exactly which campaigns are performing well for that book and which ones aren't. So honestly, it just makes your life so much easier. And for portfolios, it's super easy to go into. In your ads console on the left-hand side, you would just see portfolios here and then just press create portfolio and then you can create as many as you want. It would just make your life so much easier because here in this example, I spent £2,000 with just over £7,000 of sales with a 28.1% ACOS. Some books of mine will definitely be contributing really positively to this and some definitely won't. But with portfolios, I'll be able to see like that exactly which ones are doing what. So it definitely would recommend. So what this looks like in terms of the portfolio structure. Let's say we had our portfolio for our animal coloring book. You can see here, if you click into that portfolio, you'll see the 4 different campaigns you've got. So we have our animal discovery, we have our animal coloring auto, and then we have 2 specific keywords that we're targeting. We have our total score, so we can see it's a 30.5% ACOS, and we can see where the majority of the performance is coming from. So the good performance is being driven by these exact keywords, but these 2 campaigns, the discovery keyword and also the discovery auto, need to be optimized to bring this ACOS down. So that's exactly why portfolios are great, because for this exact book, we know exactly where the spend is going and what ad campaigns are causing us to be less profitable than we could be. So as I've said here, the discovery and the auto ad are the ones that are bringing the performance down, and you can easily see that from this portfolio view. So now moving on to budget rules. So to find the budget rules, you have to click into a certain ad. Just being on your ads console, seeing all of your different campaigns, you won't actually see this. So you just have to click into an individual ad. And on the left-hand side, you will see this tab that says budget rules. And all you want to do is go ahead and press this add budget rule button. And then you can create a certain rule. So I call this one the profit rule. So there are 2 main issues generally when it comes to using budgets on ads. Number 1, if an ad is spending unprofitably, you want to stop it spending lots of money. So generally the answer to that is you set a budget, let's say a £3 budget. So even if the ad is performing really terribly, you know you're only going to spend £3. However, if your ad's performing really well and you have that £3 buffer, it's really annoying when actually you want to keep spending because it's actually really profitable for you, but you can't because you've already set that budget. So if your ad is performing really well, you don't want this budget to stop the good performance, and that is where the profit rule comes in. So what we want to do is to give ourselves the safety net of having a budget on our ad if it's performing really poorly, but if the ad is performing profitably and really well, we want to allow it to continue spending rather than stopping it with a budget. So essentially, we want the best of both worlds. And the good news is we can do it exactly that by going into these budget rules. So you can absolutely copy this if you want. Just a reminder that in order to have a budget rule, your daily budget needs to be at least £10. So I would call this the profit rule, to put your name in there. And you want to base it off performance. So basically this is saying do something based on a certain performance metric. And then just set your start date, however you want to start it. And then do you want it to be a daily or a weekly occurrence? Generally, just want to have it daily because you want to basically have this every single day. And then set this performance metric, choose ACOS, and then say less than or equal to 30%, and then increase it by 100%. So what this basically means is set our default budget as it usually is. However, if you reach our budget and our ACOS is less than or equal to 36%, which in this example was the break-even ACOS, then increase it by 100%. So we're basically saying spend your whole budget, and if the ad is unprofitable, then just stop. But if it is profitable, you can spend an extra 100%, so double the ad spend on that, and that way you're scaling your ad performance. So as I've said, this rule is essentially just telling the ad to spend way above the daily budget if the ad is performing profitably, and that is how you can use budget rules to optimize the performance of your ad campaigns. So this next module is going to be all about how you convert customers who land on your book page into people who actually go ahead and buy your book. So in this video, I'm going to introduce the importance of conversion and introduce the sort of things we're going to touch on during this module and provide an introduction to what I call the most overlooked part of Amazon KDP. So the importance of conversion. Everyone in the KDP space is so focused on niche research or keyword research or ads or book creation. And rightly so, these things are extremely important to a successful Amazon KDP business. But so many people do all of these things at the expense of product conversion, and they massively overlook this idea of how you actually convert people who land on your page to actually buying your book. And in this process, they are literally leaving thousands of dollars per month on the table. A lot of them think if you smash your niche research, you smash your keyword research, your ads, your book creation, you're just going to sell a load of books. You're actually missing out on the final part of the stage, which is actually converting those people. So this is exactly what I mean when I say you're missing out on that final stage. Here is the ultimate and a very simple idea of a KDP customer journey. Firstly, a customer will look for a product, whether they're looking for a book or a gift, or they're looking specifically for a book in your niche. It doesn't really matter. They're just looking for a specific product to start with. Customers who then look for your product, they then see your book through advertising, through niche research, keyword research, all kinds of marketing techniques, what your book cover looks like. Essentially, all of that is involved in taking a customer from this stage of looking for a product to seeing your book. How much work you have to put in just to get to this point. And then again, based on your book cover, your title, what your book is about, that will then force the customer to go from this stage on to actually deciding to click into your book. So they've gone from seeing your book to actually clicking into it. And then finally, once they're clicking into your book, they then have to go ahead and actually buy the book itself. Now, all these things, niche research, keyword research, ads, all get customers up to this point. But if you're not converting customers from here to here, you're just wasting so much money. And this is the golden part of Amazon KDP. And this is where it's all about improving your conversion rate. So everything we're going to touch on in this module is going to be focused on taking customers from this step into this step, taking them from your book listing to actually ending up buying your book. So kind of reiterating this point here, you put in so much work just to get a potential customer to land on your book listing. Like I say, all of these individual steps, how much niche research, keyword research, your ads, all of that is just to get your customer to end up on your book listing. So if your book listing isn't optimized, you're going to lose the sale. It doesn't matter how much work you're putting in before. If they're not liking what they see on the book listing, they're very unlikely to convert. And so many people on KDP completely look past this. So therefore, at a minimum, your book listing must have reviews, it must have A+ content, and it must have a conversion-focused description. Now, I understand all of these can't come straight away. Reviews takes time to come up. So yes, you can sell books without reviews, but this is kind of referring to like an ideal book listing after, a couple of months. Should all have good reviews, should have A+ content, and have a conversion-focused description, emphasis on conversion-focused. So this module is going to be focused on how to optimize all three of these to ensure you're converting as many people who land on your page as possible and not leaving any money on the table. So with that said, let's get straight into how you can optimize all three of these. So in this video, I'm going to cover how you can optimize your book listing with Amazon A+ content, essentially how to improve your product imagery and ultimately improve your conversion rate. So optimizing with A+ content. Now, one of the biggest negatives of selling on Amazon KDP is that the default product imagery sucks. As you can see here, this is the default product imagery that all KDP books will have. All you get to see is basically the front cover. And then also the back cover, you can kind of preview some of the inside pages, but it's very, very limited. And this just looks really basic. It's completely two-dimensional, doesn't look professional at all. And this is a massive negative of selling books on Amazon KDP. But instead of seeing this as a negative, you actually need to look at this as an opportunity to easily stand out from 90% of your competitors. Because A+ content allows you to add additional imagery to your listing, which gives your customer more info on your product and also makes your listing look a lot more professional. So although default KDP product imagery is pretty poor, that's actually a really good thing for people like us, because if we're prepared to go the extra mile and improve our product imagery, it's going to allow our book to stand out so much more than our competitors. Like I say, gives customers more info on our product and that makes our listing look more professional. And both of those equal higher conversion. Higher conversion equals you make more money. And that's why A+ content is so crucial. So as you can see, here's a very quick example of why A+ content is so good using just a random book that I found on Amazon. It's a word search for kids ages 6 to 8, 100 theme puzzles with pictures for language development and fun. And as you can see here, the default product imagery is just these two images, this back cover here and also this front cover. You can maybe expand it and make it look a little bit bigger, but that's just so basic, just 2D PNG images that aren't very good. You can read a sample, so you basically see a little bit of the inside of the book, but you can't actually see how it looks kind of in real life. And you're also very limited. You see pages 5 to 117 are not included in this sample. But this is why A+ content is so important, because if you scroll down here, you can see the A+ content that they've added in. This is what A+ content is, additional product imagery that you can go into the back end of Amazon and add yourself. Now, all of a sudden, this really basic kind of looking 2D image actually looks so much better in a kind of a 3D mockup. You can see how it actually looks kind of in real life. And you can crucially see exactly how the pages look once you could buy the product. They've also added in, another image here of someone actually physically holding the book in real life. It's so much more relatable than just kind of the default image here. And it just massively improves your book conversion. I'm actually not too sure about these final 3 images. I don't think they look particularly good. But later on in this video, I'm going to walk you through step by step exactly how you can go ahead and create these and the pieces of advice I would give for creating your own A+ content. But it's just an example of just how much better a product listing can look. Imagine if you landed on this book and all you saw were these 2 images. You would definitely sell a lot less units than they would if you had these here as well. So there's a really good example of what Amazon A+ content does look like and how much better it makes your product look. But here are some things that good A+ content should always do. Firstly, it should provide a realistic mock-up of what the book actually looks like. You have to think, why is A+ content going to be beneficial? Because it gives the customer something the default option doesn't. The default option is just kind of that basic 2-dimensional shape. If you can actually use your A+ content to provide a realistic mock-up of what the book actually looks like, that's a huge benefit. It should also show more details about the interior of the book than the default imagery does, because the default imagery is just the front cover and the back cover, and the book interior preview is extremely limited. So if you can show more details about the interior of the book, that is also going to be a winner. And again, ideally, the interior of the book, when it looks like as a realistic mock-up, is even better. And your A+ content should also speak directly to the customer and sell the benefit. You'll see later on in this module the importance of selling the benefits as I talk through the descriptions video, but I also touched on it briefly when I talked about book titles. Good A+ content should always speak directly to the customer, not necessarily sell the book, sell the benefit of buying the book. And then again, if possible, this kind of was nice to have, show a mock-up of the book being used by the target market. So if it's a book for kids, if you can ideally get a photo of a kid holding the book or a kid's hands holding the book, that kind of thing, it just kind of subconsciously taps into the target market a lot better. Now, you're probably wondering, how am I able to get these images? I'm not a professional photographer. I don't have all these people or models I can use for the books. Don't worry, I'm going to show you in this video how you can do it extremely easily using a number of different tools. And that leads me nicely on to how to create A+ content. So all you need to get really professional looking A+ content are PNG images of your book interior and your book cover, access to a mockup generator, which is what I'm going to show you in this video, and then also access to Canva. Then in terms of mockup generators, there are kind of 2 options you want to go down. There's either the Canva and Smart Mockups option, which I've put as free, but I'm actually not sure it is free. That might be a mistake of mine because I have Canva Pro. It's definitely free if you have Canva Pro, but obviously you're paying for Canva Pro. I'm not sure if it's completely free on the Canva Basic, but I actually don't recommend doing this anyway because you're very, very limited with how many mockups you have. I actually recommend the paid option, which is Envato Playset. That's the one I use for all of my A+ content, and there is so much more content there available. Again, you might be watching this thinking, okay, well, if I want to really scale this KDP business, can't I just outsource generating the A+ content? Of course you can, but Amazon A+ content, when I look at things on Fiverr and Upwork, it's quite expensive to generate. people are charging quite high prices for what you get. So actually, one thing I do recommend doing here, if you do want to fully outsource this is definitely a task for a virtual assistant. But in order to kind of teach a virtual assistant, you need to know how to do the process, which is why I've created this video, because I'm going to show you step by step exactly how to do that. Then if you want to go ahead and do that yourself, you can, or if you want to show this video to your virtual assistant, that is also completely possible. So this is the way that I recommend you do your A+ content. I'm going to show you how using Envato Place It. So firstly, before I show you step by step how to make the A+ content, I'm going to just show you exactly how you access this in the back end of Amazon, and also show you the different options you have when it comes to creating A+ content. So what you want to do, I have blurred these books out obviously because they are books on my actual KDP account. But all you want to do is go to the book and go to the paperback section and then go to these three dots here. Go ahead and press promote and advertise, and that would take you through to the next page. And then this is the page it would take you to. As you can see, it gives the option to launch a sponsored products campaign. We don't want to do that. We're not worried about Amazon ads at the moment, but we want to focus on A+ content. So what you want to do is go ahead and choose your marketplace. So you have to do this per marketplace. So if you want it to show up in Amazon.com, you need to do it in here. If you want to show it on Amazon.co.uk, you do it here. So it just depends entirely what book you're doing. But let's just say this book is purely for the US market. Go ahead, press Amazon.com, and then just press Manage A+ Content. And this is the page it will take you to. Again, as you can see at the bottom, it will list all of your A+ content listings that you've got. I've obviously blurred mine out again for the same reason as I just said. But what you want to do is go to this button in the top right-hand corner where it says Start Creating Your A+ Content. First of all, you want to start with your content name. So let's just call it book name. Just put that whatever your book is, and then go ahead and just press Add Module. And there are lots of different modules that you can choose from to add for your KDP book. You've got things like a standard company logo. These are the sizes, standard comparison chart, 4 images and text. And again, there's no kind of perfect way of doing this. It kind of completely depends exactly how you want your kind of brand and your listing to look. But how I personally structure my A+ content is I start with the standard image and light text overlay. Don't worry, you don't actually have to have the text overlay. If I just go back to here, sorry, and just show you here. It says here like kind of like an image you have in the background and then some white overlay text. You don't have to have the overlay text. You can just have the image on its own. And that's what I recommend doing. So go in here, and that's the first module. If you go ahead and just press background image, you can see the size for this module is 970 pixels by 300 pixels. This is kind of like a thin banner that looks just like this. And this is what I would generally recommend having for your first bit of A+ content. This is what I do for all of my books, just kind of like a banner that introduces the book and the brand, that kind of thing. And then you want to go down and press add module again. And the next kind of image I do is this one, standard image header with text. Again, it says with text. You don't have to include text. I'm just using images in my A+ content. I'm going to go ahead and add that in. And as you can see, this image is a bit bigger. It's 970 by 600 pixels. And then I go ahead and do exactly the same. I'll generally have the first banner image, which are these dimensions, and then maybe 2 or 3 other images this side, just to give a little bit more information about the book. But it's entirely up to you how you want to do it. That's just how I personally do my A+ content, and this video is going to be step by step showing you exactly how to do both of these. So now we know the size and dimensions we need for our A+ content. Let's go ahead and actually start generating this in Canva and also on Place It. So in order to make these images, go over to Canva and then just press create a design, go over to custom size and then choose your unit. So the first one was actually 970 by 300. You'd go ahead just there and then just press create new design. And here is the first kind of that initial banner that I showed you earlier on. And then do exactly the same thing, 970 by 600. And then here is the second design that we're going to use. These slightly bigger images, they're going to be images 2, 3, and then maybe 4 if we want the 4th image too. So we're basically going to start with the first image, which is this size. And then we're going to have 2 or 3 images this size, depending on, what we want to include with our A+ content. So let's start with this initial image here, and we're going to be making A+ content for this space adventure coloring book. This is just kind of a book cover that I generated using AI. As you can see, it's a little bit weird. Literally generated it for the purpose of this video. But I'm just going to show you how I'd bring A+ content to life for a book like this. So to cast your minds back to what we want our A+ content to do, we just essentially want to make our product listing look a lot more professional. We want to talk to the customer and also ideally provide some realistic mock-ups of our book. So the first thing I'm going to do is go ahead and add in a background here. Let's go for some kind of like spacey, kind of purpley, almost kind of background. Let's go for something like this. I quite like that one. And the first thing we want to do is bring a little bit more out of this image, because at the moment it's kind of just like a 2D image. And this is where Place It comes in. So this is Place It. Now I do recommend signing up for the subscription. It's something like $8 a month. It's really not that expensive. And what you can do is basically find loads of mock-ups for books. So I just type in paperback. It would help if I spelled it correctly. Paperback mock-up. Go ahead and search for that. And as you can see, all of these literally drag and drop templates for mock-ups of paperback books. You also have mock-ups of the book interior, people holding the book, all these kinds of things. Honestly, there are just so many mock-ups. As you can see, 7 pages worth here. So there are just so many options for you to choose from. It's entirely up to you which one you want to use. We're going to go ahead and use this one here, and we can upload our image. Now, one really important thing to mention is that your A+ content doesn't deceive the buyer. So if I just go to this image here, as you can see, it gives a bit more of a 3D look of the book, which might be a little bit better than the one I just showed you. But as you can see, this book is quite thick. Now, if your book isn't that many pages, this looks like it's about 250 pages worth of thickness. If you're including that in your A+ content, but your book's only like 100 pages, you're just setting yourself up for a bad review, because customers are going to expect your book to look like this when actually it doesn't. So I would actually say, if your book isn't this many pages, do not use a mock-up like this. Use a mock-up where it's much smaller. So if you click on this one here, this one looks a little bit thinner. So let's just see what this one's looking like. So this is a lot better. As you can see, it's a lot thinner. This looks more like 100 pages. So if you wanted to include our design on this, all you need to go ahead and do is go ahead and press design, and then just upload the image from your device. So you don't need to upload your book cover file. Just take a PNG image of your book cover and then just literally drag and drop it onto here. So as you can see, here is the PNG image that I'm just uploading here. It's just a very 2-dimensional shape, and you might need to just slightly adjust it. So if you just go back here, if I just go ahead and remove this, the image size you need is 1000 by 1400 pixels. Now, ideally, if you were doing this, properly yourself, you would go in and make sure your book is exactly that size. But just for the sake of this video, my book doesn't quite fit in there, but you could just go ahead and change this in large. And it doesn't actually make a huge amount of difference. It still looks like it, it probably should do. But I would just say, if you're doing this actually for yourself, make sure your dimensions are absolutely correct. And as you can see, this is what I mean by all you need to upload is a 2D PNG image. There's nothing 3D about this. You just upload the 2D version, and the mockup makes it look 3D. So just go ahead and make this as big as we can so it fits the page. Go ahead and press crop. And as you can see, here is the mock-up of our book. So it just looks a little bit more realistic. You can see there's actually, pages here. It just looks better than that 2D image that you see on your default Amazon KDP listing. Now you can also change the background color. I personally like to change my background colors in Canva. So I'm just going to go here and make this transparent, and that just gives us kind of a transparent image of our book. Then all you want to do is go ahead and press download, and that's literally just going to download this as a PNG file that you can drag and drop straight into Amazon KDP. And then once you're back in Canva, you just go ahead and drag and drop this image straight into your Canva file. And as you can see, here is the mockup that we've got. Now, I actually don't think this is actually perfect for what we want. I don't like the fact that it's slanted. Ideally, we'd have a mockup that looks a little bit, straighter. So I would probably personally go back into here and choose a different kind of mockup. But again, you can take so much time going through and looking through everything. Again, it's entirely personal preference of what mockups you want to look like. I just want this video to show you exactly how you would actually go ahead and do that. Now, one thing you can do if you don't want to go ahead and get mockups is you can make slight adjustments to this in Canva to make it pop out a little bit more. So let's just keep this one here and see which one we end up preferring. So you just click on the image you want, go over to edit, and then go down to shadows. You can actually add shadows to your book. And I quite like this drop shadow because it just gives a little bit more dimensions to your book. Although it's still the PNG image, it just looks a little bit more 3-dimensional because you have now got this shadow. It looks like it's kind of an actual real life mockup. And you can go ahead and change some things about the shadow. You can change the amount of blur that it has. You can change the angle. You can change the distance away from the book. And you can also change the color of it. So you can go for something like white if it's on a dark background like this. And it just makes kind of the book cover look like it's glowing and does kind of look a little bit like there's pages there. I'm not saying I'm doing this just to make it look like there's pages, because it's clearly not. It's just kind of like a white blur. But it just makes the book stand out a little bit than it does just having the default image there. So I actually, for this example, prefer this. So we're going to go ahead and lead with this on our banner. Let's just drag this across and make this a little bit bigger. So there you go. There's the first kind of image we're going to be using on here. Again, it's totally up to you if you want to use an image like this or something from Placeit. Just kind of go whatever design you want to go for. Now, this is just going to be the introductory banner, so we don't want to go into too much details. Let's go ahead and drop in a text and start speaking to our customer, because like I said, that's also another important point. And this is just going to be kind of like heading and a headline to introduce our A+ content. So let's firstly go for some bolder font. Just go for something like this. Looks a little bit more kind of kids and, space themed. And let's just type in something like, get ready for your next, and make this a little bit bigger, a little bit smaller than that, and then just make this like that. and then go for space. It would help if I could spell. Space adventure. And then make this a whole lot bigger. And you can kind of do whatever you want to do now. Again, I would generally take a little bit more time over this, but I'm just showing you in this video the kind of things that you can do. Again, it's always up to you how you want to style your A+ content. One thing I do like doing is emphasizing the kind of the main word here. Space adventure is what we want to be emphasizing. Just go in here and add in a new color if you want to, and that just stands out a little bit better. And you can also go in and add in some elements. So I'll just type in space into this. As you can see, loads of different graphics we can just drag and drop into Canvas. Let's go and add this little guy in here. Pull him all the way up there, drag and drop, and we can just have these kind of floating throughout our A+ content design. Magic then recommends similar ones in the similar style. So this guy's sat on the moon again. And so get ready for your next space adventure. Maybe pull these down a little bit, and let's make this slightly bigger because again, that's what we want to emphasize on this section. Pull this across a little bit and have that like so. So get ready for your next space adventure. Another thing you could potentially do if you wanted to go in and add in maybe some stars in the background to give it a little bit of texture. Just go ahead and press stars. You can see loads of different options here. You can drag this up and then move this kind of to the back there. Copy and paste. Same. And then do it one more time till you get to the end. I don't know how this is going to look. I'm kind of just experimenting at this point. Then send everything backwards and then just reduce the transparency a little bit. So you can see here, get ready for your next space adventure. So you got a little bit more kind of space themed there with the stars in behind. But let's just say we were happy with this and this is going to be our initial design. Absolutely fine. That's our first one done. Let's move on to our next one. So the next designs we're going to make are going to be kind of the really important ones. This initial one was just kind of to introduce the A+ content there. So these ones need to be a lot more specific. So ideally we want to have an image of our target market holding or, using the book. And we also want to sell the benefits to the reader. That's going to be the whole purpose of this first block here. So firstly, what we want to do is keep our background consistent. Let's go back to our first piece of A+ content, move this down a little bit, just take the hex code for this color. As you can see, 502169. Copy this and then go back into this file, change the background color to the color that we want. So now it's going to be consistent with our background, and it depends whether or not we want to use the stars. I'm actually personally going to go ahead and delete these just for the simplicity of this video. So we just kind of have that purple background here. And this is what we're going to use as a canvas for our next image. So let's head back over to place it and see what we can find. So let's type in kid holding book to see if there's any kind of our target market actually holding the book. And as you can see, loads and loads of images that we can use here for our A+ content. So let's keep scrolling down, see which ones we like. I quite like this one. Again, our book is A4 size. That's exactly the same size here. And this guy's clearly enjoying his new book. So let's go over to edit. And what place it will do is it will automatically just put the file that you previously did for the other one, which just saves you time. You might need to resize it. As you can see, there's some white edges here. Just go over to resize and then increase it a little bit just so it fits the image perfectly. As you can see there, all those white spaces are now gone. And now here's a really cool image of a kid who's our target market actually holding our book. So this just looks so much better than that default product imagery. Again, let's go ahead and press download. And you can see why for something like $8 a month, this is such a no-brainer to have. It literally saves you so much time and makes your book listings look so much more professional. So again, click here to download, and then we can go and drag and drop that into Canva. So now we're in Canva. Here is our file. Let's go and just drag and drop this into our Canva file. And here is our little guy. Make him a little bit bigger. And that is the first start to this section of A+ content. Now, he doesn't have a purple background here, but that's fine. We can kind of use this side to be an example of a kid holding the book. And then we can sell maybe some of the benefits of the book here. So let's go back into our initial file here and take this consistent font. So let's go ahead and paste this and let's type in space and then go with that. And let's make, what do we have here? We had Space Adventure in yellow here. Let's just go ahead and make this coloring book as yellow because it's the second line. It just needs to stand out a little bit better. So Space Adventure coloring book. And now we can sell the benefits of the book to our customer. So let's take this exactly the same font and then make it a little bit smaller because we don't want to have it as literally as big as it was in the title. And then let's just say improves concentration, because of course kids want to concentrate on their book when they're coloring it. Again, these are just kind of random ones I'm thinking of on the spot. You can kind of come up with your own ones when it comes to, whatever book you're doing, but improves concentration. And one cool idea I've got here, if we just go for rocket, Let's see what realistic ones we have. Let's go and keep this consistent theme of this guy, and this can kind of like act as our bullet point. So we're going to go here and add this guy here, improves concentration. Let's add in another one, make this a little bit smaller, screen free entertainment. That's always a good one when you're selling to, parents. They want to have their kids doing something that isn't just involved, scrolling TikTok or whatever they're doing. Screen free entertainment is always a really good one. And let's go for a final one, boosts creativity, artistic creativity. So again, we're selling benefits here. You're not just buying the book because it's fun and engaging. You're buying it because it improves concentration, it provides screen-free entertainment, and it also boosts artistic creativity. So let's go in and add one more here. Let's just say because of using your hands, it improves coordination. Again, like I say, you can come up entirely with the benefits of your book depending on what your book is. Let's go ahead and group all of these, group these together like that. And we want to make sure these are evenly spaced from each other because at the moment these two are a little bit closer than maybe these two are. Highlight all of these now that they're grouped, and then go to position and then just go space evenly vertically. And now these are all vertically spaced apart. So here is the second image for our A+ content. We're selling the benefits of our book, which is really, really important. And let's go back into this file and just take some of these designs here, make sure it's consistent across our A+ content. Add in this guy, maybe make him look a little bit bigger because he's flying across. It just spices up the image a little bit more. And then this guy on the moon is just chilling on top of the letter E. So let's go ahead and keep that in. Again, it's entirely up to you. It's completely subjective. It's artistic preference. But that, again, crucially just provides two things. An example of someone actually holding our book, our target market holding our book specifically, and it also then sells the benefits. These are the things you can potentially do in a description, but this is so much easier to read and gives you so much more information than just default product imagery. So for the next one, let's go ahead and just press Command D to duplicate this to keep exactly the same thing as we had before. Let's go ahead and get rid of these because we're not going to need these again for this example. And then the final thing we need to do is add kind of a mock-up of the inside of our book. So let's go back to place it and let's just type in paperback interior and see what comes up there. And the interiors of our book. So notice the search engine on this isn't particularly brilliant. So let's just go for paperback because I do remember seeing one a second ago when we just typed in paperback. Let's look for interior images of a book, an open book. As you can see, we've got a couple here. So we have this one here and we also have this one. So let's go ahead and use this one here and then just press edit. And by default, like I say, it's going to add in that previous file that we just wanted, but we don't want that for this one because it's going to be actually for the book interior. So again, to go ahead and press remove, and then you have the different dimensions here. So when it comes to getting your interior pages for your book, make sure you're saving a PNG as 750 by 1100 pixels and the same for the right-hand sided page. So I'm going to go very quickly now, make some mock-up pages just for this example and come back once I've done that. So we're back and I've just added in this first page here. Just going to pretend that every left-hand page here is a space fact and every right-hand page is going to be a coloring book. As you can see, don't worry too much about the contents, but I've just added this in and it's exactly the right size I want it to be. Go ahead and just press crop and then this is going to show the mock-up on the left-hand page. And then do exactly the same for the right-hand page. So as you can see, here is our image for the right-hand page. It's a kind of AI image that I very quickly kind of created. And now you can see here's an example of what the interior of our book actually looks like. You can see that every left-hand page is going to be a space fact and every right-hand page is going to be a coloring image. And you can also see the style of coloring image. So finally, just go to background color, go ahead and remove that and just have this as our default mockup. Then just go ahead and press download. And then just like previously, we can go ahead and drag and drop this image straight into our design. And here is the mock-up of exactly what our interior of our book might look like. So in terms of how our A+ content looks now, we have our initial page here, which kind of introduces the A+ content and specifically talks directly to the customer. Get ready for your next space adventure. I've actually changed the shadow on this one to black because actually it looks a little bit better and actually looks more like an actual product mock-up because this now looks like a shadow rather than just having that white one there. So this just looks a lot better than that default KDP imagery. That's two things we want to do when it comes to A+ content: talk to our customer and also provide a better image of our mockup. And the second one, again, talks to our customer, which is another bonus. The more you can talk to them, the better. It also sells the benefits. As you can see, improves concentration, screen for entertainment, boosts artistic creativity, improves coordination, and we crucially also have a realistic image of our book mockup being held by our target audience, who seems to be absolutely loving it. So again, a huge benefit of having this slide in our A+ content. But then our final one is just going to be about showing a bit more information of exactly what the book entails. So we have our 3D mockup here. Let's go back and just add this in. So facts on every left page. Again, the actual kind of copywriting of this, you could probably make a little bit better than what I'm doing here. Just add this in, and then let's go to the element and then find an arrow. Let's look for all of the different kind of graphics. Let's add this one in here, flip this horizontal, and then draw an arrow to here. So one thing you want to do, rather than just saying facts on every left page, is make this a little bit bigger and then also reduce this text a little bit. We want to tell them why we've included the facts in there. So facts on every left page to improve space knowledge. Again, the person who's buying this for their kids going, oh, cool, there's facts as well. I didn't know that from just the front cover, because the front cover just showed space adventure coloring. There's actually so much more to this book than I thought. Again, a huge benefit of the A+ content. And not only are we saying there's facts in there, we're telling them why there's facts in there to improve their space knowledge. So let's go ahead and highlight improve, because that's kind of the key word we want to talk about here. Then also make this arrow yellow so it just stands out a little bit more. And then here we're just going to go for simple designs to bring to life. So it depends entirely who you're kind of targeting for this book, but let's just say it's for young kids. Young kids are going to want to have simple designs, and they can also see exactly what that looks like now thanks to this A+ content. This is our final one here. Simple designs to bring to life, and that's targeting this side of the book here. And then let's just go all the way back to this initial one, take some of these, and we can add in some more elements if we want to. As you can see then, here is our final slide for our A+ content. So I'll walk you through what they're all doing. This first one here just introduces the book and the A+ content and calls out to the customer. Get ready for your next space adventure. I actually don't like the layout of this. I'm going to move this guy over here a little bit and then just see what else we can get. If we just type in space, there's something that looks a little bit cleaner than what we've got here. Ideally kind of quite long that we can pull across the top. Yeah, that's cool. They've got some planets here, so let's bring the planets in. Yeah, I actually prefer that a lot more. Let's delete these guys and just have here, get ready for your next space adventure. And we can also just pull these down a little bit more. So that just looks better. So we'll have a play around and just kind of see what, what everything looks like and which ones you prefer. Get ready for your next space adventure, talking to the customer, introducing the A+ content, and also showing a bit more of a realistic view of what our book will look like, because the shadow makes it look like it's actually kind of there physically in person. We then have our first one here, which shows the customer or the target market holding our book, enjoying it, and also then shows a much more realistic mock-up of what our book actually looks like, rather than just the default imagery. And also this one we've done here, this is definitely the best example of our image and shows the customer exactly what they can expect when they order it and it arrives. We've then also sold the benefits, so it improves concentration, it provides screen-free entertainment, it boosts artistic creativity, and it also improves coordination. Then the final piece of A+ content gives a little bit more information about what's actually on the inside of the book. You can see it includes space facts. This is actually what the book looks like. And it also includes simple designs to bring to life. And the whole point of having the facts is to improve space knowledge. So we're talking so much to the customer here. We're selling the benefits and we're providing a much better example of what our book actually likes. And that is how you create Amazon A+ content. So now to go ahead and upload this to Amazon, all you want to do is download both of these files. Let's download these both as PNGs. And then let's also go ahead and download this one as our header image. So now we're back in the A+ content console of Amazon. We want to go ahead and just press add module like I showed you here. Remember that first initial one is going to be the standard image and light text overlay. Go ahead and press add background image and then go and drag and drop or upload the image that we just downloaded from Canva. So for our example here, it's going to be this initial one, get ready for your next space adventure. And you just need to add in some keywords. So I just go for headline, image. These necessarily don't matter too much. Just make sure because it's alternative text. Press add and then press add again. And there is your first module. Don't worry about this. This will disappear as soon as it's uploaded. We want to add in our second module here. So this was our first one. The bigger ones are going to be the standard image header with text. Go ahead and click the image and then upload it again. As you can see, here is our second design. So let's go for book benefits as the alt text and the headline for this one. And then press add. And again, that image keywords are going to pull through as book benefits. Again, the image keywords don't matter too much. Press add again. And then do exactly the same thing for the final image, add module, standard image header with text. Click on here, upload the image. And then just press add again. And here are our 3 A+ content designs. Get ready for your next space adventure coloring book, and then all the information about the interior of the book. You can go ahead and add in more modules if you want to. Again, it's entirely up to you, however you want your A+ content to look. There are so many different options that you can go for. You can go for the standard 4 images, which is basically 4 individual images. If you have a book brand, and you want to have all your books showing there, it's entirely up to you. But for the example of this, we're just going to go ahead and lead with these 3 images. Then you want to go for next, apply ASINs, and this basically shows you the ASINs that you want the book to apply to. So just take the ASIN of the book that you want this to be. So if I uploaded the space book, I'd go into there, just take the ASIN from Amazon. Then once you put your ASIN in, the book will show up here, press apply content, and then go up to the top here where it says review and submit. And this is going to go and show you exactly what it's going to look like on your page. So imagine this is your Amazon A+, your Amazon listing. This is what the A+ content is going to look like. We have our initial banner, then we have our other 2 images. Then once you're happy with that, go ahead and just press submit for approval. Amazon will approve it usually within 24 hours, and then that will be listed on your KDP listing. So that's how you can create Amazon KDP A+ content, and that is the first stage for improving the conversion rates on your KDP books. So the next way that you can improve the conversion rate on your book listings is through your KDP book description. So in this video, I'm going to show you how to write a killer book description that actually sells. So KDP book descriptions. Now book descriptions become more important towards the end of your book's marketing funnel. Like I showed you in an earlier video in this module, all those steps that come into play of actually getting someone from searching on Amazon to actually buying your book. KDP book descriptions are all about converting and therefore come right at the end of that stage. Before that, your book cover, your title, your keywords, etc. are all about discoverability and grabbing attention and getting people to your book listing. Is then the book's description along with A+ content and reviews to convert them into buyers. So therefore, your book description is your chance to sell your book, crucially to a customer who is already interested. So many people worry about, SEO and ranking from my description. The whole point of your descriptions is purely to convert. And you have to remember, anyone who's reading your description has landed on your book. They've done quite a few steps to get there. The fact that they're on your book listing shows that they already show intent to buy a book or potentially buy your book. So therefore, you need to be speaking like you're speaking to a customer who is actually interested. That's a really key point. And here's what most people get wrong with their book descriptions. I've said it so many times, you're probably bored of me banging on about it, but I'm banging on about it for a reason. The big issue most people have with their descriptions is they try to sell the book, not the benefits of buying the book. So this is why you need to focus on the benefits, and in your description, it's more important than ever before. So I'm going to ask you this question. What's the main reason that you buy anything online? It's to get a personal benefit out of the product that you buy. If you strip everything back all the way down to the foundations, the only reason why you buy anything is to get some kind of benefit or feeling of whatever it is that you're buying. You don't buy it directly because of the features and the specifications. Ultimately, if you strip it all the way back, you buy it because it will make you feel a certain way. These features and specifications are a few levels above. This is the bottom line reason why you buy something. It makes you feel a certain way. So with this in mind, let's take an example of a dinosaur coloring book. The question is, why am I buying this? Am I buying it because it's got 50 incredible coloring pages of dinosaurs and cool facts to go with it? No, that's the features and specifications of the book. I'm not buying it because of that. There's an underlying reason why I'm actually buying it. And the underlying reason why I'm buying it is because it's going to keep my child entertained for hours and improve their creativity and knowledge, which ultimately allows me to spend time doing what I enjoy while I know my child is entertained and learning at the same time. There is a huge difference between this and this. This sells the product and the specifications. This sells the benefit of buying the book. And this is what you want to be focusing on, sell the benefit. And going one step further than this, you want, if you can, to relate to the customer as much as you possibly can. It's human nature to be attracted to someone that we can relate to. It builds trust and it puts us at ease. So here's an example of a dinosaur book description that I found that perfectly encapsulates this. I'm not going to read through all of it. You can read through it yourself. But it starts off here with these 3 tick boxes. Is your little one a big fan of dinosaurs? Is your little explorer obsessed with learning about dinosaurs? Is your little dino enthusiast always ready for new dinosaur adventure? As you can see here, someone reads this and thinks, yes, all 3 of these things apply to my kid. He's a big fan of dinosaurs. He's a little explorer obsessed with learning about dinosaurs. The minute I, as the parent, see this, I think, yes, this author understands me. They're talking directly to me. They relate to me. I really like this. I'm more inclined to buy this book. And then at the end here, they put coloring is a versatile and enjoyable activity that promotes various aspects of a child's development, including motor skills, emotional well-being, creativity, and cognitive growth. Bang, this is how it's going to benefit my child. So ideally, it doesn't just sell the benefits of the book, it also speaks to the customer. As you can see, great example of speaking to the customer here, and then also selling the benefits. And then if you include some things about the specifications, of course you need to include that at some point, but these aren't the key things. They've got these two things here which are really, really strong at the beginning and the end. And then the middle bits is talk about a little bit more information specifically about the book. And that is exactly how you want to structure your KDP book descriptions. Now, what if you're not so great at writing? Can you use AI to help you write your book descriptions? And the answer actually is yes. Now, this is kind of a controversial point. A lot of people say don't use AI at all when it comes to your book descriptions. But it's really, really important to understand on KDP the difference between AI generated and AI assisted. There is a huge difference between the two. If you were to just go to ChatGPT and say, write me, a description for my book, copy and paste that in, stick that into your description, that would be classed as AI generated. AI has pretty much done absolutely everything for you. There's kind of no human input there. That would be something that I would massively advise against doing, because that can get you in trouble if you're just spamming the market with full AI books, with full AI descriptions. Don't do that. However, AI assisted is very different. AI assisted is kind of encouraged within it because, that's just the world we live in at the moment. If you can use AI to assist you writing your book description, that is ultimately the quickest way and the most effective way to create a best-selling book description. So here's the kind of prompt that I would put into something like ChatGPT if I was looking to make a description for our dinosaur coloring book. I would say something like, create me a book description for my dinosaur coloring book. Make sure the description focuses on the benefits of the reader, such as keeping your child entertained and helping them learn and be creative. Also, make sure the description asks questions to the customer at the start that they can relate to. Again, there's two key points. There are 50 coloring pages and there are facts in the coloring book too. So only right at the end do I actually mention anything about the specifications. And the key things I'm putting here to my prompt is I'm telling ChatGPT, make me a description, but make sure it focuses on benefits of the reader and asks questions to the customer that they can therefore relate to. Sell the benefits, make sure it relates to them. So you can kind of leverage and lean on ChatGPT to help you do this. And as you can see, here is a really long description that has got out for you. So what I wouldn't recommend doing, going ahead and copy and pasting all of this, but this can provide you with, inspiration, and you can copy some of it, but you kind of reword little bits. You know exactly what to do with this kind of thing. Just don't go ahead and copy and paste it. Use a bit of thinking, but this has done pretty much all of the heavy lifting for you. And as you can see here, it's touched on those things that I mentioned, benefits to the reader and ask questions to the customer. Do you have a budding paleontologist at home or simply a little one who loves to color? Again, speaking to the customer, imagine the joy on their faces, selling the benefit of buying the book is it brings your kid joy. It's an opportunity for your child to learn while they create. Again, selling a benefit, they're learning, they're getting more intelligent, spark their curiosity and expand their knowledge with these ancient creatures, encourage creativity and fine motor skills, boosting their confidence and nurturing their artistic talents. A bonding experience for the entire family, this coloring book offers endless entertainment that's both fun and educational. Exactly what we're looking for. So we've actually fed ChatGPT the prompt that we want with these two key points, and it's literally generated a perfect book description for us. Now, what I would do if this was me, I'd go through, copy and paste all of this, and then just change a lot of the words, use this kind of as a structure to follow, but essentially rewrite the whole thing just kind of in my own words. That is what I would recommend doing. That's super easy. All the hard working, all the proper thinking has been done for us. We're just kind of adapting it to make sure it's AI assisted rather than AI generated. So here for me is what makes a best-selling book description and exactly how I come up with my book descriptions. Firstly, ChatGPT suggests based off a number of detailed prompts that we provided. As you can see here is that detailed prompt that we provided. Again, focusing on benefits and also relating to the customer. That's the first step. You then have your own idea of what a book description is that sells the benefits of the book and is relatable. So we take what ChatGPT has, we then add our own kind of spin to it, add a human element to it. And that is what we call a perfect book description. A combination of the two is where you're going to make your money and have a book description that actually converts into sales. So just bringing everything together here, book descriptions are talking to a reader, crucially, who is already interested in your book. You're not trying to use your description to get people to discover your book for SEO or anything. Just talk to the reader through the lens that they are already interested in your book. And crucially, don't just tell them how great the book is, tell them how it will benefit their lives. Don't sell the book or the features, sell the benefit. And if you can, keep the book descriptions as relatable as possible. Relatable book descriptions build trust, and trust leads to sales. Sales means you make more money. And finally, ChatGPT is great for coming up with ideas for your books, but please remember to keep the content original. Don't just copy and paste directly from ChatGPT. Use it to do the heavy lifting for you. Remember that difference between AI generated and AI assisted. So that, in a nutshell, is how you actually create KDP book descriptions that actually sell. So this video is going to be all about KDP book reviews, and specifically why they are the most important part of converting a customer and how to actually get them on your KDP books. Like I've said so many times, book reviews are the biggest driver of purchasing decisions because they provide social proof. They persuade customers to buy your book instead of a competitor's, even if the price is higher. Reviews are absolutely everything. If you have one book that's, £9.99 and has 80 reviews and you have that are, 4.5 star or above on average, or you have one book which is £6.99 with like 3 or 4 reviews, which one are you going to buy? You're going to buy the more expensive one because the reviews show you that it's a higher quality product and you're happier to spend a bit more money. Honestly, KDP reviews are one of the most important parts of the KDP business. And on top of providing social proof, they also help you rank higher on Amazon, because ultimately, if you have loads of reviews in your book, Amazon know that not only does your book sell well, but people actually enjoy it once they've bought it, which again reiterates the fact to them that it's a good product, and they start pushing it even more organically. So it's all well and good saying that, but how does this whole process work? So let's go back to that diagram that I used in the keyword algorithm video. Remember, when I go back to keyword algorithm and, kind of getting those initial sales, you initially have no ranking, which means you have no sales, which means you have no ranking, which means you have no sales. And it's very, very similar when it comes to book reviews. As you can see here, if you have no reviews, it's very, very difficult to get sales. If you get no sales, then where are you going to get your reviews from? And if you have no reviews, you're not going to get any sales. Again, that positive feedback loop just starts to come in. But in order to get those initial reviews, you need to find them from somewhere else. You're not going to find them from the fact that no one's buying your book, so you can't get these reviews. You therefore need to find them from somewhere else, and that's where something like Book Bounty or Puppy is another alternative, but I'm going to show you Book Bounty in this video. That's where something like Book Bounty comes in, because all of a sudden you're getting reviews from Book Bounty, which means you're then starting to get more sales, which means you're getting more reviews organically because people start buying your book, they trust it more. The more reviews you get, the more sales you make. Then as you make more sales, more of those people are going to leave even more reviews. And again, this positive feedback loop just starts going. So the main issue people have when it comes to getting KDP book reviews is nothing to do with how to get them organically. People will review your book if it is a good quality book. That's very, very simple. That's very straightforward. The actual issue that people have is how would you get those initial reviews? Because ultimately, if people aren't buying your book, they're not going to be able to leave a review. So you have to get those initial reviews somewhere. Just like we did in that previous video where ads was kind of the input here, the input here in this example is reviews. So how would you get those initial reviews? You use, like I say, something called Book Bounty, and here is exactly how you do it. So this is Book Bounty, and as you can see, there are two options here. You can either sign up for the year, which works out to be $15 per month, or you can sign up monthly, which works out to be $25 per month at the time of recording. Depending on when you're watching this, these prices might have changed, but this is what they are at the moment, and this is actually cheaper than Puppy. And there's also another reason why this is better than Puppy, because one thing Book Bounty does that Puppy doesn't do is it doesn't tell you the name of the people that review your book. And that is technically a kind of a fine line when it comes to terms and conditions. Puppy allows you to see the name of the person that's reviewed your book, which technically gives yourself a little bit more risk than something like Book Bounty. But Book Bounty is not only the most affordable way of getting reviews, it's also by far the safest, which is why I recommend using Book Bounty. And I will leave a link to Book Bounty below this video. So once you log into Book Bounty, this is what you see. You have your books here that are being reviewed at the moment. Then you also have your Book Bounty score. Now it's this score here that you will use to get your book reviewed. Again, you're paying for reviews. You're getting your books reviewed through this score system. Very, very similar to Puppy, which I'm sure a lot of you have seen. In order to build up this score, you need to review other people's books. And then to get your books reviewed, you basically pay using your scores rather than actual money. So let's start with reviewing other people's books and building up your score. What you want to do is go over to this Bounty Library section here. And as you can see, loads and loads of different books that you can go ahead and review, and they all have different levels of scores. Now, the ones you have to pay for here, this one requires a purchase of $2.99 because it's going to be a verified purchase. You're going to get more score credits from that because you have to pay a little bit of money to actually get that. Or if you have this one here, which is only 99 cents, you only get a slightly less scores here. So it kind of depends exactly how much you want to put into something like this. Some of them are free on Kindle Unlimited, so they're on free promotions. And this one here is also a free promotion. So there's loads of different ways you can kind of approach this. It depends how many kind of credits you want to get from reviewing other people's books. So you can filter by highest bounties. If I go and click on highest bounties here, if you want to build up your bounties quickly, you can see here you get 2,500 bounties for this one, but it does require a purchase of $4.99, or this one, $3.99, and gets you pretty much the same amount of bounties. So you can have a kind of look through there and filter by highest bounties, or you can filter by free download. These gives you less bounties, but you don't need to actually pay anything to get them. So there's a difference between free promotion and a free download. A free download would just be a download of a PDF, and then you go ahead and review that book on Poby. Whereas a free promotion, you actually download the ebook on Amazon and then leave the review that way. So it's entirely up to you which one you want to do. I'm just going to show you here an example of a free download. So let's just say we wanted to review, let's have a look. What other books have we got? Free download here. This one's in German. This isn't going to be good. This one again is in German. Free promotion, free download, Moments of Zen, a Buddha coloring journal. But let's just say I wanted to review this one. I would go ahead and press choose this bounty, and then it would give you more information about the book here, how many bounty points you get, the type of review it's going to be. It's going to be a standard review. I'll show you exactly what that means. It will show you the due date, so you have a couple of days to review it, and it'll show you how many words are in the book. If you go ahead and just press start reading, as you can see, these bounties have now been added to our account, and we have 4 days to go until we can actually go ahead and review this book. So we have 4 days to read it, and then we want to go ahead and actually review the book on Amazon. And then you'll have some instructions from book bounties, so I recommend you go ahead and read these through. One thing I will say is you need to make sure you're leaving honest and genuine reviews on your books. It says here, please make your reviews genuine, honest, 50+ words, and not written by AI. That's the key thing here when it comes to reviews on Amazon. It is against terms and conditions to ask for 5-star reviews, but if you're giving and just, receiving honest reviews, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. So you'll then have your to-do list, which you need to go ahead and make your way down. First thing you need to do is download the book. So just press this download the book, and it's basically going to download the interior file for your book. You can read through it. You can do whatever you want. With a book like this, the idea is, I get this free PDF file. I can then go ahead and print it off myself, and then I can color in those individual images, using the printed version. And therefore, it's legitimate. I can review it on Amazon. I haven't got the specific book itself, but I have to use the interior pages. That's kind of how this whole process works for a book like this. So once you've done that, just go ahead and press download this book, and then go ahead, whether it's like a long form book, you would read it, or you kind of use it, whatever you want to do. And then just go ahead, once you've done that, and press read the book, i.e. you've read it. And then all you need to do is go ahead and press this button to view on Amazon. It will copy and paste it into your file here, and then just load up the book that it is that you are reviewing. So once you've actually looked through it and provided, genuine feedback on it, and you're ready to do that, go all the way down here to the review section, as you can see here, and then just said, write a customer review. And that is where you would go in and then just leave your review on the book. Once you've done that and submitted it to Amazon, you would then go to here to book bounty. You press post your review on Amazon, and then you copy and paste exactly the review that you did. And then you would go ahead and press submit your bounty. Book bounty will look over your review, check everything is okay. And then your task will be completed, and it will be confirmed you've got these credits here, and you will retain them. Remember, you get your credits up front, but if you don't end up leaving the review in time, book bounty will then take those credits away. So make sure you're doing that. Really, really straightforward of how you can review other people's books. And that is basically how you build up your bounty score. And remember, if at any point, for any reason, you want to stop your bounty, just go ahead and press this cancel bounty button and explain why. And then you will no longer have to submit this review, but you will lose those bounty points. So now that you've got your bounty points, you want to get actually reviews on your own books. You want to spend those bounties. What you want to do is go over to this plus new book, and then you want to fill in some information about your book. My book title, literally just an example for this video. Author, we're going to go for Sam Barnes, and then you select the type of bounty contract that you like. Now, this is really important, so you need to focus here. You have 3 different types of review you can get. You can get a standard review, which is exactly what we've just left. When someone downloads a PDF file of your book and then leaves a review, it's an unverified purchase because, you haven't actually purchased it on Amazon. This is kind of the weakest kind of review that you can get. You can get a Kindle Unlimited review. This is basically when you have your book in an ebook format and it's enrolled in Kindle Unlimited. You can get a review that way. But by far the best one you can get is a verified purchase review. But again, you need to have your book in an ebook version to get this. So if your book is something that can be converted into an ebook, whether that's a high content, story or non-fiction book, maybe it's a medium content book like a fact or like a riddles book, all those kind of books can be converted into ebooks and you can get verified purchase reviews. These are by far the best ones to get if you can. But I understand there's things like coloring books and activity books you can't actually convert into an ebook. They just don't work in ebook form. An activity book or a coloring book just going to look really weird on an ebook. So if you've got those kinds of books, you can't actually use these two options, but you can use the standard review. So let's just say we're doing that. We want to select standard. All you need to do is go ahead and just press upload your book. And then it will say successfully uploaded. Make sure this is actually selected, because if you're not selecting this, it's not going to carry through. Make sure you're actually selecting standard. And then you need to add in some additional book information. So you want to upload a photo of your front cover. Now, again, this just needs to be a PNG version of your book, not the actual version you upload to Amazon KDP, just a basic 2D screenshot or, downloaded file of the front cover. No need to put the back cover in here. And now the Amazon URL. Now, if you're doing a verified purchase or you're doing a Kindle Unlimited review, this URL needs to be to the ebook. Don't upload the paperback URL. Go ahead and select the ebook version and then copy and paste that URL in. But if you're just doing a standard review, for your like activity books or your coloring book, just go ahead and put in the normal paperback URL. And here, again, I would also advise always put the Amazon.com version, because every single review that comes through Amazon.com appears on all marketplaces. Whereas if you get a review through Amazon.co.uk, it won't be published on Amazon.com. Whereas if you get your review on Amazon.com, it will appear on all marketplaces. So for this one here, a couple of things you need to remember. Keep it the Amazon.com URL. If it's a verified purchase or a Kindle Unlimited review you're getting, this needs to be the ebook link. Or if it's just a standard review like we're doing here, it just needs to be a link to the paperback version. Then you just need to go ahead and select your genre. So let's just say it's a kid's book. You would select children's books. And then you would write a little bit about your book, who your book is targeted for, kind of what it includes, just so people who come to review your book kind of know exactly what your book is supposed to be doing. Then go ahead and just press submit for approval. And within 24 to 48 hours, this should be reviewed. And then you can start listing it to start getting reviews. And I'll show you exactly how to do that now. So once your book has been reviewed, it will appear here. And then you want to go ahead and click into it. And this is basically where you can see all of the reviews other people have already left from Book Bounty on your book, and how you can actually start getting new bounties. So if to get reviews on your book, all you need to do is go ahead and press start a bounty. And then you have a couple of options to choose from. You have your turnaround time, so you can have it turn around in 1 day if you want your review really quickly, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. Entirely depends, up to you. Obviously, the quicker it is, the more bounties it will cost, but it is slightly marginal. So I would just recommend the default 3 days. It's only going to cost you 1,170 bounties. And then you go down and choose the bounty contract type. Now for this example here, I've only selected the standard review, which I showed you just a second ago. But if I'd also selected verified purchase and Kindle Unlimited, I would then choose at this point which of those ones I actually want to get this specific bounty review on. But we're just going to go for a standard review. Go ahead and press send bounty. That's going to cost you 1,170 bounty points. And then your book will basically be listed on here. Someone again will come across your book. They'll choose this bounty. They'll then review it. And then you get the review on your book. And that's exactly how you can use Book Bounty for your book reviews. If you have any questions about anything I've covered here, you can either ask it in the community or you can ask it in the comment section below this video. I'll be more than happy to help you out, because I understand there can be quite a few questions that come off the back of this. So that is how you use Book Bounty to get reviews in your book. Now we're going to jump back into the slides now and just finish off with a couple of scenarios of what you can use this for specifically. So as you can see from that example, something like Book Bounty is really, really good for breaking this initial cycle of, no ranking, no reviews and no sales. Getting your Book Bounty review in there gets you your first sales, which gets you more reviews. It's a great way of breaking this initial cycle. But it's also really good if your first couple of reviews on your books are also really bad. Now, when it comes to fixing bad reviews, there are two types of bad reviews. Ones that aren't your fault and ones that are your fault. Now, just being completely transparent, the vast majority of bad reviews you get will be your fault. You have to take accountability for that. But there are some instances where it's not going to be your fault. For example, I've had some where Amazon printed my book upside down, or the delivery driver, left it out in the rain, and the customer got it and it was soaking wet. Customers don't know that, I provided that book. They just see everything as Amazon. So they're going to go ahead and leave a 1-star review. But if that did happen to you, you're just super, super unlucky. And if it's not your fault, it's annoying. but it's very, very easy to fix because ultimately it's not your product that's wrong. It's something that Amazon have done wrong. So that'll be much easier to fix over time. But to be honest, that's extremely rare. And most of the times you get bad reviews, it is going to be your fault. So whether or not the bad review is your fault or it's not your fault, here is exactly what you need to do. Firstly, pull your ad spend completely. So if you're advertising on your book and then your first review comes in and it's a 1 star, or your book is 3 stars or less, do not advertise on that book, because basically what that's going to do is people are going to see your book, they're going to click into your ads, you're going to spend money on it, but there's no way they're going to buy because, it's only 3-star reviews. People aren't buying a 3-star book. So all you're doing is literally just throwing your money out the window because those ads are not going to convert, but they are still going to rack up quite a big bill because people are still going to be clicking into your products. They're probably going to have an interest as to why this book is doing so badly. So yeah, first thing you need to do, completely pull all your ad spend. Secondly, rectify any mistakes within your book and listen to the feedback. I've emphasized here, drop the ego and listen. It's human instinct, it's human nature. When you get a bad review, someone, you spent ages on this book and someone says, this is a 1-star book, blah, blah, blah. There's usually a reason why. Drop the ego and listen to what the customer is actually saying. It doesn't matter if you think it's a good book. The only opinions that matter are the opinions of your customer. Most of the time they are actually right and you have made a mistake or your book could be improved. Drop the ego and listen to what they're saying and start implementing those changes and improving the quality of your book. And then once you have fixed everything and improved your book, you can start building up reviews again. So you go back into Book Bounty, you'll start slowly increasing those reviews because ultimately if a product is good, those Book Bounty reviews will come back as 5-star. And slowly over time, you will begin to resurrect your book from, a 3-star up to like a 4-star or maybe 4.5 to 5-star. So in terms of, optimizing for your ads, I would say if your book is anything less than 4 stars, do not advertise on it. It's very, very dodgy. Even 4 stars alone, you can still advertise on it, but it's not going to be as effective. Ideally, if it's 4.5-star rating, visually, if you get a 4.4 out of 5, that will still come back as 4.5 stars. So if it's 4.5 stars or above, that is the optimum. Anything under 4 stars, I definitely wouldn't advertise on because you could just be wasting a lot of money. So that's why book reviews are just so important to Amazon KDP, and how you can use Book Bounty not just to get initial reviews on your book when you haven't got any to start with, but how you can also use something like Book Bounty to resurrect a book that's had a bad initial review. If it, maybe the first 1 or 2 have been quite low reviews, you can still save a book by doing that. And this is exactly how you would do it. So this next module is going to be all about scaling your Amazon KDP business and really start applying everything that we've learned so far in this course at scale, and how to effectively scale a KDP business from a side hustle to a 6-figure and beyond business. So this first video is just going to introduce the module and give you a flavor of what you can expect going forward. Everything that we've learned so far in this course will lead you to making money on Amazon KDP if you apply correctly. But just how much money you make will be determined by how effectively you can scale the business. It's all well and good knowing all of these things that you need to do to make money on KDP, but how much money you make is dictated by how effectively you can scale those strategies in your business. And that's exactly what we're teaching in this module. So when it comes to KDP, there are 2 main things you need to focus on when it comes to scaling. Firstly, doubling down on what works. So things like dominating niches, building brands, etc. And secondly, letting your money work for you. So therefore, in this module, I will show you a number of strategies you can use to double down on what is currently working in your KDP business, show you how to systemize your entire KDP business by letting your money work for you and where to effectively place that money to systemize it at scale, show you what a successful KDP business actually looks like, and actually show you how you can plan ahead for a 6 or even 7-figure KDP business exit. Remember, your KDP business is an asset that can be sold. If it's generating recurring income every single month, an investor will be very happy to buy something like that. So it's always worth building a KDP business with this idea of you have the opportunity to potentially exit for a lot of money if you decide to in the future. So that is what we're going to cover in this module. And let's dive in now to the first video. So the first video of this scaling module is going to be all about doubling down on Amazon KDP and how to apply one of the most important strategies you can with this business. So the first question, why double down? Now, for those of you that don't know what doubling down basically means, doubling down is essentially just sticking to what you know already works and only producing books within those proven niches. And the reason why this is so effective in KDP is so many people are worried about making sure they spread themselves over hundreds of niches. They kind of have their main metric of how many niches can I be in? Because, the more niches I'm in, the more likely I am to be successful. That's actually just really not the case. The reality is you can easily make $20,000 plus per month in just one KDP niche. So it's not about the number of niches you can publish in. Sometimes if you have a niche that is actually printing money for you and doing really well, just continuing to publish in there can be an extremely successful strategy. And this kind of applies this 80-20 rule or this 80-20 principle. For those of you that don't know, it's essentially a principle that asserts that 80% of outcomes or outputs result from 20% of all causes or inputs for any given event. And it applies exactly the same to Amazon KDP. And I've actually seen this exact principle multiple times on KDP, on my business, in other people's business. This is a extremely strong rule when it comes to KDP too. And here's how this looks in KDP. Essentially, you have all of your books, so 100% of your books, but in reality, 80% of the books that you produce will only bring in roughly 20% of your sales, but 80% of your sales will come from 20% of your books. And it follows this principle here. And it's, like I say, it's exactly the same with KDP. And the key thing with doubling down here is, why would you waste so much time on, making more of these books when they're not the ones that are doing well? When it comes to KDP, if you've got 20% of your books producing 80% of your sales, you need to be focusing on this 20%. Double down onto all of these. And then within this 20%, there'll be 20% of this 20% that are generating all the sales. So you can really, really dig down into the main drivers of success in your business. And if you can double down on these successful books, that is where your time needs to be. Don't worry about spreading yourself really thin. For 80% of the time, you're only bringing in about 20% of your sales. So this is the key principle when it comes to doubling down. Double down on what works. It sounds super simple. It sounds super basic, but it honestly is so effective on KDP. Like I say, it's this 20% of books that generate 80% of the sales where you really need to be focusing your time. So maximizing your 20%. Of course, in order to get there, you'll need data, i.e. books made, to understand exactly which of those are outliers. So you can't just, start a brand new KDP business and have all this data because you have no books published. You don't know which are the ones that are generating most of the sales. But over time, after maybe a year or so, it will become very clear where the vast majority of your income is coming from. It will come from just a select few books. Like I say, I've experienced this in my KDP business multiple times. Not every single book I make makes thousands. There's a select few that drive the vast majority of revenue. And it's the same across so many other people's KDP businesses. So once you have that data, that point is where you need to start looking at the 20%. But until then, you just need to publish, follow the things I've shown you in this course, and you'll start to get that data, and then you can decide exactly what you want to focus on. And in KDP, a lot of the time why these books are outliers is because of the niche and not the book itself. So people think, oh, this book's doing really well. I must have done something really, really good with this book. When in reality, it's actually nothing to do with the book. Well, it is something to do with the book, but the vast majority of it is actually to do with the niche itself, not the book. And therefore, if you have a certain book that is selling really well, you need to focus your time on producing more books in that given niche, because the niche is the thing, the customer demand. They're the people that are essentially paying you. It's not the book itself. If there is loads of demand and a book is performing well, look at that niche and think, how else can I tap into that niche and really double down on that? Rather than doubling down on a specific book, you double down on a specific niche. Now, there are a couple of ways in which you can do this. Firstly, you can create very similar books to your outlier. You can create a version 2 of your outlier book. So when I say outlier here, it's those books that are really, really selling well. And finally, you can create your own competition. So these are 3 really, really key strategies that can maximize your results when it comes to doubling down on KDP. And I'll go over all 3 of these in more detail now. So let's start with this first one, creating very similar books to your outlier. Like I say, if you have one book that has done really well, you need to think to yourself, how can I produce a very similar book that the same audience will love? Again, going back to this key point, the reason a book has done well is not necessarily because of the book itself, it's because of the niche. That niche is still there even after you publish that successful book. So you need to be thinking, how can I provide a very similar book that same audience will love, tapping into that same niche that previously printed you money. So for example, if you had a high content book on overthinking that did really, really well, Perhaps one on anxiety will also do well because they are a very similar niche. The books are different, but the overall niche of someone who's buying something for overthinking is likely to also want to buy something for anxiety. And it's exactly the same thing for medium content publishing too, and activity books. If you had an aeroplane activity book that was doing well, perhaps create a travel activity book for kids, because anyone who's buying like an aeroplane activity book is traveling or they're on holiday, that kind of thing. It's exactly the same audience. The same audience that buys an airplane activity book is also going to want to buy a travel activity book. So this is what I mean by doubling down. You're not necessarily doubling down on the book itself, you're doubling down on the niche. Now you can double down on the book itself, and I'll touch on that in just a second, but the whole kind of overlying principle is books sell well because of the niche, not necessarily because of the book itself. And that's summarized well here, where the key thing is the first book that you've produced that sells really well shows demand for a niche, and therefore the goal here is simply just to create another book that also satisfies that demand in a very similar way. So that's the first way you can double down on a niche, creating similar books to your outliers. And if you're going to adopt this strategy, then building your brand within this is also super valuable. And this is why building brands within niches can significantly help you with this strategy. If you have a similar book cover style throughout your books and or a logo on the back that has your brand name, people who love the initial book will realize that this is part of a brand and naturally check out the other books in the series. So let's just say this was your book and your pen name was something like Travel Titans. That was the name of your book. You specialized in books to do with traveling. If you had like Travel Titans introduction page and a logo on the back of the book that says Travel Titans, when someone buys this book and enjoys it, they see that branding all over it. They'll look back on Amazon to see if you have any other books. And when they say, oh, you also have a travel activity book, I love this first one, I'm never going to go back and love the second one. That's all because you built a brand around this. And that's why brands can be so important for bringing out maximum lifetime customer value when you're using a strategy like this. And the good news is I have a dedicated video on this, how to build brands, in the additional content module of this course, explaining everything you need to know about what I've just talked about in a little bit more detail. Now, the second way you can get more out of doubling down on Amazon KDP is do what I call creating a version 2. Now, this is very similar to the previous strategy, but rather than making a different book altogether, you simply create pretty much the same type of book, but just with updated content. So in this example, rather than having an airplane activity book as number 1 and then a travel activity book as number 2, you would just produce another airplane activity book. Because ultimately, if the customer enjoyed the first book and then realized that there is a second version, then they're going to trust it and buy it without hesitation. And again, this is where having a brand comes into play. Because if you had a very, very similar book cover to this, maybe, slightly different coloring on the background and also with the text, but, the kind of style of it is exactly the same, humans know straight away that's going to be from the same brand. And because they really enjoyed the first one, if you have a version 2, which is pretty much the same thing, but just with brand new content, then they are much more likely to buy that over something else. And this is extremely common with high content books. Think about Harry Potter. Obviously, it had the first part of the series, second part, third part, all the way up to 7 parts. This is a really, really common thing in high content books, but it's also really effective when it comes to medium content books too. And here's a really good example of how a brand has done this. You can see the Future Teacher Foundation is the name of the brand, and they produced their football activity book for kids aged 6 to 12. You can see just from the ratings, 1,909, just how successful this book was. And as you can see, it was published on the 25th of September, 2018. So because they realized this book was doing so well, a few months later, they thought, okay, well, if this book's doing really well, why don't we just make another version of it with updated activities, very, very similar style. You can see straight away, it's going to be from the same brand. It looks exactly the same. They've just changed a few things on the front cover, and they've also called it Extra Time, again, playing into this idea of the niche. Extra Time is a part of football, so it kind of talks to the audience too. So this is really, really smart. Anyone who loves this book is going to also go straight in and buy this one too, because looking at the front cover and the name and the consistent branding and the fact it's the same person, they know that this is going to be a very similar book to this one. So essentially they're getting 2 sales for the price of 1, especially now this one is listed. You buy it and you know it's book 1 of 2. People might even just buy them both together. So this is a massively important way of doubling down on what works, just creating essentially a version 2 of your original book. A really, really powerful strategy. And of the third and final strategy to really help you double down on your KDP business is something I don't see people talking about a lot, and it's actually a very clever way of doubling down in KDP, and that is by creating your very own competition. Now, in this course, we've stressed just how important niche research is. And a big part of niche research is assessing how much competition that there is in a niche. And therefore, if you have a book that is dominating in a niche, it can be a really good strategy to make a number of very similar books, but under different pen names. So rather than these previous examples where, you're having the same brand, you're all trying to tell people that this is the same person, you can be quite strategic and be a bit of a ghost and just have multiple different pen names in the same niche. And this therefore creates the illusion that there is a lot of competition in a certain niche and puts potential competitors off. But actually, in reality, you're actually the only person in that niche. They might see a very similar book. So here, let's just say football activity book. Let's just say this was the initial one in the niche. And then you went and made 4 other football activity books for kids, completely different branding, completely different styles. There would be 5 football activity books for kids in that niche. And someone might come in and think, there's too much competition there, I'm just going to leave it. But actually, you are the only person in that niche. You're kind of creating this false illusion that there's loads of competition, but actually it's you that owns everything. And this is how you need to look at it. If you just have your initial book here and you're the only one dominating in it, you'll have 100% of the market share. But then if you go in and create book version number 2, the minute you publish that book, there's now 2 books for people to choose from, and you essentially halve your market share. Again, let's just assume there's completely balanced 50-50. Then if you create a 3rd version of your book, you then cut your market share of that initial book even further to 33%. 33% across all 3 of your books. But in reality, you don't have 33% in the market. You still own 100% of it. So anyone else who comes in is going to think, I'm not going to come in and publish a book, because rather than, just having the one book and then them coming in and going 50-50, all of a sudden they're competing against all these other books too, and it's going to massively put them off. So you're almost creating your very own competition and completely dominating a niche without anybody even realizing it. So here's an example of exactly what I mean using this airplane activity book. As you can see, there's a couple of airplane activity books for kids here. I actually don't think this is actually happening within this niche. I'm just using this as an example because you can see Activity Bandits have published twice in this niche. So it's very unlikely that this is all the same person. But if you were coming into this niche, you think, okay, there's quite a bit of competition here. I have a lot of airplane activity books. I'm a little bit put off by this initially. But actually, this could all just be the same person. They just basically released very, very similar books to each other under different pen names with different brandings. And although it looks like there's loads of people in this niche, it could very easily just be one person who's trying to put people off and absolutely dominating the niche. So rather than having one book that, is an outlier that has maybe, a 1,500 BSR, they've taken a slight hit on the initial one, but taken over the niche because they have multiple books that are doing really, really well. Like I say, this specific example, I have a feeling actually these are all different people, but there's a world where this could easily just be the same person. And that's exactly what I mean by the strategy. And you can see just how smart this could potentially be if you get this right. So you don't always have to be producing loads of different kinds of books. You can just literally double down on exactly what's working. So doubling down on KDP. Now, doubling down on KDP is one of the most effective strategies that you can use to scale your business. And the reason for that is it ensures that rather than focusing your time, money, and effort on books or niches that might work and they might not work, you're only focusing on niches that will work. Again, adopting this 80-20 principle, just focusing purely on the books or the niches that are driving 80% of your sales, because usually that will come from just 20% of your books. And then within this strategy, there are a few different things you can do to make this even more effective. You can create very similar books in a proven niche. You can create a version 2 of a book, and you can also create your own competition, kind of ghost your way into dominating and saturating niches, even though it's all you in the first place. So those are 3 really effective ways that you can double down on KDP. And one thing I do want to say, it is still important though, not to only focus on this 20%, because you should always be looking out for new niches. So if I go all the way back to this 80-20 principle here, this is all relative to your own KDP business. So 20% of your books could be generating 80% of your sales, but there could be an outlier out there which you haven't published yet. So I don't recommend purely just focusing on this 20% of books and just doubling down there. The vast majority of your time should be in there if these books are generating significant income. But don't forget that by producing books in new niches, some of them might miss, but on the rare occasion, some of them might absolutely take off, and then they can then be put back into this 20% of your books. And then you just double down on that even further. So it's important not just to focus on that 20%. You want to focus as well on producing new books too. But that's essentially the first step to scaling your KDP business, and that's doubling down on your book production and what is currently working best for your business. So this video is going to be all about systemizing your KDP business and how to put systems in place by making your money work for you. So systemizing your KDP, there are two things you need to do to build a successful KDP business. Number one, you need to know the technical details. As I say, the hard stuff. We've covered all of that so far in this course. The technical details, how to carry out niche research, how to find certain keywords using tools, all that kind of stuff. They're the technical details. But there's no good having that if you don't know how to apply that knowledge at scale. And I say that's the easier stuff. It's definitely easier and less in depth than learning all the technical details. But there's no point having this if you don't know how to apply all of this at scale. And that's where systemizing your KDP business comes into play. And like I say, the good news is we've learned all the hard and technical stuff up to this point, and now we just need a way of applying that at scale. Because ultimately building a really successful business isn't all about knowing even more details than you've learned in this course. You literally don't need to know anything more than you've already learned in this course. At this point, you just need to learn how to apply this at scale and start systemizing everything. So in order to do that, let's look at the whole KDP process and figure out how we can systemize everything. So the first part of systemizing your KDP business is to break the entire process down into these 5 stages: niche research, keyword research, book creation, conversion optimization, and Amazon ads / any kind of marketing that you do. You don't want to be looking at KDP as kind of like a whole process. Think, how can I just systemize all of this in one go? You have to categorize it and break it down into smaller steps and then systemize each individual process. Because when you think, every single one of these steps requires some kind of input. And it's the inputs that you really need to systemize in order to scale. Everyone only has 24 hours in a day. You shouldn't be doing absolutely everything when it comes to KDP. Well, you can, but you're just going to find it much harder to scale. And therefore, there are kind of 3 types of inputs here. Input, or i.e. work done by you, work done by software, and work done by freelancers. So for each of these 5 individual points, you need to look at them and think, okay, what work do I need to be doing? What work can be done by software? And what work can be done by a freelancer? This is the easiest step-by-step process to systemizing your entire KDP business. Because if you take care of each of these individual, the actual whole part will be done for you. You just need to focus on these individual components. So let's go through each of these steps and I'll explain how you can systemize each of them and what I recommend. So these 5 ones, we're going to go through each of them individually in a bit more detail. But before we do that, I really want to get across this important message. Now, the main goal of systemizing your KDP business is to understand which areas are high effort and low skill, and what areas can someone do a better job than you in. Those are the 2 kind of areas you want to be outsourcing either to software or to someone else. And as you can see, I've crossed out the word returner because this is where some people get a lot of things wrong. They judge basically outsourcing stuff based on if it's worth a high return or a low return. And actually, this is not the case, because even if something is a high return, a lot of people would say, all these high return, high output things you need to be doing yourself. But that's actually not necessarily the case. You need to really focus on skill, because there are some things that require very little skill that still have high return. Let's just say, for example, using Book Bounty or Puppy. Anyone can really do that. It's not a difficult process. So the actual skill to do that is very, very low. So you can outsource that easily. It takes a little bit of time and there's no skill to do it. You just have to watch maybe a 5-minute video of someone walking through, but the returns are extremely high. So if you're focusing just on the output or the return, that's not necessarily the best way of doing it. You need to be focusing specifically on things that are high effort and low skill. Now, naturally, most of the things that are low skill will have low return, but that's not always the case, which is why I just wanted to bring that point to the surface. And also, what areas can someone do a better job than you in? So you could make a fairly decent book cover, but there's going to be someone else out there who can do a much better book cover than you. So you have to kind of swallow your ego, swallow your pride, and outsource areas of the business where people are just simply better than you at. But I'll cover this in more detail as we make our way through this section. But I want to just start with that one. So KDP niche research, how can we kind of scale and systemize this? Now, this is the most important part of the entire Amazon KDP process. And a lot of people think niche research is a tool-driven process, but nowadays it's actually much more reliant on pattern recognition and human assessment. So when people hear niche research, they think, cool, just invest in these tools. I'll put these loads of filters on and it's going to spit out loads of niches for me. That's people just selling you the dream, and it's not actually the way to go about doing things. Because niche research is so situational, hopefully you've seen during this course, and there are so many variables at play when it comes to a niche. It's not just a case of, if there's 3 competitors or less, then, it's a good niche, and if there's X number of BSRs under 50,000, it's all relative. All of these variables are at play and influence what's actually required in the niche. And there isn't a tool that you can use and just input all of these filters and then it just magically finds niches. It is reliant on pattern recognition and human assessment, and actually a good knowledge of what makes a KDP niche. And controversially, I therefore say that this is the only part of the business that you should definitely do yourself. Like I said, you can't really outsource this to tools. And if you're outsourcing this to an expert, anyone who really knows exactly how to do KDP niche research is going to be very expensive because, of course, they know the value in it. Anyone who says I can do KDP niche research for you for cheap, they don't know how to do actual KDP niche research. They're going to be one of these people that just comes back with a list of niches that are absolutely terrible. So I say all the knowledge you've got from this course, you are in the best position to do this yourself. This is an extremely high return task of Amazon KDP. And I actually therefore recommend that you spend any time on your business focusing on this specifically. It's the first part of the KDP process. You haven't wasted time before it. And honestly, it is the most valuable part of the KDP process. And initially, this might take a little bit of time because you're implementing all of the things you've learned in this course. But once you have a really good understanding of what makes a good niche, you kind of develop that sixth sense and you can identify, kind of like myself, niches very, very quickly. Opportunities, if niches are good, if niches are bad. And this process will actually become quite quick for you over time. So you might think at the start, I don't want to do this myself because it's going to be very time consuming. Trust me, once you've done it a few times, this becomes very, very natural if you're implementing the things that I've taught you in this course. And you can look at a niche within, 20 seconds and think, yep, bang, this is a good niche or not. It becomes a sixth sense, but it just takes time and a little bit of practice. And it's also at this point where you could start to look for a virtual assistant if you want to and teach them everything they need to know about niche research. And this is also why I've structured the course exactly as I have, because you can easily hire a virtual assistant and then they can have access to all of this info. You can hire someone and just say, here's the course, watch this however many times it takes to understand exactly what I personally need from you in order to find niche research. One thing I do recommend is you first learn it and become an expert yourself, because it's very, very difficult to hire a virtual assistant and them to do a good job if you're not an expert yourself, because you need to be an expert in order to verify what they're doing. Otherwise, you're just like taking their word for it and they could be talking absolute rubbish. So I do recommend yourself doing all of this, become an expert in it. And if you really want to scale it and you're really being quite picky, you can outsource that to a VA, but you have to remember that's going to also be quite a big time investment to teach them to the point where they need to be. So again, the decision is ultimately up to you. Personally, in my business, I do all of my KDP niche research. It's not outsourced. My expertise are exactly in this. I don't want to waste my time making book covers and that kind of thing. My time should be spent on the really high value, high skill things. And niche research is one of those, and I suggest you are the same. So moving on now to keyword research. And remember when we were talking about keyword research, we were talking about keywords to use organically and also keywords to use in your ads. Now this process, in my opinion, absolutely needs to be tool driven. You should purely be basing your keywords off data. And this is why things like self-publishing titans and Helium 10 are essentials. This is much more straightforward than something like niche research, because ultimately, if the data is there, if people are searching these things into Amazon, if there's not too much competition, just follow the data when it comes to keyword research. And that's why, in my opinion, this needs to be an extremely tool-driven task. And with these tools, you can find keywords literally in a matter of minutes, and you know that they are actually good keywords rather than just going off what you think is a good keyword. So ultimately here, tools just mean more speed and more accuracy. So when it comes to optimizing and systemizing your KDP keyword research, you need to be relying on tools. Don't just do it all yourself, kind of off what you think is good. Always use the tools. And when it comes to finding keywords for your ads, I always say it's important to eventually find, as I say, long tail keywords that convert into sales, as you would have seen in my ads mastery section. And yes, the best place to find these are through running with your own ads and finding them in the search term data, because you just have so much data to play with and so much actual real life data rather than just data from a tool. However, you can skip that step if you want to and get some ideas by using keyword tools. So when it comes to these long tail keywords for your KDP ads, you can't beat the data you get from, your broader campaigns, but you can skip that step and just find, really specific long tail keywords, something like Helium 10. I personally, with my business, do a combination of the two. And often some of the times you find the ones in Helium 10, a couple months down the line, once you've got all of this data, the same ones come out anyway. So that's usually how I like to do my ads. It's all completely data-driven, whether that's through software or that's through my actual ads themselves. And then in terms of scaling further, again, once you've got a good understanding of KDP keyword research, you can hire a VA to implement these strategies, because ultimately, if you're just following data and following kind of filters you're putting on something like Helium 10, That is very, very easy to teach to a virtual assistant, and they can build up these massive lists of potential keywords for you to explore. So that's what I recommend. Again, get a good grip yourself of how to do keyword research. And then if you want to outsource that to a VA, then you can absolutely do that. And don't worry, in the next video, I'm going to talk you through everything you need to know about how to hire a VA, what to look for, and actually how to put out a job post. So now moving on to book creation. Now this is quite an obvious one, as you've probably seen throughout this course. Outsourcing the book creation to a freelancer means less work for you and a much higher quality product. As you saw in the book creation video, I showed you all the freelancers you could possibly need. So I massively suggest that you use those. Honestly, I've spent so long working with some terrible freelancers, and over time, I've eventually now found the ones I trust, the ones that are a good price, and the ones that do an incredible job. So please make the most of that, because that in itself is literally invaluable. So I do suggest you use those. And in my opinion, the only time you should be contributing to the book production is to bring everything together at the end. And that's a relatively small amount of time. So let's just say you had a coloring book or an activity book, and you got some coloring pages from one freelancer, and you got some word searches from another one or whatever, and you just needed to put them all together at the end. That is a task that I recommend you do, because ultimately you're the one that can then verify and have full control over exactly what the book looks like before it gets published. And that just takes a small amount of time. 95% of the heavy lifting will already have been done by you, by these freelancers. And it's even less if you're doing like high content books and you're using a ghostwriter, then a formatter, then a proofreader. You actually have to do very little, but I do recommend going over and just checking everything that you're happy with the file, because ultimately, even though freelancers are doing the work for you, you are responsible for the end product. It's your business. You need to be aware and happy with the final product. And again, over time, this becomes a task that you can outsource to your VA. And I've said here, VAs should not be doing the technical side. In my opinion, VAs often say, you know, I can do book cover creation for you. I can do interior design for you. Avoid that like the plague. They aren't specialists. Your VA should just be doing the super simple tasks that take a little bit of time that pretty much anyone can do. You know, taking coloring pages and dropping them into a Canva file. You don't need to be an expert to do that. That's the sort of thing your VA should be doing. And I just want to say here and highlight, your VA should never publish the book for you. Every single book that you publish on your account, you should do yourself. It's against Amazon terms and conditions for anybody other than yourself to publish a book. And in terms of sharing accounts, don't ever give anybody access to your KDP account. You just risk yourself getting in trouble. You are the only one that should have access to your KDP account. Moving on now to the next step, which is conversion optimization. Now, this is definitely a task for a virtual assistant. In terms of book descriptions, now that's not necessarily a virtual assistant task, because I've shown you how to lean on ChatGPT to do pretty much all of the work for you. Now, for A+ content, this is something you can easily get a virtual assistant to do. There are a number of VAs with Amazon experience that have done A+ content before, but it's also a very easy skill to teach as long as they have relatively good graphic design skills. So you'll see this in the next video when I'm talking about what you actually look for specifically in a virtual assistant. You don't necessarily need someone who claims to be an Amazon expert, because a lot of them do, and they're just really not. But you do need potentially have one with good graphic design skills, because A+ content is nowhere near as technical as a good book cover, especially if you have a book cover already made by a professional. The A+ content just kind of needs to mimic that, and that's very easy to do. So that's definitely a task that you can outsource to a virtual assistant. And then for reviews, you can even get a virtual assistant to manage your book bounty and Puppy account. So they can literally go on and just say, okay, every week I'll get you 5 reviews on this. I'll review other people's books for you, all this kind of stuff. And this is an example of a high return but low skill task. And these are definitely things you want to be outsourcing, because anyone can go on book bounty and Puppy. It's very easy to do, but the returns of actually getting reviews and the value of that is really high. So this specifically is a really good task you can outsource to a virtual assistant. Again, it's imperative that you teach them correctly and you invest that time. Like I say, I'll cover that in the next video. And then Amazon advertising. Now, I actually strongly suggest you initially get to grips with Amazon ads yourself before you outsource anything. This is because unless you have a proper understanding of how everything works, how the metrics, interact with each other, it's very difficult to validate what someone else might be doing for you. You ultimately, and it's the same for all of these processes, you need to have a decent to very good understanding of every single part of the process. Because if you're trying to teach someone, you need to know what you're talking about. Or if someone is taking the reins from you, you need to be able to validate, actually, you're doing this wrong, or this doesn't look good, because you can't necessarily just trust what people are saying. If you're the expert and you have good knowledge, you're therefore able to call people out and say, actually, no, I don't want this, I want something else. And actually, very similar to niche research, Amazon ads are something I recommend you spend doing yourself because it's not a hugely time-consuming thing. You're not going into Ads Console every single day. You need to give ads time to optimize. If you're making changes to your bids or you're adding keywords in, you need to give it a decent amount of time for those changes actually to kind of work. They're not going to work overnight and you're not going to have consistently good days every day. You need to kind of look at the big picture with Amazon ads. So you don't actually have to spend a huge amount of time doing Amazon ads, but it obviously is an incredibly high return skill. So again, this is something I actually recommend that you spend a lot of your time doing. So if you're just looking at your KDP business, realistically, your time should only really be spent on niche research, looking after some of your Amazon ads, and then every now and then putting the things together in your KDP book before it goes live. Pretty much everything else should be outsourced to either a freelancer, virtual assistant, or some kind of tool. But if you do want to outsource your Amazon advertising, there are a few options. You can hire an Amazon ad specialist, and you can also use Amazon ads automation software. Now, I would definitely avoid Amazon ad specialists because with KDP, it's hard to justify their base rates when your royalties are quite low compared to high ticket products. So an Amazon ad specialist is actually worth their weight. We'll charge something like $2,000 or something upfront every single month plus your ad spend. So when you think you're selling books that have relatively small margins compared to something that costs like $100 per unit, it's much harder to justify that kind of fixed rate. So I actually personally would avoid Amazon ad specialist. And in terms of Amazon ads automation software, I actually don't have a huge amount of experience, but at the moment, at the time of recording, I'm currently in the process of trying a new ads automation software called Adsology. So I will release a video on that in this course if I decide it's valuable to you. I never promote any kind of software or tool that I haven't genuinely used myself and I don't actually think is worth you having. So I want to test this out first. So if you're watching this further down the line and I have a video on Adsology, that's a great sign. It shows that it definitely works. But if there is no video on that, then I have decided that it's definitely not worth your time. But generally speaking, for Amazon ads, it's not going to take a huge amount of your time and it's an extremely high return part of the business. So I recommend learning, becoming an expert in it, and then focusing some of your time on this. If you do want to outsource, here are some of your potential options. So let's just summarize systemizing your KDP. Now, 80% of the time you spend on KDP, in my opinion, it should be focused on niche research and also Amazon ads. And then the remaining 20% should be spent focusing on the other parts of the business. But most of those, in my opinion, should be taken care of by freelancers. And I'm including virtual assistants in that and also software. You've seen each individual step, exactly how I would approach systemizing this for you. Any kind of high effort, low skill task, you always need to think, can I outsource this to either virtual assistants, freelancers, or software before I do it myself? And the vast majority of the time, the answer is yes, you can. Of course, everyone is different. Some people might want to have a little bit more control over their business. Some people might want to have pretty much no control. That's why I can't make the perfect systemizing thing because it's all very relative to the individual. But these are all of my recommendations and how I would break down everything step by step. And the key thing is to remember that any of your time that is spent on the business should be on the parts that really move the needle. Anything that makes a really big difference to your business, if you're going to spend time on your KDP, should be focused on that. So like I said, the main ones are niche research and Amazon ads. And that just leaves low skill tasks should be outsourced to a virtual assistant. I would consider something like book cover creation not to be a low skill task. I would actually outsource that to a book cover specialist. But all these kind of admin-y, really low skill that pretty much anyone can do, that should be a task for a virtual assistant. So with that said, in the next video, I'm going to take you through what to look for specifically when hiring virtual assistants and to go through the entire process of actually hiring one yourself. So this video is going to be all about hiring a virtual assistant for your Amazon KDP business, why you should hire a virtual assistant and how you would actually go about doing it. Now, hiring a virtual assistant, the main reason for having a virtual assistant is to purely focus on tasks that don't require a huge amount of skill or can be easily taught to them. A lot of people kind of get this wrong and they think you get a virtual assistant and then everything you need to do in the KDP business is completely done for you. This virtual assistant will do your ads, they'll do your book cover, they'll do your descriptions, they'll do your book formatting, all that kind of thing. People think that's what a virtual assistant does. But you are not going to find someone who is an expert in absolutely all areas of Amazon KDP. They're not going to be an incredible world-class graphic designer or like a book cover designer. They're not going to be world-class, Amazon PPC content. So all these kind of high skill things you're outsourcing, they need to be to people who are really, really good at that one specific task. Having this expectation that this virtual assistant is going to be amazing at everything, that's definitely not the way to play things. For things that do require really high quality, you need to be hiring specialists in that field, which is why I always suggest don't have virtual assistants do book cover for you. They're not specialized in book cover creations. You need to find someone who only does book covers because they are going to give you the best results. Same thing if you're outsourcing your Amazon ads. You need to find someone who is just an Amazon ad specialist. Don't try and get this virtual assistant to do absolutely everything for you because they're just going to be a jack of all trades and a master of none. So the key thing, like I'm saying here, leave the high skill tasks to specific freelancers and then just use the virtual assistant simply to take care of all the low skill workload off your plate. I really want to reiterate that point because that's really, really important. So what do I mean in terms of these low skill workload tasks? Well, in KDP, this basically means things like putting final book designs together. So dropping images into Canva. Literally anybody can do that. You don't need to be a specialist to do that. That's definitely one task. Controlling your book review site, so managing Book Bounty and Puppy. Ideally, they would have experience in doing that, but again, that's nowhere near as technical as something like creating a book cover or doing Amazon ad campaigns. That's a very, very low skill thing that pretty much anyone can learn. Creating A+ content, slightly more technical, but especially if you're following, a design for a book cover, I always think your KDP A+ content should somewhat reflect your book cover. So you've already got a professional who's done your book cover. It's very easy for them just to go ahead and follow that design. And you'll find a lot of virtual assistants do already have experience in creating A+ content. So again, that's something that you can definitely outsource. Quite a low skill task. And then finally creating keyword lists, as I've said here, with the help of software. Because again, if you just show your virtual assistant, kind of the keyword slides that I've shown you in this video, it's very easy for them to go ahead and implement that. They're essentially just looking for keywords with high search volume and relatively low competition. Again, with tools, that's super easy, a low skill task that you could easily outsource to a virtual assistant. So finding the right virtual assistant. Now, there will be lots of virtual assistants claiming to be Amazon KDP experts. Like I say, that can do book designs, create interiors, run your ads, etc., etc. And all of this sounds great until you realize they are rubbish at all of them. Again, jack of all trades, master of none. Trust me, when it comes to these high skill tasks, outsource that to the experts. Only use VA for low skill tasks unless you want to train them up. I've said this so many times already in this video. The reason for that is because it is such an important lesson to learn. And it's also important to know that having a good virtual assistant is not an overnight success. It takes time up front for you to teach them what they need to know and also how you like to run things. Everyone who runs a business, and KDP is exactly the same, like to do it in their own way. So how you watching this video might want to run your KDP business and kind of operate things might be slightly different to me. So virtual assistants need a bit of time for them to get used to exactly how you like doing things, especially when it comes to things like organization. So do not expect just to hire one and them to be an overnight success. This does take work from you, especially upfront, to teach them and for them to get them to know exactly how you like to run and operate things. And that's a really important point because I say here, I suggest looking at hiring the person, not the skills they have, which might sound a little bit counterintuitive. You might think, the best virtual assistants are the ones that have all these skills related to KDP. And yes, that kind of is a good thing. But ultimately, if it's a virtual assistant that you're dedicating time to, you're putting in loads of effort to train them, to teach them, you want to be hiring a specific kind of person because ultimately, if they don't have Amazon KDP experience yet, but they're the kind of person that's willing to learn, they're good at listening to information, they're great at following instructions, you can easily coach and teach them into exactly the VA that you want them to be, especially if you have access to this course. That can be very easy if you have the right person who knows how to take that information in. So therefore, like I say, if you can find someone who demonstrates they're able to listen and follow instructions, these are the people who will make your Amazon KDP business a success. Some of the times you have these so-called KDP expert virtual assistants that are using kind of how KDP worked 5 years ago, and they'll say, no, you need to be doing KDP like this. If they are not sticking to what I've taught you in this course, their knowledge and their expertise and quote marks are outdated. That's why it's so important to hire the person and not be married to the skills that someone might have. And again, remember, you have this course and my free course. Everything they could possibly need to know about Amazon KDP is covered in both of these. So you can teach someone technically if they have absolutely no experience of Amazon KDP, but they're incredible at kind of adapting to scenarios. They're really good at listening. They're incredible at following instructions. I would argue those people are the best kinds of people, because if they're able to just watch all of this content and learn it, they can then apply it straight to your business. So again, really want to reiterate, you hire a specific person because you're ultimately going to be teaching them, coaching them, and molding them into exactly the kind of assistant that you want. And I mentioned this in the previous video, but never let anyone other than yourself publish a book on your Amazon KDP account. And I just want to stress too, don't let anybody else on your Amazon KDP account, even if a virtual assistant says, don't worry, I can publish your KDP books for you, do not let them do that. And if they say that, actually, that's a massive red flag, because that is against terms and conditions. Never ever give anybody else access to your KDP account. You should always be publishing your books. Your Amazon ads account is completely different. You can have kind of administrator roles added. That's a very, very different situation. But your actual KDP account specifically, never let anyone other than yourself publish a book on your KDP account. And this is specifically important when it comes to VAs. So those are my main tips when it comes to what you're looking for in a virtual assistant. I'll now head over to Upwork, which is where I recommend you find the virtual assistants and walk you through step by step exactly how I would go about hiring a virtual assistant for your KDP business. So of course you need to have an Upwork account. I imagine a lot of you already have an Upwork account at this point. And then let's go through and start hiring a virtual assistant for our KDP business. As you can see, I actually put a demo example out here and I'll walk through that in just a second because we have got some proposals coming through. But if you want to start hiring for your virtual assistant, let's go and press post the job. Now, the reason why I don't recommend using something like Fiverr is because with Upwork, they come to you. You can sift through all of their experience, what they're saying, and I'll show you all the details you actually need to input when it comes to creating your job post. So in terms of creating a job post, you have an option of long-term project or short-term project. If it's going to be a virtual assistant that grows with your business, so they're going to be longer than 3 months, ideally, if they're the right candidate, you go ahead and press long-term project. You then need to write a title for your job post. So I would just go for Amazon, KDP, virtual assistant. Nothing expertise about that, quite a straightforward thing to do. And one thing I will say is when you start making a post on Upwork, they will maybe offer you the option of using AI to start make your posting. Do not do that because Upwork don't know exactly what you need from an Amazon KDP virtual assistant. Always do it manually, exactly like I'm doing here. Job category, general virtual assistants. And they know now next need to go and press skills and we list some skills that we're looking for. So popular skills, virtual assistants, of course, that's what we need. Admin support, that's definitely one. Communication's good. Data entry is also a good one. Let's just go for Amazon KDP as well, because that is an option on Upwork. Amazon KDP. So these are ideally the 5 skills that you want. Again, ultimately, it's entirely up to you what you want your VA to be doing, but these are just some very general ones for Amazon KDP. I never really worried too much about these. These are kind of the only things you need to put in. Next, we'll go for scope. And by default, if you've done a long-term job post, it would be medium, but I always make sure it's a medium task here. Well-defined project and how long will your work take. Obviously, if it's a virtual assistant, it's idea of being long-term, hopefully more than 6 months. And level of experience, I always go for intermediate because it's kind of the best between the two. Is this a contract to hire opportunity? No, I would always go not at this time. And then next you go for the location. You can choose either UK only. I think I can because I'm in the UK. I'm not sure if it's the same if you're in another territory. Anyway, it doesn't really matter at this point because you want to be going for worldwide. Anyway, no need to select a certain country or region, and then go ahead and set your budget. Now, again, this completely depends entirely on how much you're prepared to spend for a virtual assistant. You know, if you're going for really, really cheap levels, you're going to get a really bad virtual assistant. So the minimum you can do is $3 an hour. And I would go for something like $10 an hour or $15 an hour, kind of depending on, you know, what you're looking for. If you go for $10 an hour and you get someone that's pretty good, they can always apply for having more than $10 an hour. So let's just say I thought I was worth more than that as a virtual assistant. They can come on offer for your job and their rate can be specified as $15. So it doesn't mean you're restricting anyone that thinks they're worth more than $10 an hour. I like to stick by this for something like a virtual assistant, because you also have to remember this is a decent wage from where these people are generally working from. You're usually hiring virtual assistants from places like the Philippines and Bangladesh, where actually this is more money than they're going to be making if they're working in their country. But again, this is entirely personal preference. But for the sake of this example, I'm just going to go between $3 an hour and $10 an hour. I always say with my business, I would never, ever pay someone $3 an hour because that's just, I think, taking the mick. Again, it's ultimately entirely up to you. You do need to pay them fairly. And if you find the right person, it's always worth paying a little bit more. Next, you have then your job description, and this is where you need to put in all the details here. So I'm going to go off camera now, create a perfect job description for exactly what we need, and I'll come back once that's done. So I'm back, and as you can see, I've got this very, very detailed job description here, talking about some of the things they might be needing to do. I'm not going to go and run and read through all of this in this video because that just takes up a lot of time, but I will leave this as a link below this video. So you can go in and literally just copy and paste this and use this exactly word for word for your own job descriptions, or tweak a couple of things if you want to include something else. But this is a really, really good job post that you can just use for your hires. And then all you need to do is go ahead and press review job post. And one thing I forgot to do that you can actually do at the end is set some screening questions. Now, when I'm talking about virtual assistants, I have specified before, it's important you hire the person, not necessarily the skill. And a simple screening question is a really good way of seeing exactly how someone thinks on the spot and thinks for themselves. So I would always say something like, I'm expecting a lot of applications for this job post. What do you think sets you apart from everybody else? Now, this gives you so much information about the specific person. Anyone can say on their job posting they're an expert at A+ content, or they're an expert at keywords, or this kind of things, but they can't lie past this screening question, because this is something they actually have to prove to you, that they're able to think for themselves and think on the spot. And that's a really important part, because like I say, you're hiring the person who's able to do that. You want to find someone who's adaptive, can think for themselves, and a screening question like this is going to be really good for filtering those people out. So go ahead and just press save question. And then all you need to do is go for finalize job post, and then post the job, and it will be live, and people will start applying to your job post. Now, I've actually done exactly this job post earlier on today. So I've actually had some applications come in. So I'll now show you exactly what you need to do once it's live and you've got some applications coming through. So this is the job post that I put out, and as you can see, I've got 11 proposals. I only put this out maybe 5 or 6 hours ago, so I'm not expecting to have found the perfect person. I would always say here, when you're hiring a virtual assistant, please do not rush this process, because ultimately this is going to be someone that's going to be working with you and really helping you scale and build your business. You need to make sure you find the right person. So again, that is also personal preference as to what you think that looks like. But I'm going to talk you through a couple of things you can look for when you're searching through a lot of these people. So if this was up for a couple of days, I would definitely have a lot more than 11 proposals, but just be patient when you're working your way through. Now, Upwork make it really easy because they show you lots of these stats. And the first thing you need to look for really is the job success rate. So if you go down to any of these, something like a 77% job success rate is really, really poor. I literally wouldn't touch anyone unless they pretty much have a 100% job success rate, unless they've had 10,000 jobs, it's like 97% or something, because I understand not everyone's going to give them 100%. So the fact that this guy has completed 27 jobs and has 100% job success, he clearly knows what he's doing. As you can see, his bid or his proposed rate is $18 per hour. So this is why I say when you're just limiting it to $10 an hour, that doesn't mean you're only, taking in people for $10 an hour, but it kind of forces people to have their lower kind of starter price, which just gives you a bit of negotiating power. So this guy, from what the Upwork stats are saying, he's earned $40,000 from Upwork, so he's definitely put in the work, and he has 100% job success. So this guy definitely looks like he could be a good option. But one thing I do want to mention here, he specializes in digital marketing and an e-commerce expert. Graphic design is relevant, go high level pro. So this guy might have done a lot of jobs and 100% job success, but they might not be jobs relevant to exactly what we're looking for. So don't just marry these stats and just go off them. You have to look at what they're saying. So people will come in with their cover letter. So I've said here, I'm expecting a lot of applications by this position. By looking at the job description, what do you think makes you stand out from other applicants? And he said here, so this is the question where he has to think for himself. 10 years of Amazon expertise while I'm new to KDP. So he's telling us that he's new to KDP. Now, actually, this isn't necessarily a bad thing, because also it tells us that he's honest, which I think is a really good trait for someone like this, because you get a lot of trash virtual assistants that just claim to be experts and everything. This guy's vulnerable. He's honest. He says honestly, I'm new to KDP. I haven't got experience, but what I do have is a decade experience working with Amazon, giving me a deep understanding of the platform's algorithms, policies, and best practices. This puts me ahead of candidates who may know KDP but lack overall Amazon experience. And this is exactly what I'm talking about when you hire the person, not specifically the skill, because this is definitely someone, especially because he has experience with Amazon, that can adapt to exactly what you need. So that's really good information and why these screening questions are so good. Now let's just go quickly scan through what he said. Hello Sam, I hope you're doing great. As a freelancer, I have over 10 years of experience working with Amazon, but I do not have worked with Amazon KDP before. However, I noticed your job is circular, that you provide all the necessary materials for learning. So he understands it. You see, I've noticed in your job circular that you provide all the necessary materials for learning, which excites me. He understands exactly what I'm saying. You get a lot of applications, you kind of just copy and paste things over to you. It's really important when you're looking through, the applications, that they actually understand what you're looking for, because if they can't understand what you're looking for from a job post, they're not going to understand what you're looking for from your KDP business. So again, another really good green flag from this person. And one other thing I really like is he's taken each individual thing that I've mentioned in my job post. I mentioned about Canva formatting. I mentioned about these other things that I need them to be good at. And he's taken each of these individual ones and told me why he thinks he is good for these roles. And again, that just shows initiative. These are the things you want to be focusing on when it comes to Amazon KDP. The fact he's been organized and kind of broken this down step by step is a trait that I'm exactly looking for in a virtual assistant. So it's not necessarily about all of their skills. Again, I'll reiterate, it's about the person and what they're able to do in their soft skills outside of just KDP. So he's got extensive experience in graphic design. He's already created optimized A+ content for Amazon listings. He's managed book reviews. He's familiar with review management strategies that can efficiently handle Puppy and Book Bounty. He has strong keyword research skills. Again, these are things that he could just be saying. There's no guarantee that he's actually doing it. So what I would recommend doing here is actually, once you finish looking through his profile, go ahead and press message, and then you can ask him specific questions and ask him for specific examples of all of these things. So before we do that, I'm just going to read the rest of it. Why choose me? 10 years of Amazon experience, strong graphic design skills, fast learner and adaptable. Again, these talk is cheap here. They're just kind of, a lot of people just copy kind of what you put in your job post and they just kind of translate it back to you because they think that's a good idea. You can spot this a mile away. So I'm not necessarily actually too bothered about these things. It's more the kind of hidden things and the hidden skills that they're showing throughout here. He probably doesn't even realize are impressing me. So at the bottom here, you can also see some profile highlights. These are some things that I think are relevant to my job post. So as you can see, Amazon Store Manager. Now, a couple of red flags here, 2021, 2020, and also 2020. So how relevant is his skills up to the current day? Because this is definitely a few years ago now. If you just click into all of these, it just basically shows the job posts that they've done. There's actually no kind of visual feedback here. So this is not necessarily that interesting to me. So what I would do here, let's go through some of the things you say. Good at Canva formatting, good at Amazon A+ content creation. This is a good example of something we can focus on. So I'd go into message him here and just say, hi Iqbal, thanks for your application. Please can you send over some examples of previous Amazon A+ content? Thanks, Sam. So again, he said he's good at A+ content. Talks cheap. Anyone can say they're good at it. Let's actually see some of the A+ content that he's produced. So I'm going to go ahead and send that message. And then he will send me through some of these examples of the work. So you need to properly actually vet them. Don't just take their word for it. So that's an example of how I would go through someone else. Zeba, $30 an hour. Again, that's quite high. And again, this might be a small thing, but Amazon KDP expert, as you can see, KDP should be all capitalized. Now, that might seem really, really picky, but that to me just suggests that they're quite sloppy with their work. You see, they've done Amazon KDP capitalized here, but they haven't done it in their kind of actual main banner. So they're obviously, not that good in terms of attention to detail. So that might sound picky, but you have to be picky with something like this. I would say no, especially when they have such a high rate. This person here, they have 0 completed jobs, 15 total hours, and $100 earned. Now, these are the kinds of people that you might be taking a little bit of a risk on, but the benefit of this is they don't have, the social proof of all of these like job successes or anything like that, but they usually have a much lower rate. This is where you can really judge them from their proposals. So let's go to this person here. I'm expecting a lot of applications for this position. By looking at the job description, what do you think makes you stand out from other applicants? Dear Sam, again, I probably won't read all of this on this video because you don't want to be looking through that. I understand you'll receive many applications for this role. I'd love to highlight what sets me apart. 4+ years of hands-on experience when I was in KDP. Everything from book launch strategy to launch optimization. I currently assist a US-based author, so he's actually already currently helping someone with things like A+ content. So again, we can ask him specifically. Let's see some of that A+ content if he hasn't already provided it. So he has also added in keyword research, which we didn't mention in our job post. So he obviously does know about Amazon KDP. So he's not lying about the fact he does have experience there. So these kind of little things that you need to be looking for. I'm skilled in managing book reviews on Puppy and Book Bounty, organizing my keyword lists for ads, and maintaining structured workflows using Google Sheets. That's also a really good thing. If they're organized and using Google Sheets, that's definitely a plus side. My ability to stay organized ensures efficient execution of tasks, so on and so forth. So then here is his actual, job proposal. He currently assists James Bird. I don't know who that is, a US-based entrepreneur, but maybe you could type James Bird into Amazon just to verify and see exactly what their books are like. But most of the time, these people will be publishing under pen names anyway, so you won't be able to find that on Amazon. Here's what he brings to the table: pre-launch expertise, launch excellence. So these things I haven't actually mentioned, in my listing. So he hasn't actually read the listing specifically, but maybe he's just telling me these are things he can also do. Google Sheets management tools he has. So he has KD Spy and KDP Rocket. Now these are alternative tools, but I don't think these are the best ones to use, hence why I've not included them in the course. But all of these kind of things, don't really worry about the specifics of it. I more look at this and think, okay, he has these tools. He obviously has experience in KDP, probably knows what he's doing. We can just give him access to self-publishing Titans and Helium 10 because they're much more powerful tools than these ones. So this guy's kind of application looks a little bit weaker than the initial person here, but what he has done is included loads of examples of his previous work. So let's go click on this first one, ad report final. Now we don't actually want him to be looking after our ads, but again, this may potentially just show some initiative. So I quite like the fact he's put together a report for someone's ads. Ad ran for 5 days, total impressions 5,687, total clicks are 15 with an $8.79 ad spend. And he does show demonstration of actually understanding, because he said, which means already 15 people clicked on her book and they saw some portion of the book shared by Amazon, but they didn't like our book. Why? So he understands that they're getting impressions and they're getting clicks, but they're not getting sales. And he's thought, okay, why is that? And he's actually gone into the book itself and realized that the actual book formatting is terrible. And he's therefore suggested that the reason why these ads haven't performed well is because the book is not formatted. Now, I'm not looking for this guy to do my ads, but just this kind of insight and this knowledge and, this application of the actual task at hand is a really, really good sign. So I quite like the fact he's included that. That's definitely a good thing for us to know. As you can see, he's also included an image of Puppy. So he's obviously running someone else's Puppy account at the moment. So he definitely has experience in that. So that's also a really good sign. Now he has also shown an example of his A+ content. And you got to think when they're putting these examples forward, they're probably what he considers to be his best example of A+ content. So this would be a bit of a red flag for me because this looks extremely basic and really not that professional at all. Terrible font that he's used here, and it just looks very basic. So actually that alone, like I say, you need to be very picky. You could potentially think, I can teach this person A+ content, but when you have so many options, I would say that is a little bit of a red flag. And again, only $8 an hour, you kind of do get what you pay for. So this guy did show promising signs, but I definitely think this person here would be better. So I'm not going to go through all of these, but I just wanted to include everything in there. Apologies if that was a little bit long, but I wanted to make sure, and I think it's probably more valuable for you to see exactly my thought process as I work my way through all of these. Now this, like I say, is a time-consuming process, but it's really, really important that you get the right person. So hopefully in this video, you found out exactly why hiring a virtual assistant is so good, what things to specifically look out for, how to actually create a virtual assistant post, and then once you've got those applications, how to kind of sift through everything. Now, I also want to say here, if you do need any feedback or any advice or me to kind of vet some people for you, then if you're part of the community, that you can go ahead and message me on there and maybe give me a list of kind of short list, and I can go through with you and suggest the ones I think would be best for your business. I want to help you with this. I know this is kind of quite a daunting process sometimes. If you don't have so much experience, that's exactly what the community is for. I can help guide you and make sure you find the right virtual assistant for you. That's everything you need to know about virtual assistants, and I'll see you now in the next video. So this video is going to be all about selling your KDP business. Now this might sound a little bit too far ahead of time, but it's also really important for you to know as you make your way through building your KDP business. I'm going to suggest here why you might end up wanting to sell your KDP business down the line. And if you did want to do that, how would you do it? Because this is often an end goal for a lot of people who start Amazon KDP. So selling your KDP business. Now, one of the best things about an Amazon KDP business is that it generates you income every month, but it can also be sold at any time as an account. It's very similar to owning a house and real estate. In that situation, you have a house that you rent out every month, and that gives you income from the tenants who are staying in your house. But then at any point, if you ever want to sell that house because it's an asset in itself, then you can go ahead and sell it. And with KDP, it's exactly the same. Your KDP account where all these books are published on is the house, and all of those individual book sales are your rental income. So all these books are giving you an income every single month, but ultimately your KDP account as a whole is an asset that's generating X amount every single month in profit that you can sell to someone who might want to invest in it. And in terms of specific numbers, KDP accounts roughly sell for 35 times their monthly net profit. So depending on how much you might want to sell your KDP business for, you can kind of work back and figure out how much your monthly net profit needs to be before you do that. Or you can work out what your current monthly net profit is and see how much your KDP business is worth. On the website I'm going to show you later on in this video, there is also a calculator to get everything valued for you, and I would recommend using that. But this is why KDP can be such a good business model, because you can make recurring income and still sell that huge asset at the end of the whole process. And here are some rough numbers as to what this might look like. So $100,000 to sell a KDP account for that, you need to be making $2,850 per month. $300,000 KDP account is generating $8,500 profit per month. If you wanted to sell it for $500,000, you need to be making $14,200 per month in profit. And if you wanted to sell your account for $1 million, if you're making $28,500 month profit, that KDP account is worth $1 million, which is absolutely crazy. And this should massively motivate all of you when it comes to building your KDP business, because these kind of figures are absolutely real and extremely attainable. Now, the best way to sell your KDP business, in my opinion, is through a platform called Empire Flippers. They take care of absolutely everything for you and ensure the transaction of the business goes through smoothly. When you're talking about such big transactions here, you kind of want to make sure you have a third party vetting everything, and Empire Flippers is definitely the go-to here. And in order to do this, of course, is a very official process. So when you're actually listing your KDP account, there is a lot of data tracking that you need to do in terms of like profit and loss sheets, and this can be extremely time consuming. So I have left a professional profit and loss sheet in the exact format that Empire Flippers actually require when it comes to selling your business below this video. So if you want to access that, I will leave the link below that. And I recommend you update this exact profit and loss file every single month, and it will just make your life so much easier further down the line. Whenever I've done this with my KDP businesses, it's taking me so long to go back to every single month, track the royalties, track any kind of expense, all these kinds of things. Trust me, if you ever have any kind of idea about selling your KDP business down the line, please use this P&L sheet that I've linked below, because once you get to the point where you want to sell your KDP business, all you need to do is just copy and paste everything over, because like I say, it's in exactly the same format that Empire Flippers accept. And this is that sheet that I'm talking about. So as you can see, a lot of information here. Don't be too, daunted by this. This summary section, as you can see here, is actually all dictated by this tab here. So all you actually need to do is fill in the information for this tab. So as you can see, every single month, you have to put in your income from the US store, the UK store, all of these different stores. So a lot of the time, these ones are going to be pretty marginal, but you still need to go in and put them in, which is what I mean by it can just take so long. But then every single month, you have all of your ad spend based on different regions. And at the end, it would just basically show you your profit and loss for all these things. And these are really, really important to track. And if you don't have this sheet, honestly, it's going to be an absolute nightmare. So I put this together for you just to make your life literally 1,000 times easier. So please make sure you're updating this every single month you're doing your KDP. And also it's good for you just to see exactly how well your KDP business is performing. This current sheet does go up to December the 25th, but it's very easy to go ahead and add things in. Just go and insert more columns, and then you can literally go ahead and just drag these all the way across, and it will automatically update. So I recommend doing that. And you can literally use this exact sheet when you go to list your account on Empire Flippers. As you can see, here is the actual Empire Flippers website itself, Amazon KDP businesses that are currently for sale. You can see this KDP business has the niche of personal care. It's making $25,368 net profit per month. It has a monthly multiple of 32. As you see, I said 35 in the slide. It completely depends entirely on the business. And this is listed for $811,000 that you can buy. And someone is currently selling this and is about to make a lot of money when they sell it. So as you can see, you can look through here. This one here makes a monthly net profit of $100,000 and it's listed for 3.2 million. So yes, selling KDP businesses really is possible. So hopefully all of these numbers are massively motivating you. This is obviously going to be further down the line, but if you apply what you're learning in this course and really give KDP a go, there is absolutely no reason why one day these won't be your businesses. So again, this is not necessarily something you might need to worry about now, but it's definitely a good bit of information to have as you're making your way through your KDP journey. So we've come to the end of the course content, and as you can see at the top, I've said here, this video is going to be a course summary, but I've said the start of something special. This is the end of the course, but it's just the start of your KDP journey and some really successful times ahead for you. Again, if you're applying the things you've learned in this course, it's up to you now. I've given you all the information you need. It's now up to you to apply that and start making a dream life for yourself. So in this video, I'm going to bring everything together and summarize everything we've gone through in this course. So bringing it all together, the whole point of this course, like I said right at the start, is the fact that building an Amazon KDP business that makes $100 to maybe $1,000 per month is very, very different to building one that generates $5,000 plus per month, the ones that really, really make the money. And that's exactly what this course has been focusing on, building these kinds of KDP businesses. And KDP is no longer a business model for people with a scarcity mindset who want to have absolutely zero costs to their business and just want to make a small side income. There is so much competition right down there at the bottom. It's just not that business model anymore. And it's actually turned into an opportunity where people who understand the value of investing their business can thrive if they know the right strategies. This is you, and you now know all of the right strategies that you need to implement. As I've said, it's just up to you now to start implementing that. So how does KDP actually differ to what it was in the past? Now, the key to building a successful KDP business these days is just two main things. Very, very simple if you strip it all the way back. It's knowing exactly what books to make, and crucially, how to get them in front of the right people. If you strip everything back, these are the two pillars of any successful Amazon KDP business. And we are no longer interested in small demand, no competition niches like everyone was saying maybe 5 or 6 years ago. We're not interested in that. We don't want small demand, no competition. We want demand to be as high as it possibly can be, because this is really how you scale and make money. Because competition is inevitable, and therefore being able to stand above that competition has never been more valuable, which is why pretty much all of the content of this course has been focused around making sure your product stands above your competition as much as possible, because that is absolutely crucial. And ultimately, a strategic use of Amazon ads twinned with intentful niche research is by far the best approach to doing this. Going back to this initial point here, knowing what books to make, that is your niche research, and knowing how to get them in front of the right people is all about your Amazon ad strategy. This is why these are the two main parts of any KDP business these days. I don't care what anyone says. This is the truth, and if they're saying something else, then they are just categorically wrong. Because if you're not producing books that people actually want to buy, and or you're not getting them in front of the right people, guess what? You're not going to sell anything. I don't care how good a quality your book is. These are the most important things of any Amazon KDP business. So let's now go through all of these individually, starting with KDP niche research. Now, the goal of niche research is to find niches, as I've said, where books are already selling well, but find unique ways of entering and maintaining your place in that niche, as I showed you in the examples in this course. Now, competition is good. It shows us that people are actively buying books in that niche. Competition only becomes a problem when you adopt this red ocean thinking of, I'm just going to create exactly what everyone else is doing. Of course, in that case, competition is going to be bad because you're not doing anything different to everyone else on the market. Competition, have said here, is a good thing because it just shows that there's potential in a niche, and then it's up to us to always be looking for these blue oceans, basically making competition irrelevant when we can still just capitalize on this massive demand. And the key thing with KDP is because you can create completely bespoke products, it's probably the best thing about the business is that there are unlimited niche opportunities out there. The skill comes in finding them and knowing how to capitalize on this. A point of knowing how to capitalize on them is really important because, again, you have completely unique products that you're making. I don't care what book it is, if it's high content, medium content, an activity book, non-fiction book, coloring book, as long as the book is the best placed position to capitalize on this demand that you found from your niche research, that is all that matters. It doesn't matter what book you're doing as long as that is being taken care of. And that moves nicely onto creating your book. A good niche, of course, is only good if you're therefore able to deliver the right product. I've just mentioned this here. It doesn't matter if it's a medium content book, a high content book, etc. As long as that book is best placed to satisfy the demand from that niche research. And your book should always aim to be the best quality book on the market, and that should be supported by an optimized listing and a proper marketing strategy. A+ content, reviews, good description, Amazon ads that are specifically targeted and have an actual strategy behind them. And crucially, never ever have the lowest price just to attract customers. Initially, you may need to be slightly lower than your competitors, but never just go for, I want to sell as many units as possible. Let's make my book $5.99, $4.99. Please, that is not going to attract customers because customers have a perceived value. Cheap books are seen as cheap and people would rather spend a little bit more to get high quality. Please focus on quality, not book price. And when it comes to creating your book, if you want to scale your KDP business, you need to be using freelancers to help bring your book to life. And as I showed you in that video, you now have an extensive list of trusted freelancers to use. You have absolutely no excuse. If you didn't have any freelancers to use, I would understand, because it's an extremely difficult process to find any ones that are good at a good rate and have a really high quality and you can actually trust them. I've literally just given you all of these, so you have absolutely no excuse when it comes to book production. I would recommend using freelancers because the vast majority of the time, they're the experts in their specific field. They are going to be able to do a better job than you. A ghostwriter is probably going to be a better writer than you. A book cover designer is probably going to have higher quality book designs than you are. This is why you need to outsource. Plus, it just saves you a lot of time and a lot of effort. And when it comes to book creation strategies, I did mention this right at the start of the course, but I want to reiterate it again. We're talking about quality over quantity. One good, really well-researched book, really high-quality book per month is infinitely better than 10 okay books that you're rushing out. Please, it's a game of quality. You can make an absolute fortune from KDP from just 10 books. You don't need to have hundreds and hundreds of books. One good book per month is infinitely better than 10 okay books per month. Quality over quantity. Now, as the next stage, getting your book seen. And sorry to break everyone's hearts who are still teaching KDP like it was 5 years ago. Organic keywords are not going to get your books seen, or at least they're not going to initially. Things are very different than they used to be. Now, in order to break that no sales, no ranking cycle that I showed you in the relevant video, you need to be using Amazon ads. You need to get some initial traction from somewhere, and that comes from Amazon ads. And this ultimately puts your book in front of your ideal customer and starts that compounding cycle of organic ranking. And therefore, as your book starts to rank better, thanks to the sales that it got from Amazon ads, you'll then start to pick up more organic sales, which will improve your organic ranking. Amazon will start pushing it. And that's how you really start this compounding kind of snowball effect of your KDP books, which is why sometimes when you start a KDP business, it can be a little bit slow to start with, and which why you need to see it as a long-term thing. This has never been a get-rich-quick scheme, and this is exactly why. Sometimes it just takes a little bit of time for this cycle to build up, but trust me, once it does, you're going to be flying and you're going to be absolutely away. And finally, there is a huge difference between ranking for keywords and indexing for keywords. I covered that in that keyword video. Ranking is really what you want. Indexing is what a lot of people are teaching you on Amazon KDP and how it worked maybe like 4 or 5 years ago. You want to mainly be focusing on ranking for keywords because that is what's going to make you sales. Now, next, using Amazon KDP ads. Now, along with niche research, I would say Amazon ads are the most important part of a modern day Amazon KDP business. Again, niche research means you make only books that you know people want and they're going to buy. Amazon ads allow you to put your book in front of those people. These are by far and away the two most important parts of an Amazon KDP business. And the main goal of ads initially is purely to drive sales, even if the ads are unprofitable. So don't worry initially if your ads are unprofitable. The more reviews you get, the more likely people are going to convert on your book. So don't worry initially if you don't have many reviews or any at all. Your ads might be a little bit unprofitable. In month 1, month 2, it's all just about getting as many sales as you can to improve that organic ranking and start getting some reviews in. And then over time, you will gather a lot of data from your Amazon ads, and you can use all of that data, as I've shown you in the ads section of this course, to optimize existing campaigns and scale them and make them even more profitable. And now finally, converting your customers. So everything up to this point that we've touched in this summary has been all about getting people to your book listing. Honestly, so much work involved in just getting someone to land on your book listing. But in order to convert these people, your listing needs to be as optimized as possible. So it needs to have book reviews, it needs to have A+ content, and it needs to have an optimized description. So many people on KDP, trust me, look past this and see it as, it's a nice to have. It would be nice to have reviews. It'd be nice to have A+ content, but I'll worry about later down the line. It's more important, to actually get books produced. Completely disagree. It's not a nice to have. Having these things on your books is now an absolute essential, because if you're not converting all these customers, you're literally leaving thousands on the table. Please, if you're putting so much time and effort into everything else before this, do not neglect this idea of conversion. It's one of the most important parts of KDP, and so many people look past it. And that's it in terms of the technical part. And the final thing is scaling to 6 figures plus. You don't need to be publishing in hundreds of niches to scale. Sometimes all you need is a few niches to really make big money. And that's what I touched on in the doubling down video. You don't need to spread yourself really wide across the whole of Amazon. If you have a couple of niches that are doing really well for you, double down on those and rinse them for as much money as you possibly can. And this is another really important point. You can learn everything there is to know about Amazon KDP like you've learned in this course, but if you aren't applying the strategies that will enable you to scale, you will always be capped. You can be the best Amazon KDP expert in the world, but if you're not applying that at scale and learning how to apply those things at scale, you will always be capped, which is why it's so important to understand the value of things like virtual assistants, freelancers, outsourcing things, also using KDP software. You can literally save yourself thousands of hours every single year and ultimately have much higher quality products at the end of it. This is why you need to be learning all of the information and kind of the technical stuff, but just as important of that is how to actually actively scale the business using those things, which we have covered in that module. And if you are going to spend time on your KDP business, the key is to only spend time on your biggest, what I call needle movers, niche research and Amazon ads, and anything that requires low skill should be completely outsourced. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the blueprint to a 6-figure Amazon KDP business. Now, the content in this course is exactly how I have built multiple successful KDP businesses. Hand on heart, as I'm saying that, I'm not teaching you some different strategy and I'm actually using one differently myself. I have taught you absolutely everything that I personally use myself and have used on multiple occasions to build multiple successful KDP businesses. And I don't need anyone to tell me if this works or not. I know it works because I've actually applied it myself on more than one occasion and had success every single time I've used it. So I don't need someone to say, actually, this doesn't work, you need to be doing this. I'm literally living proof that this works. So that in mind, this is the really important part now. You now have everything you need to make this a success. You have no excuses now. It's now down to you to actually apply it and build a life for yourself that you're truly proud of. I remember, if you catch your minds all the way back to the start of the course, we had this deal. I would provide you the blueprint, you put in the work and actually apply it. And if you both do that, you will be able to build a life for yourself that you are truly proud of. I have delivered my side. It's now down to you. And that is why I've built the community alongside this course, because I want to be with you every single step of the way. So if you haven't already joined the community, I recommend you do that now. Now, having all the content in the world that you could possibly need to build a successful Amazon KDP business is great, but I'm also aware that some people might need specific support to help them apply that. And you're also bound to come across issues or roadblocks on your Amazon KDP journey. That's just part of things that you might need my expertise for. If you have certain scenarios, you're applying the things you're learning in here and, you've come up with a potential issue and you need my expertise and just some feedback on, that's exactly what this community is for. Like I say here, I want to be with you every single step of the way. Yes, at this point, you've already bought this course. It is in my best interest for you to make as much money from KDP as possible. I want to help you do that through the community.